Anime-style card design. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Nanahina King and Overlord. In the dark night, several sneaky human figures were climbing up the steep cliffs that were slightly eroded by the waves. I said, do we have to find a place like this to go up? Stupid, you want to go to the port? We have explored the nearby coastline. This is the most suitable landing place. So why did the higher-ups let us, the minions, come to gather intelligence first? Aren't they afraid of being exposed? And the captain also said that his wife gave birth today. Does he have a wife? Who knows, but I heard from the battle captain of the next ship that several kings seem to have had a fight with another country outside. No wonder. Oh, we are almost at the top. As the communication stopped, several figures climbed up the cliff with one effort. But when they climbed up, they saw a young man whose face could not be seen clearly in the night, watching them quietly a few steps away. What were you talking about just now? Can you tell me? The young man's gentle voice sounded in their ears, exciting them to the point of hair standing on end. Who is it? Attack! A roar sounded, and several cold lights flashed. However, the expected scene of knives piercing flesh did not appear. The young man in front of the figures simply extended an index finger to block their attacks. What? Before they could react to what happened, a shrill whistle sounded instantly. Plop! Several headless corpses fell to the ground powerlessly, and only one of the figures was left in an instant. Gudong! The sound of swallowing saliva sounded, and the last person's legs trembled wildly. He looked at the young man in front of him in fear and threw the blood on his hand to the ground. He didn't even see what happened just now. He only knew that in a breath, all his companions around him began to cosplay as the Headless Knight. To this extent, even his cousin-in-law, the battle captain of the next ship, couldn't do it. Really? Can you say it now? The young man sighed and looked at the last person helplessly. The last person trembled and shouted, I. Even the captain was killed by the white-haired girl. It was obvious that the young man in front of him was a strong man that he dared not even dream of. My lord, this is the situation. This person told what he knew like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Russell looked at another headless corpse in front of him and thought about it. Don't get me wrong, the last person was not killed by him, but the other parties had suddenly exploded while he was talking. Tisk, it's like this again. Russell curled his lips. There is no doubt that these corpses were demons when they were alive. This is also the strange breath he just felt in the abandoned factory. As for why the last persons had suddenly exploded, it was nothing more than saying something that shouldn't be said, triggering the taboo of the supreme existence. Having said that, the last person actually revealed some useful information. His faction has 7 powerful beings called kings, and above the kings there are the strongest beings called overlords. However, only 4 kings came this time, and 3 kings and overlords did not come. According to him, he was a fighter under the Sword King Gassi among the 7 kings. This time, the captain asked them to come first to check the situation. As for the captain, he was the demon that was killed by Fulilian's cannon. Russell had previously discovered that the other party was flying away from the coastline at a high speed, which allowed Fulilian to kill the other party. In addition, the 4 kings seemed to be fighting with a country on the other side, so they had no time to take care of this side. There was no more information. Why do I feel a little familiar? After sorting out the information, Russell always felt a subtle sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered similar demons somewhere before. Looking at the several Black Iron level, Pirate Fighter, and Bronze level, Elite Pirate, in his hand, Russell fell into thinking. After a moment, he suddenly remembered a secret realm he had experienced when he was a Bronze level card maker. Black Flag. What was the name of that demon? Oh, Moore. Did he say something about a king when he died? At that time, Russell thought he was hallucinating and didn't take it to heart. But now, looking at the materials in his hand that are very similar to those produced in Black Flag, plus the unusually large map in Black Flag, he has reason to suspect that the group of demons that appeared now are related to Black Flag. So they belong to the same world. Russell was very sure that this group of demons and Black Flag were definitely related. I just don't know where this secret realm is. With a sigh, he took the corpses of several demons back to the abandoned factory. Since these demons were rowing close to Dongle, the secret realm can only appear on the sea. And it is fighting with another country. Korea. After thinking about it, there is only such a country near Dongle that is struggling to survive. So there are at least emerald-level demons in the secret realm. Russell had a general understanding of the situation of Korea after Li Shuo appeared in Dongle. The strongest in the country is the diamond-level card maker. In fact, the land area has been getting smaller and smaller in recent years, and it is only one breath away from extinction. If it were a few decades ago, his father Ming might still help him, but now Ming is in a mess, and the situation in the north is getting more and more serious. How can it take care of a filial son like him? It is better to say that it is because of the help of Ming that Korea has not been destroyed until now. Therefore, if there are monsters above the emerald level in this newly appeared secret realm, plus the monsters that already exist in Korea, it is not impossible for them to fight against a country. After thinking for a while, Russell decided to call Zengbo. The newly appeared secret realm has a lot to do with Dongle, but his current identity is not convenient to notify the association, so it is better to call the security class teacher and let him worry about it. Anyway, Zengbo can say that his subordinates discovered it. As for which subordinates it is, don't worry about it. Soon, the middle-aged man with a paralyzed face arrived at the scene. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Zengbo was stunned for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "Sir, who has provoked you? Do you need me to arrange for someone to clean them up?" Hearing this, Russell glanced at him and said, "Don't make us sound like villains. The goal of our Qi Ling Society is to implement love and peace. We should not think about fighting and killing all day long." Feel it again. Zengbo didn't know what to say for a while after hearing Russell's words. He had joined the Qi Ling Society for so many years, how could he not know that there was such a great goal in the society? But in the end, he still carefully felt the breath of several headless bodies on the ground. Is it a demon? Seeing that he recognized the origin of the body, Russell nodded, "I found it on the coastline tonight." Then he told Zengbo the specific situation in his analysis. Zengbo couldn't help but frown. "I know, sir. I'll take care of it." After dealing with the demon, Russell patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. "This place is no longer safe. Find a new meeting place and then inform me through the submachine." After he finished speaking, a wave flashed and he disappeared into the abandoned factory. Zengbo was left alone, staring at the corpse on the ground in silence. In the early morning, Russell stretched his stiff body. He glanced at the extremely strange sleeping posture of the white-haired elf girl next to him, and he couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. He poked her smooth cheek with his slightly cold index finger. "Stop it!" A slightly dissatisfied grumble sounded, and Lillian squinted her eyes and wrapped herself tightly in the thin quilt. Ignoring the white-haired old woman who was staying in bed, Russell washed himself. He still had to go to work. Alice, this is how workers are. Even if Russell is now a gold-level card maker, he can't escape the law of early 8. Arriving at the headquarters, an old friend of his was standing in front of the vice president's office. Zengbo. However, this time, he was also standing next to the director of the Secret Realm office, L.V. Yan. "Good morning, President Luo." The two middle-aged men greeted Russell in unison. "Good morning." Russell nodded slightly in response. He knew the purpose of the two men's visit. "What do you want?" Zengbo heard the inquiry and said, "President Luo, the people below found the corpse of an unknown demon on the coastline. The preliminary judgment is that a secret realm has descended on the sea. But the exact location is not clear." As expected, it was exactly what Russell arranged Zengbo to deal with last night. He sighed and pinched his brows pretending to have a headache. "Have you told President Sima?" Hearing this, Zengbo and Liu Yan were silent for a moment before they spoke. "Yes, President Sima asked us to find you." Although he had expected it, Russell still couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. "Tisk, why don't you let me do this, President?" Since Russell came to Dongle, he has basically been doing all the work. Sima Y has no trace of this person at all. Zengbo and the others just pretended not to hear the complaints of the vice president in front of them. "Let's go, take me to the scene." "Yes." Getting on the vehicle of the association headquarters, the three of them brought their card makers to the scene of the incident. Although it is still summer, the sea breeze near the coastline is still a bit cold in the early morning. However, the association's card makers didn't care so much and set up cordons around them early. Although there were not many living people nearby. Glancing at the abandoned factory in the distance, Russell turned to Zengbo and asked, Are there any surveillance records nearby? Zengbo hesitated and replied, the cameras near the coastline are out of repair, so there are no videos. Russell nodded. He was just pretending. Besides, there must be no surveillance cameras in the place chosen by Cuttlefish. That's not it. Russell was about to say that the clue was broken, so he looked up at the end of the sea in the distance. Dozens of huge steel warships were heading steadily towards Donglei. Zengbo and Luyan naturally noticed the unusual movement in the distance. Is it a demon? It's no wonder that the two were confused, because the vehicle of the group of demons that the association found nearby in the morning was a small wooden boat, which was quite different from the style of the steel warships in the distance. It was normal that they couldn't make a judgment for a while. Just as everyone present was watching the changes. Bang! The deafening roar of the ship's guns resounded on the seashore. The black shells flew at high speed from a distance. Beware! Zengbo's cold voice rang in the ears of all the card makers. At this time, Russell's cards also appeared beside him. The 81st binding path, cutting the sky. A transparent barrier appeared in front of everyone, blocking a shell that was about to hit them. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly occurred, and the red smoke slowly rose. But blocking only one shell was not enough. Dozens of giant ships in the distance fired more than a dozen shells at once. However, Russell's cards were not the only ones present. The remaining card makers took action and blocked the remaining shells. And Russell did not only have Aizen's card. With the cooperation of Fubuki, Misaka Mikato successfully landed a shell slowly in front of her. Finally, I don't need coins anymore. The brown-haired girl moved her right hand and gently placed her palm on the surface of the giant shell. As the restless electric current plowed through the ground around it, the giant shell wrapped in orange-yellow beams flew back at a faster speed. Whoosh! A deafening sonic boom sounded, and a series of circular sonic boom clouds formed on the sea surface, and the undulating seawater was instantly torn into a scar. The super electromagnetic gun is based on the principle of the electromagnetic railgun, but coins are usually used because they are more portable. Now that the shells sent by the other side are not used in vain. Behind them, a group of low-level card makers looked at the vice president's counterattack excitedly. This time, however, just as they were about to say something, they seemed to be strangled by the throat, and suddenly fell silent. In everyone's sight, a roaring sword pressure whistled out and collided fiercely with a shell fired back by Misaka Mikado. The next moment, the shell was split into two. Boom! The strong wind caused by the explosion blew up the hair. The low-level card makers present stared at the scene in front of them blankly. Russell and the other two frowned and looked at the steel giant ship that issued the sword pressure. At this time, a young man with a sword in his hand was proudly standing on the bow of the giant ship. There is no doubt that the attack just now was launched by the opponent. This strength? Russell frowned. At this time, the steel giant ship was less than 3 kilometers away from the coastline. He could naturally feel the other party's aura. It was undoubtedly powerful. If Lanide was used as a reference, the other party was at least one level stronger than her. But fortunately it's not at the emerald level. At this time, the confident voice of the sword-wielding young man reached everyone's ears. If you surrender, I, the Sword King, Gassi, can spare your lives. Chapter 227. You've already got a way to die. Facing the provocation of the demon on the giant ship, Russell turned a deaf ear to it, but his eyes were slightly cold. Without him saying anything, Zengbo had already asked Prime Minister Turtle to stir up the seawater. It should be said that although his Prime Minister Turtle's quality has not reached the red level, the lethality it can cause in the sea environment is now the best in the whole field. The originally calm sea surface gradually began to become turbulent, and huge waves hit the shore and splashed a string of water droplets. At the same time, Misaka Mikado also began to gather pieces of dark clouds above the sea surface. A huge lightning snake was moving in it, and the patter of raindrops began to hit the sea surface. With the cooperation of the two, the originally calm and safe offshore environment instantly began to become fierce. In the original world, the natural disaster that could not be resisted by human power was so simply created by 2 gold-level cards. Faced with such a dangerous environment, the steel giant ship in the distance could not help but start to shake. However, the Sword King, Gassi, just curled his lips in disdain. No matter how violently the giant ship shook, he remained motionless, as if he was not affected at all. As the sword-wielding young man got ready under the gaze of a group of card makers on the shore, a sword pressure wrapped in a gust of wind suddenly flew into the sky. The whistling sword wind tore through the clouds, and rays of sunlight fell on the sea along the cracks. Shua shua shua, then several more sword pressures flew into the sky, and the dark clouds gathered by the brown-haired girl were instantly shattered. However, it was easy to destroy the clouds in the sky, but the restless sea under his feet was not so easy to calm down. Boom! The huge waves hit the hull of the steel giant ship fiercely, and the violent shaking caused several weak demons to be thrown into the sea and disappeared. Ignoring his men who had just fallen into the sea, Gassy sheathed his sword, and finally looked at Russell and the other two on the shore and walked back to the captain's room. After a while, the steel ship slowly turned around and stopped when it reached an area that Prime Minister Turtle could not affect. Seeing this, Lu Yan said in a deep voice, "Thanks to Director Zeng today. I will go back and report to the president. I will leave this to you too." The square-faced middle-aged man said this because if there was no Prime Minister Turtle Zengbo, they would probably have been unprepared and started a life-and-death battle with the unknown demons in the distance. Although they would still face the demons in the end, they had about some time to prepare. Russell nodded and signaled Lu Yan to go and come back quickly. Soon, only he and Zengbo were left on the shore. Looking at the low-level card makers who had already started to get busy, Russell couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. Lu Yan might not know the specific situation, but he and Zengbo knew it. There are emerald-level demons in the distant demons. Although it seems that they are still fighting with Gao Li, resulting in no emerald-level demons taking action this time, who knows when the other party will be free. It would be easy to deal with 2 or 3 cats and kittens in Donglei. Unfortunately, neither of them could tell the information. When Zengbo handled this matter last night, he was obviously worried that his identity might be exposed, so he only arranged for his association card makers to find the bodies of the monsters, and did not directly say that his men tortured the monsters to obtain specific information. Sighing, Russell said with a heavy heart, "I'm afraid Director Zeng will have a hard time in the future." Hearing this, Zengbo was stunned, and then replied, "It's my duty." Russell patted the shoulder of the middle-aged man beside him without saying anything. The two of them just looked at the giant ship in the distance in silence. After a while, Russell decided to talk to his teacher about the current situation in Donglei. After all, there is still the unstable factor of Gye sect in the city, plus the monsters on the sea who are eyeing it covetously. It can only be said that even if Donglei's situation has not yet reached the point of destruction, it is already in danger. As Bai Yuming is the highest level card maker stationed on the coastal defense line, Russell's message is not considered a move in Donglei's current situation. "Russell, teacher, Donglei." A long paragraph was sent out by Russell quickly. He quietly waited for a reply, but unfortunately the message seemed to sink into the sea. After a moment, Russell frowned slightly and put away his phone. He still didn't receive a reply. But it seems that the teacher has no news after the national competition. Recalling that Bai Yuming had not appeared in Loving Family recently, Russell had a rough guess in his mind. In fact, it is better to say that no one has posted new messages in Loving Family for a long time, and everyone seems to be very busy. I don't know which side of the coast has a tricky secret realm appeared again. The current situation is nothing more than which secret realm Bai Yuming was tripped in. And the secret realm that can hold back a MasterCard maker is at least diamond level. High-level secret realms are not like the gold-level secret realm that Russell dealt with some time ago, which was suppressed and cleared in just a few days. Or should I ask my senior sister to come over? However, Russell had many options for asking people to come. As a diamond-level pastry chef, Hu Tao could easily solve the current predicament of Donglei. But thinking of the strange attitude of his senior sister when she left last time, and the fact that non-university should be about to start school soon, Hu Tao, as a counselor, should have a lot of things to do, he finally suppressed this idea. If you think about it this way, Russell has been in this world for almost a year, and his experience in this year is richer than that of more than 20 years in his previous life. Maybe it's time for Moyu to put on my vest and do something. After thinking for a moment, Russell decided to find an opportunity to tell the association about the existence of emerald level among the monsters on the sea. Fortunately, most people present have seen Lao Lan's Mirror Flower and Water Moon. This can save some effort. Association Headquarters. Bang. President. The door of the president's office was pushed open roughly, and Lu Yan hurried into the room. As a gold-level card maker, Sima Wai would not be frightened by the sudden movement. Rather, he had already discovered the square-faced middle-aged man as soon as he returned to the headquarters. "Don't worry, Director Lu, take your time. Sima Y said casually without raising his head, staring at the computer screen. Lu Yan didn't care. He had worked with a person in front of him for so long, how could he not know what the other person was like at work? President, a group of new demons appeared on the coastline. Look. Sima Y glanced at Lu Yan, gold level. Lu Yan nodded. Seeing this, Sima Y said impatiently, then why don't you handle it yourself? I think you three handled it well last time. Lu Yan paused, then subconsciously asked, President, should we ask for help from above? After all, the Gye sect made such a big fuss in the city a few days ago. Hearing this, Sima Y raised his head, his eyes dark and unclear. I asked for help from above some time ago, but the situation in the whole gaming is not very good recently, so there are no extra people from above to support us Donglei for the time being. The first sentence was a lie, he didn't ask for help at all. But the latter sentence was true. As the president of a city, Sima Y naturally got the most information from Donglei. But Lu Yan didn't know, so he just nodded, that's good. And President, should we communicate with several nearby cities? Donglei is not the only coastal city in the sea area. Now that the whereabouts of demons have appeared in the sea area, it is natural to mention it to the surrounding cities so that they can be more prepared. I'll arrange it. Sima Y nodded slightly. Anything else? Lu Yan shook his head. Then President, I'll go back to the coast first. After saying that, he turned and left the president's office. Looking at the back of the middle-aged man with a square face, Sima Y's eyes began to flicker. Coastline. After Lu Yan came back, Russell and the three of them set a rotation time for rest. Since Zhengbo's turtle prime minister is the most important, the middle-aged man with a paralyzed face can only work harder and stay here all the time to ensure that the group of monsters on the sea could not easily approach Donglei. As for Russell and Lu Yan, they rotate every 8 hours until the fortifications are completed. However, Russell and Zhengbo knew why the group of monsters were now stopped in the distance and did not move. It was nothing more than waiting for the emerald-level monsters to free up their hands to launch a general attack. Therefore, after the fortifications were completed, they decided to launch a tentative attack. Thank you for your hard work in the next period of time. Russell pretended to be a little tired and said to the two people in front of him, I need to go back to get some things and will be back soon. Although it was a rest, the few people still needed to stay on the coastline, just so that Russell could remove his card and meditate to recover some mental strength. Therefore, he could only find an excuse to temporarily leave the side of the two. However, because the appearance of this group of demons on the sea was an emergency, the two did not think much about it, just thinking that Russell had left something at home. Nodding to the two middle-aged men, Russell disappeared on the spot. As soon as he returned home, the fatigue on Russell's face was swept away, and he took out the submachine without any hesitation. When he opened the internal communications software of the Qi Ling Club, he received the latest meeting place sent by Zhengbo. Following the location, Russell found a hidden basement in an abandoned villa. To his surprise, although the villa looked very dilapidated on the outside, the basement was a different world, and it was obvious that it had been carefully decorated. Expensive velvet carpets covered the entire floor, and mahogany bookshelves were filled with many books on card making. Moreover, Russell's mental power swept through and he could sense that the walls of the basement were shrouded by a special wave, which was obviously to prevent being discovered. This level of arrangement is obviously not something that can be done in one night. Is it the place originally used for hiding? Zhengbo was the highest-ranking person in the Qi Ling Society in Donglei. When there were tasks issued, it was naturally him who organized the gathering, so it was not surprising that there was a secret place for hiding. After sending the new location to Moyu, Russell picked up a book called 99 Jokes of the God King V8. The first one, Resurrect, My Love. Russell whispered the name of the first joke, and then put it back on the bookshelf with a frown on his face. What kind of books does Zhengbo collect? He casually pulled out another book, Big Eyeballs, How to Construct a Good Story, and waited for the arrival of the middle-aged cow and horse. On the other side, Moy received Russell's call and naturally did not dare to neglect it. He soon appeared in the underground secret room. Sixth Master, you're looking for me. The bitter-looking middle-aged man smiled ingratiatingly, which reminded Russell of a certain wretched general. But although that person was wretched, he was usually lazy and would not be so flattering. Russell closed the book in his hand and put it back in its place. There's something I need you to do tonight. Moy's face straightened when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, You tell me. However, Russell did not rush to tell the mission this time, but just looked up and down at Moyu. How is your life-saving skill? Tell the truth. Moyu's body froze, and he said honestly, before in Nandu, in the whole killing who, I was second in escape and no one dared to claim to be first. And my cards can help me bear the damage, so it's still hard to die. Otherwise, the task of assassinating you would not fall on me. He only dared to say this in his heart. God has mercy on him. At that time he really just wanted to be a watch repairer in Nandu to make a living. Hearing this, Russell said with a serious face, that's good. Tonight, I need you to pretend to be me and appear at the coastline. The squid was stunned and pointed at himself uncertainly with his right hand. Ah, me. He looked exactly like Binborba, who was arranged by the nine-headed insect to kill Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. Will it be exposed, sir? As if seeing through the middle-aged man's resistance, Russell rolled his eyes at him. Don't worry, I will arrange for my card to go with you. As for your appearance, don't worry, I have already taken care of it. By the way, just in case, you should also have a disguise, right? As a member of the Qi Ling Society lurking in the difficulty before, the squid naturally has the means to change his appearance. After all, when you commit a crime, you often have to change your identity. The squid nodded, hesitated for a moment, and his face began to move, and soon he turned into Luzai's appearance. Russell observed carefully, instructed the middle-aged man to correct some details, and then smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. She will follow you today. As Russell finished speaking, a ferocious white spider appeared in the underground secret room. The reason why he only let Spider-Girl follow Cuttlefish was naturally because tonight was just acting, and Lillian could hide as much as possible, so there was no need to reveal this trump card now. Uncle, tonight, this Spider-Girl will team up with you. You should feel honored, ha ha ha. As soon as Spider-Girl appeared, she began to dance. Unfortunately, Cuttlefish could not understand her words. Looking at the spider monster in front of him waving its sharp forelimbs, he couldn't help but shrink his head. He casually blocked the little spider's mouth with a coconut soda lollipop belonging to Misaka Mikado, and Russell continued to instruct, don't stay too far away from me tonight, and be careful to hide your breath. Since Spider-Girl is Russell's card, she naturally can't be too far away from him, but it is more than enough to complete today's task. Next, I will tell you about tonight's mission. Please listen carefully. Chapter 228 Frozen Hands. Frozen Hands. Under the dark night, Cuttlefish and Spider-Girl were looking at the silent giant ship in the distance. Hey, why did Sixth Master want me to pretend to be him? The middle-aged man who just wanted to live a lazy life had a bitter look on his face. He had never expected that there would be such a dangerous thing waiting for him. However, after taking a look at the ferocious spider monster beside him, he couldn't help but calm down. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Judging from the aura sensed by the middle-aged man himself, the strength of the card belonging to Sixth Master beside him was indeed not low. But it was still a bit difficult to test a group of demons in the distance with just one card. That's right, in addition to revealing the information that there were emerald-level demons to the association, Russell also arranged a task for Cuttlefish, which was to take Spider-Girl to test a group of demons in Jiaxi. After all, what happened on the coast before was not even a fight. It was just the right opportunity for Spider-Girl to do an appraisal to see the specific situation. Fortunately, Master Liu said that if you are not strong enough, just run away. Thinking of Russell's last instructions, the Cuttlefish felt relieved. Running away is good, he is best at running away. And the spider card next to him just showed the ability of the space system. It may be hard to say whether he can fight head-on, but it should not be a problem to save his life. Thinking that his life may depend on Russell's card, the Cuttlefish smiled flatteringly. Hey, Mr. Spider, do you want to eat apples? As he said, he took out a large bag of apples from the shadow beside him. From the words Donglei Zioma Fresh Supermarket on the plastic bag, it can be seen that it should have been bought not long ago. Oh, Uncle, you are very sensible. The little spider's compound eyes lit up, and a pair of front feet held up a few apples and buried his head in eating. It's a pity that the Cuttlefish can't understand the spider's spider language. However, from its movements and expressions, the middle-aged man can roughly judge that the spider in front of him should have accepted his kindness. God knows why he can read the expression on a spider's face. Strange. Watching Spider-Girl chewing an apple with a puffed face, the Cuttlefish fell into deep thought. Why do I feel that this card of Sixth Master has become more handsome? The middle-aged man looked again, but only saw several pairs of compound eyes flashing scarlet staring at him. The cuttlefish froze. "Master Spider, are you full? Then can we leave?" Spider-Girl picked her mouth with her front paws. "Since you are so considerate, Master Spider-Girl will ensure your safety." The cuttlefish still didn't understand what the little spider said, but after hearing it hiss a few times, he roughly guessed that it should mean frozen hands. "Then I'll trouble Master Spider next." The middle-aged man bowed, then calmed down and began to recall the usual appearance of Sixth Master. In just a breath, the originally flattering look turned into calmness. After all, he has been lurking in Nandu for so many years, and he still has real skills. It is of course not a problem to simply disguise himself as another person he often contacts. As a wave passed by, the man and the spider had already arrived not far from the steel giant ship. "Who are you?" A cold and stern voice sounded, and a huge sword pressure instantly slashed towards the location where Spider-Girl and the others were. In a flash, the little spider left the place with a squid. Wiping the non-existent sweat on his head, Spider-Girl sighed. Wow, it was a close call. The originally calm sea surface was instantly split into two, and a moment later, the surging seawater poured back to fill the gap torn by the sword pressure. Card maker. On the mast of the giant ship that was constantly shaking due to the surging seawater, Jiazai stood there at some point. Looking at the strange combination not far away, the sword-wielding young man couldn't help but frown slightly. "Forget it, since you are here, don't leave." After speaking, several bright sword lights flashed across the night sky. But unfortunately, such a light attack was still a bit difficult to hit Spider-Girl who had space-related abilities. Jiaxi frowned as he looked at the strange combination that dodged his attack again not far away. He couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth in annoyance. "Tough guy. It's just that Spider-Man hasn't seen Han Xianzhen, otherwise he would have said two dirty words. Time is not out, space is king now. And Spider-Man is not a sandbag." The next moment, dense magic arrays appeared above the giant ship. Countless spherical and spear-shaped energy attacks fell like raindrops towards the giant ships below. Looking at the magic array that covered the sky in the sky, Jiaxi took a deep breath and clenched the sword in his hand. "In the world, nothing can be cut." As his voice fell, a huge sword light with a volume far exceeding the previous one slashed from the sea to the sky. Boom! The dazzling sword light instantly offset the dark magic cast by Spider-Man. The violent explosion illuminated the dark night sky. Such a big movement naturally could not be ignored by the association card makers on the coastline. Russell looked at the scene in the distance and thought silently, "They're starting to make a move." Spider-Girl. Spider-Girl had just sent over the identification information. Name, Jiaxi. Title, 7 Seas Sword King. Level, Gold. Drop material, Pirate Swordsman. Just as Russell was lost in thought over Jiaxi's information, Lu Yan asked beside him in a deep voice, "Who is fighting those demons?" He came back to his senses and shook his head. "I don't know." Zhang Bo looked at the scene in the distance, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Lu Yan frowned and looked at the sword light flying towards the horizon in the distance, and suddenly said, "Could it be a card maker from another city?" He didn't think about the Qi Ling Society at all. In the eyes of the square-faced middle-aged man, it was good enough that the Qi Ling Society, an unstable factor, didn't come to make trouble. How could it help them deal with the demons? Because the incident happened suddenly, no one on the scene suggested going over to check the situation. What if it was a trap? On the other side, Spider used space magic to lead the cuttlefish to dodge the flying sword light. But hiding like this is not a solution. She couldn't help but mutter, "Minister of Magic number 2, are you ready?" Okay, don't rush me." Then let him have a taste of the special move we specially prepared for Spider-Man. Abyss Magic, Hell Gate. The next moment, a giant door with a devil's head carved on the top appeared out of thin air on the sea. The door slowly opened, and the surrounding seawater kept pouring into it. As the seawater was gradually swallowed up, an extremely huge whirlpool began to gradually form at the location where the steel giant ship was anchored. Dozens of steel giant ships could not stop spinning. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded. HMPH. The giant ships that were about to collide with each other suddenly stopped. No matter how turbulent the water was, the giant ships seemed to be sailing on a calm sea, and they were out of the whirlpool in a moment. "Sorry, Your Majesty." At this time, a man with a somewhat feminine face appeared beside Jiazai. But before he finished speaking, Jiazai stretched out his hand to interrupt him. "It's okay, You have reason to attack. Otherwise, we are afraid that most of the ships will be lost before we start the plan." The man nodded slightly and stopped talking. In the distance, seeing the noise getting louder and louder, LVM finally couldn't help but say, "President Luo, it doesn't look like a trap. Should we go over and take a look?" Pretending to think for a moment, Russell agreed, "Okay, but if the situation is not right, withdraw immediately." Seeing the young man agreed, LVN couldn't help but feel relieved. He was afraid that the person who was fighting the demon was a card maker from a surrounding city. After ordering his men to stay alert, the 3 gold card makers belonging to Donglei flew quickly towards the battle site. However, just as the 3 gradually approached the battle site, they found that the giant ship that was spinning constantly because of the whirlpool suddenly stabilized. Seeing this, LVN's pupils shrank. No wonder he was so shocked. You know, it was because Zhangbo's turtle prime minister could create dangerous seas that they were able to force the group of demons back. At least that's what they thought. But this scene is undoubtedly telling them that these demons have the means to fight against a harsh environment. So why they retreated is worth pondering. President. Lu Yan looked at the young man beside him seriously. "I know." Russell frowned and said that he had figured out the connection. Name, Downs, title, second officer of the fleet, level, gold, droppable materials, astrologer navigator. At this time, Spider-Girl also sent the latest identification information. Sure enough, there's more than one gold-level demon. Russell's heart sank. He was a little surprised when he fought with Jiazai before. It stands to reason that such a large fleet cannot have only one gold-level demon in Jiazai. You know, there were 20 to 30 gold-level demons in the secret realm of Cursor before, although most of them were just to make up the numbers. I just don't know if there are any other gold-level demons hiding. Since one can hide, there can be a second and a third. It's always right to be careful. Moreover, the title of second mate already reveals some information. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the battle site. Looking at the man and the spider who were confronting the demons not far away, Lu Yan and Zhangbo showed a rare surprise on their faces. Qi Ling Society. They had never expected that the people who would fight the demons would be from the Qi Ling Society. And they knew them. It was the young man who beat Li Shua last time. At this time, Moyu, who was standing next to Spider, panicked when he saw Russell and the other 2, but his good professional ethics made him show nothing on his face. Imitating the tone of Russell in his memory, Moyu's mouth curled up a mocking smile. "I thought the association was full of turtles, hiding on the shore and not daring to come out." But after seeing Liu looking at him, he couldn't help feeling a little weak in his heart. After all, this sentence also cursed Liu Yi. "You are very generous. It's all for the mission. I should understand." The middle-aged man kept comforting himself. In fact, he thought too much. Russell was looking at Spider. Hearing what Moy said, Russell curled his lips. "You guys from Killing who are hiding their heads and showing their tails, have the nerve to say that?" After confirming the look in his eyes, "You are speaking from your heart, right?" Exclamation mark. Moy was filled with grief and anger, and said angrily, "Without me, I'm afraid you are still in the dark." He finally chose to skip this topic. At this time, Lu Yan shouted in a deep voice, "What is your plan for Killing who?" Zhangbo just watched everything in front of him in silence. He didn't quite understand what the purpose of this gentleman was. Moyu pretended to glance at them with disdain and said casually, "Finally, I will give you a message. There is an emerald-level existence behind this group of demons." After speaking, he disappeared with the white spider in a flash. Only Russell and his 3 people and 2 demons not far away were left on the field. Shua. The merciless sword light suddenly slashed, and the 2 parties had nothing to say. Just now, it was only because of the existence of the 3 forces that the situation was strange, which made Jiazai resist the desire to attack. Now that the squid has left, he naturally has no scruples. A transparent barrier appeared out of thin air in front of Russell and the other 2 in an instant, blocking the attack. It was Aizen. To be on the safe side, the 3 of them had already summoned their cards before arriving. This was exactly what Russell wanted. Since then, the Mirror Flower and Water Moon have secretly affected the 5 senses of the 2 middle-aged men beside him. In the field, the orange-yellow beam tore through the sea surface and came to Jiazai in an instant. Jiazai slightly turned sideways to avoid a super electromagnetic cannon. Just as he turned around to say something, a huge black coffin instantly enveloped him. "Let's go." Russell retreated quickly towards the coastline without any hesitation. The black coffin that Aizen abandoned chanting obviously could not cause any harm to the two demons in the distance. The reason why it was used was just to buy them some time. Zhengbo and Lu Yan naturally recognized that the black coffin standing between heaven and earth was the work of their vice president, and immediately followed Russell to retreat. The three disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the dark woods, a figure looked at the empty space in front of him and scratched his head, going back. This person was naturally the squid who had restored his original appearance. Sixth Master should not be angry. Thinking of his rather disrespectful remarks just now, Squid couldn't help but feel a little distressed. But then he thought of a blind spot. Speaking of which, why did Sixth Master look for me instead of someone else? Could it be that the middle-aged man's eyes lit up? Sixth Master trusts me. He slapped his fist. What? You scare yourself at the adults card, eh? In order not to be exposed, Squid basically did not use his own cards throughout the whole process, relying on Spider-Man's card to fight. It should be said that although it looks a bit scary, its fighting power is indeed ridiculously strong. But maybe for the Qi Ling Society, being scary is an advantage to some extent? The most important thing is that there is also the cheating ability of the space system. That's great, why can't I do it? As soon as this thought came to Moyu's mind, he couldn't help but slap himself. Moyu, don't dream of things that can't be realized. For a person like him, it's almost enough to use purple cards. It's much better than those ordinary people who are not even card makers. Bang! The dark coffin suddenly broke. Jiazai held the long sword in his hand with a gloomy face. This method. Tisk, although he was not injured, the black-haired man and the white spider monster before made him feel a little threatened. And everything that happened tonight really made him confused. The sudden temptation and the abrupt end of the battle made him feel uncomfortable, as if he was doing inch-stop training. Gassi sheathed his sword and asked Tang Si with a tone of dissatisfaction, "When Kun will come?" Hearing this, Tang Si bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, it may take some time for King Will to be free." Tisk. Gassi pulled the corner of his mouth in dissatisfaction. "Let the subordinates prepare it, I'm hungry." Yes. Chapter 229 Be the Fool Who Challenges the Windmill. The atmosphere at the coast was a little strange at this time. The main reason was that what happened tonight really confused the two middle-aged men. You said that even if a card maker from another country accidentally entered this sea area and fought with those demons, it would look more normal than the fight between the Qi Ling Society and the demons. The main reason was that they really couldn't figure out why the Qi Ling Society would take action. But since this bizarre thing has already happened, there is no time to think so much. Speaking of it, Lu Yan suppressed his doubts and said solemnly, "President Luo, Director Zheng. Do you think the news that person just said is credible?" Russell didn't say anything, but just passed a ball to Zhengbo. Zhengbo certainly knew that what Lu Zai said in his eyes was true, but he couldn't directly say that because he was a member of the Qi Ling Society. He could confirm the other party's words. Fortunately, he still found an excuse. It is very likely true. After all, the reaction of the demons is indeed a bit strange. They can ignore the blockade of Prime Minister Turtle and launch an attack. And even if the Qi Ling Society wants to throw smoke bombs at us, there is no need to fight with them with real swords and bullets. Lu Yan nodded frequently after hearing this. He also thought so. Seeing this, Russell immediately said in a deep voice, "Then I'll trouble you two here first. I will go back to the headquarters to explain the situation here to President Sima. In fact, according to reason, if Sima Y asked for support from above, someone should have come by now." The two middle-aged men nodded and watched Russell disappear on the coast. "I hope everything goes well." Listening to the murmur of the director of the public security office beside him, Zhengbo's eyes flashed. He still didn't understand why the adult did this, and he didn't notify him in advance. At the headquarters, Russell appeared from the shadows in the president's office. Sima Y was startled at first, then he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Why did President Luo come back? Does it mean that the demons on the coast have been dealt with? Russell shook his head and said without further ado, "The people of the Qi Ling Society fought with a group of demons, and also revealed the information that there are emerald-level demons. Qi Ling Society." Hearing this, Sima Y was startled at first, and it seemed that he couldn't connect the object mentioned by Russell with the things he described. But then he caught the key words in the words of the young man in front of him, emerald level. The president of the Cardmaster Association, who had been missing since Russell came to Donglei, couldn't help but stand up. Has he taken action? Sima was a little panicked at the moment. If the emerald level really appeared, Donglei would definitely be greatly damaged. All the gold level card makers in the city might not be able to defeat the other party together. Even if they succeeded in defeating the other party, it would be a question of how many people would be alive in the end. Thinking that his peaceful life was about to be broken, his face couldn't help but become gloomy. Have emergency evacuation arrangements been made? Russell shook his head. Now they have only confirmed the existence of the emerald level demon, but they did not detect the other party's breath when they checked the situation before, let alone the other party attacking Donglei. It's just that the Qi Ling Society said that there is an emerald level existence, and Director Lu and I did not sense the corresponding breath. Hearing this, Sima was stunned at first, and then asked with an inexplicable look, haven't you ever thought that it might be the Qi Ling Society that is talking nonsense? Hearing the doubt in his tone, Russell immediately told him what happened on the coast not long ago, and repeated Zhengbo's inference by the way. At this time, Sima sat back. I know, I will report to the higher-ups later. President Luo, if you have nothing else to do, you can go back. Seeing his disapproving attitude, Russell couldn't help frowning, and his face immediately turned cold. President Sima, it's better to report now. To be honest, Russell has been unhappy with Sima for a long time. Since coming to Donglei, he has basically dealt with most of the messes. People who don't know him would think he is the president and Sima is the vice president. Sima should not be asked to do everything himself, at least he should share half of the work with him as the vice president, right? What about now? He handled the secret realm before, and he also handled the Gyai sect. Sima always used the excuse of staying at the headquarters to get away with it. This time it was even more excessive. Russell did not even ask him to go to the coast to guard together. After all, the city did need to be on guard against the Gyai sect. But Sima showed an attitude of delaying as long as possible when reporting such things to the Superior Association. Do you really think that Russell is a soft persimmon? At worst, he would drag Mo and Zhengbo to deal with Sima together. It is not realistic to drag him into the water. A card maker like Sima is unlikely to give up his bright future and get involved with the Qi Ling Society. Moreover, the noise of a fight between gold-level card makers cannot be hidden, and Russell did not even put the option of dragging Sima into the water into the options. In fact, this is also because Russell was angry. If Sima the president, was attacked by the Qi Ling Society, how could Russell, the vice president, not show up? But he did have a way to deal with it, that is, let Misaka Mikado and Azum play a fake match, and let Spider-Girl and Furlilian cooperate with Mo and others to attack. The probability of taking down Sima should be quite high. However, if Russell was just acting and paddling on the side, then Sima would be even less likely to join the Qi Ling Society. After all, as the president, he is a member of the Qi Ling Society, so should Russell, the vice president, also join? This is contrary to his original intention of hiding his identity in the Qi Ling Society. The more Russell thought about it, the more he felt that the plan was feasible. We still need to plan it well. Knowing that he couldn't rush into such things, he calmed down temporarily. However, once the killing intention came up, he felt that the world was wide. It seemed that because of this reason, Russell felt that his thoughts were much clearer at this time. And he didn't just want to kill Sima because of his inaction. Russell still remembered the matter of Ziziang, the old woman. Not knowing what Luosu was thinking, Sima saw that he had no intention of leaving, and his eyes were somewhat gloomy. Is President Luo teaching me how to do things? Hearing this, Luosu just replied coldly, I just think the situation is urgent, and President Sima should report it as soon as possible. Or President Sima wants me to contact the teacher. Luosu said this just to make a big fuss. He couldn't contact Bai Yuming at all now. But he was sure that the middle-aged man in front of him would not dare to gamble. Sima did seem to shrink a little after hearing Bai Yuming's name, but he still said with all his strength, reporting across levels is a taboo. President Luo should not make a mistake. Luosu seemed to be amused by Sima's words, and then he said seriously, I am just reporting to the teacher as a disciple. President Sima doesn't have to worry about me. As Luosu's voice fell, the president's office fell into silence. Finally, Sima lowered his head. He said with a fake smile, I will report it right away. I won't bother President Luo to disturb Master Bai. After that, he started to operate on the computer. The things that happened on the coast of Donglei had been sorted out when LV Yan came to report last time, but he just didn't report it. Now he just needs to add some words suspected of emerald level to the file. Suspected of emerald level. Sima Wire really didn't dare to report it despite Russell's threat to inform Bai Yuming, but he could do some tricks. Although it was a trick, the result was completely different. And he didn't write it randomly. After all, didn't the emerald level demon appear yet? In addition, it was the information informed by the Qi Ling Association. Even if Bai Yuming came, he couldn't find fault with him if he wrote suspected. It should be said that the file reported by the president of the Yichun Cardmaster Association was indeed responded to very quickly. The Kilu Cardmaster Association, to which the Donglei Cardmaster Association belongs, responded almost not long after. President Luo, do you want to see what it says? Sima Wai said to Russell with a half-smile after checking the reply file. Seeing Sima Wai's expression, Russell felt something was wrong and turned the computer screen to himself with a sullen face. The information in the file was very simple. At present, the Kilu Cardmaster Association was short of manpower and could not help the situation in Donglei. This was not because they were shirking responsibility. The reasons given in the file made Russell unable to find any fault. That is, in other cities in Kilu, especially in some cities near the north, the activities of the Gye sect were becoming more and more rampant, and the manpower was sent to assist the local Cardmaster Association to suppress the Gye sect. In addition, the secret realm appeared more and more frequently, and they really couldn't spare any hands. However, in order to help Donglei relieve some pressure, the Kilu Cardmaster Association still stated at the end of the file that it would send several gold-level card makers to assist. But that's all. After all, the so-called emerald-level demon is only suspected to appear, isn't it? Of course, Russell also saw Sima Wai's report file. How could the young man not see the word game he played in it? Good, very good. Russell turned the computer screen back expressionlessly. President Sima is indeed a pillar of the country, and I look at him with new eyes. The desire to kill is rising. At this moment, he inexplicably remembered a line in a certain game. Looking at Sima Wai, who looked confused and didn't seem to know what he was talking about, Russell glanced at him coldly, then turned and left the president's office. There is nothing to say now. When the matter on the coast is over, he is ready to kill this guy. Watching the young vice president disappear in the room, Sima Wai's face was gloomy. What is happening now is fatally beyond his control. No, it is better to say that since Zizang's death, the situation is like a wild horse that can't be pulled back. In the final analysis, he didn't expect that Russell, who looked young, would be so cruel and ruthless. The old woman said to kill and kill. Taking out his mobile phone, Sima Wai looked at the picture on the screen with a frown. The picture showed his chat record with someone. They said they would continue to send people to support us. Where are they? Back at the coast, Russell told Lu Yan and the others what happened in the president's office with a cold face. After listening to his story, Lu Yan couldn't help but flash a trace of disgust in his eyes. At the critical moment, the President Sima was still dragging his feet and playing the so-called political games. He was really blind to choose to cooperate with the other party before. Glancing at the young man beside him, Lu Yan thought to himself, it would be great if the president was Russell. At least the young man's performance after coming to Donglei was much more responsible than Sima Wai. Zhang Bo still had a sluggish face, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. We can't delay any longer. When the gold-level card makers sent by the higher-ups arrive, we will take the initiative to attack and try to clean up the group of demons in the distance first. Russell made a decision without thinking. Since we can't wait for strong support, it's better to cut off the wings of some demons first. Even if there really is an emerald-level demon, it would be better to face a lone emerald-level existence than a group of subordinates. At worst, I can let Cuttlefish take my skin and let Spider and Flareon attack together. Russell has prepared for the worst. He thinks that with all his cards played, and with so many gold-level card makers affiliated with the association, any emerald-level demon is not without the ability to fight. Although he has not seen what an emerald-level existence looks like so far. He has seen diamond-level and master-level. Zhang Bo and Lu Yan on the side naturally understand the interests involved. The three of them just stared at the steel fleet in the distance in silence. 2 days passed in a flash, and at this time, Russell and the other two were welcoming 2 gold-level card makers sent by the Kilu Card Maker Association headquarters. That's right, 2. According to the 2 card makers, This is the maximum support they can give. Some cities in the north are even in a much worse situation than Donglei. The two card makers were named Wanlin and Bianlan, a man and a woman. Speaking of which, Wanlin asked hesitantly after listening to Russell's description of the current situation in Donglei, "Where's your president?" "Isn't the president here?" Lu Yan subconsciously pointed to Russell beside him, but then realized who Wanlin was talking about. President Sima must guard the headquarters to prevent the Gye sect from causing trouble. After saying that, he curled his lips and stopped talking. Wanlin and Bianlan were stunned at first, and then looked at each other with unspeakable meaning in their eyes. Although they felt something was wrong, it seemed that President Sima's reason was reasonable. Russell shook his head slightly and took the initiative to skip the topic. "The situation is urgent. The coast is left to you two. The three of us will go and test it now. If the situation is not right, I hope you two can help." Wanlin and the other two who were ordered to come to support naturally knew Russell's identity, and knew that he had not been in the gold level for a long time, so they immediately asked tentatively, "How about? President Luo will take care of it here, and the two of us and the two directors will go to attack." Although the two people's tone was very cautious, Russell understood their thoughts in his heart. Zhang Bo and Lu Yan have been with Russell for so long, and they know his strength in their hearts. But Wanlin and Bianlan don't know. Now it has been less than 2 months since the national competition. In their eyes, Russell's ability to produce 2 gold-level cards is already a natural talent, and this is without considering the quality. After all, not everyone can be a plagiarist like Russell. A card, from the world background to the character setting, takes a long time to conceive. "No, thank you for your kindness." Russell simply rejected the kindness of the two. Hearing this, Wanlin and the others no longer insisted. They couldn't beat the strong, so at worst they could just take the initiative to attack and support them. Okay, be careful, all three of you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Emerald Level. Try your best but still can't win. The arrival of Russell and his two companions did not go unnoticed by the group of demons below. However, as the party that took the initiative to attack, they still took the initiative. The 88th Breaking Path, Flying Dragon Strike Thieves, Thunder Cannon. The blazing lightning mixed with orange-yellow beam streaked across the sky and instantly hit a steel giant ship. A violent explosion suddenly occurred, and in a moment it affected the ammunition room of the giant ship. Boom! The terrifying explosion bloomed a huge firework on the calm sea surface, and the sea of fire that swallowed up the fire snakes gradually spread to the entire giant ship. The sky-shaking screams continued to sound, and many low-level demons jumped into the sea like dumplings. They wanted to escape from the fiery hell that devoured life, looking for death. However, there were not only low-level demons present, and the angry roar of the Sword King Gassi sounded from the captain's room of the flagship. It was not that Misaka Mikado and Aizen did not want to attack the flagship directly, but such a simple attack would definitely be blocked by the opponent. In this case, it is better to pick the weak ones and reduce the number of the opponent first. After the success, Russell's two cards naturally wanted to repeat the same trick. However, the roaring sword light arrived in an instant. The whistling sword wind blew the hair of the 3 gold-level card makers in the air. The 81st Binding Path, cutting the sky. The transparent barrier instantly stood in front of the 3 people. Crack, crack. The fine breaking sound sounded, and in just a breath, the sword light and the transparent barrier dissipated into the air at the same time. At this time, Jiazai was standing in the air not far from Russell and the other two with a gloomy face, and next to him was the feminine Tang Si. Very good. Jiazai's voice was like the ice in Antarctica that had not melted for thousands of years, which hurt people. I didn't go to find you, but you came to my door instead. Do you want to die so much? However, Russell did not respond to him, but turned his head to look at Aizen beside him. The brown-haired man had a cold face and slowly drew out the long sword hanging on his waist. Break it, Mirror Flower and Water Moon. The magnetic voice without any emotion was like a whisper from hell, surrounding the ears of Jiazai and the others. Then, a sound like breaking glass suddenly sounded. Seeing this, Jiazai frowned slightly and tightened his sword. Nothing happened. A petty trick. The sword-wielding young man muttered so in his mouth and slashed out a sword light. The dazzling sword light instantly swept across Russell's body, but it just made him dissipate in the air like bubbles. Seeing this scene, Jiazai frowned. Illusion. At this time, Russell and the other two had already left the battle site. Russell looked at the two cards that had already fought with Jiazai with a calm face, and casually ordered the two middle-aged men around him, "You go and clean up the group of demons below first, I will hold them here." Zhang Bo and Liu Yan had already seen the horror of Aizen's mirror flower and water moon before, so they would definitely not object. The two immediately summoned their own cards and attacked the giant fleet below. Seeing that the battle was going as he expected, Russell couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wait until they deal with the group of demons below, and then work together to deal with this duel, and today's goal will be achieved. He didn't expect to be able to take down Gassi with Misaka Mikado and Aizen. After all, when they fought with Lanide before, these two cards were only slightly better. And the Gassi in front of him was obviously a level stronger than Lanide, both in strength and combat awareness. As the level increased, Russell had already felt that the combat effectiveness of the demons was gradually improving, and the gap between them and the card makers was narrowing. For example, when he was at a low level, he could fight demons of the same level that were several times his own. However, despite this, the card makers still have an advantage that cannot be ignored in group battles, especially in suppressing operations. Just like now, Russell almost pinned down an entire fleet of demons with only two cards. If it was Gassi on the opposite side, he would definitely not be able to do this. In fact, it's not that Russell can't beat Gassi, but mainly because the two cards of the identity of the spirit beggars can't be exposed. It would be great if Spider-Girl and Filion could join the battle. If Spider-Girl and the white-haired old woman could help, it would be more than enough to defeat one Garcia. With a slight sigh, Russell multitasked and turned his attention back to the field. Sure enough, there are still gold-level monsters hiding. Looking at Zhang Bo and Liu Yan who were already in a tough battle below, Russell frowned slightly. Although he had previously deduced from the information identified by Spider-Girl that there were more than two monsters in the fleet fighting with his card, when the information was completely exposed in front of him, Russell still couldn't help but have a headache. First mate, chief engineer, second engineer. If the positions on the ship of Garcia's group of pirate monsters were really divided according to the strict seaman system, then the three people Russell mentioned would at least not be weaker than Downs. Russell carefully felt a breath of the gold-level demons below, and after a moment he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not out of control. In his perception, the strength of several gold-level demons is not exaggerated, and Zhang Bo and Liu Yan should be able to deal with it with some time. The premise is that there is still time. On the coast, Wan Lin and Bian Lan looked at the battle in the distance and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. It's not that the war is not going well, it's too smooth. Everything that has happened since the beginning of the war is basically under the control of Vice President Luo. And the previous speculation was completely wrong. At present, the strength shown by Russell can be said to have surpassed most of the mixed gold level. At least he can be regarded as the mainstay of the gold level. No wonder we don't have to replace Alan. Wan Lin swallowed his saliva and sighed to Bian Lan beside him from the bottom of his heart. The two of them have been partners for many years and have long been old acquaintances. Bian Lan nodded in agreement, and then asked with some doubt, do those two demons really not care about Director Zhang and Director Lu? In their eyes, Jiazai and Tang Si were turning a blind eye to the battle under their feet, as if nothing had happened. Wan Lin hesitated for a moment before speaking uncertainly. It should be the ability of President Luo's card, right? Illusion. Bian Lan was also a little hesitant. Although she also thought it was an illusion, she couldn't confirm what the ability was because the distance was too far. It can make that kind of demon run around. Her eyes twitched, and she was secretly glad that Russell was not an illegal card maker. Otherwise, although this ability seems to have no lethality, if you want to, the damage it can cause may sometimes be more exaggerated than the emerald level. Just like the traveling disaster invasion in the original Bleach, did Aizen release any super large-scale ghost arts? No. He only used the mirror flower and water moon to make the entire Soul Society in chaos. It looks like we're not here. Just as Wan Lin was about to sigh that it didn't matter whether they came or not, a strong aura like a deep abyss in a prison suddenly descended on the sea area. The two of them suddenly widened their eyes and said in disbelief, "What is this? Emerald grade." It's actually true. However, Wan Lin, who had seen a lot of storms, still forced himself to calm down and made arrangements in an instant. He hurriedly said to Bian Lan, Alan, you quickly go back to the headquarters to inform President Sima to evacuate the civilians in Donglei, and I will go to meet President Luo and the others. Bayan Lan's heart sank when she heard this. The two tasks were undoubtedly the most dangerous, and there was a high probability that she might lose her life. But as a card maker of the association, she had long been accustomed to separation and death, and Wan Lin was not her first partner. Bayan Lan suppressed her inner sadness and did not nag like Oga. Okay, be careful. After she finished speaking, she disappeared on the coast. Seeing that he was the only one left, Wan Lin took a deep breath and gave a loud order, everyone, be alert. But after feeling that all the card makers below the silver level had fainted, he still felt a chill in his heart. The situation was worse than he thought. The momentum of the Emerald Demon when he appeared was definitely more than just momentum. Fortunately, even if the card maker fainted, the summoned cards could move freely before their mental power was exhausted. The situation was not yet irreversible. Just when Wan Lin was about to go to meet Russell and the other two, the breath of the Emerald Demon suddenly disappeared. He couldn't help but be a little surprised, leaving. But when he rushed to the place where the breath first descended, he found that the only 3 gold-level card makers present were Zhengbo and Lu Yan, who were in a coma. As for Russell, he was nowhere to be found. Time went back to a few minutes ago. Russell was silently watching the battle between his 2 cards and Jiazai Tangxi. At this time, the huge spiritual pressure was unscrupulously announcing its existence. If Kashi and Tangxi were not affected, then the low-level demons below were really suffering. Aizen was rated as one of the 5 special combat powers by Yuha because of his spiritual pressure. His spiritual pressure is a large-scale lethal weapon for low-level beings. Unfortunately, under the blindness of the Mirror Flower and Water Moon, Kashi and Tangxi did not notice what was happening under their feet. The huge black sand giant fired a super electromagnetic cannon that penetrated the sky and the earth from his right hand. That's all. Kashi got ready with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Can you do it? The terrifying slash instantly cut everything in front of him. Even the energized orange-yellow beam could not escape the fate of being split in 2. A huge gully was cut out of the undulating sea, as if the scene of Moses splitting the sea in the myth actually appeared in the world. Of course, Kashi is not Moses, and he does not have the ability of that messenger of God. The separated sea surface was filled by the surging sea water in just a breath. And Misaka Mikado's attack was just to delay time for Aizen. Hado number 99, 5 Dragons Transmigration. The highest level of Hado, released through the complete chanting, showed its power as soon as it appeared. The purple energy dragon was like the Dragon King who dominated the sea, tearing the sea surface and roaring at Kashi. Seeing this, the pupils of the demon standing at the top of the gold level shrank. You still have such a method. Taking a deep breath, he roared, 10,000 worlds. Nothing is uncut. The terrifying slash that far exceeded the previous one suddenly collided with a purple dragon. The terrifying energy fluctuations rippled outward on the sea surface. Russell, who was not far away, just looked at the devastating scene in front of him with a calm face. He was thinking about what card he would make with the materials dropped by Kashi if he successfully killed him. Pirate Swordsman. If we only look at Kashi's performance, he is actually a bit like Hawkeye in One Piece, both of whom are the kind of characters who use normal attacks as ultimate moves. But Hawkeye is much stronger than Kashi. According to Russell's speculation, the world's #1 swordsman during the Shichibukai period must have been at least Emerald rank, not to mention the period when he formed the 4 Emperors pirate group with Senryu Duhui, Baki, and Sand Crocodile. Of course, this is just his calculation based on his appearance. He didn't know whether he had any hidden strength because Mr. Oda hadn't finished drawing it before he traveled through time. That's Zoro. Russell had already created this green algae-headed youth when he was at bronze rank, but because he had used it under the identity of the Spirit Calling Society, Zoro had no chance to appear later. It just so happened that this time he was going to use the Spirit Calling Society's vest to kill Simo Y, and he could also provide a safety net by promoting Zoro to gold rank. Just as he was thinking, the 2 attacks in the field had reached their limits. The purple energy dragon entangled with the dazzling sword light, and in a breath, a terrifying energy black hole that swallowed everything around it was formed. Several giant ships below left this world silently along with the sea water. After a moment, the energy black hole quietly disappeared on the spot. Gasei took a breath, but the next moment he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Come again. Russell frowned slightly when he saw this. It was indeed a bit difficult to rely on Aizen and Misaka Mikoto alone. However, just when the brown-haired girl and the brown-haired man were about to repeat the previous process, an extremely powerful aura suddenly descended on the scene. Russell's face turned pale. The sudden impact made him dazed. Fortunately, after a few breaths, his extraordinary mental strength allowed him to stabilize his mind. But now he didn't have the mind to care about so much. Russell murmured with an ugly face, "Emerald level, the worst situation has occurred." At this time, a playful voice spread throughout the venue, "Gaxi, you actually let this little trick fool you." As soon as the voice fell, a strong man with a naked upper body appeared next to Gaxi. As soon as the aura appeared, Gaxi had already sheathed his sword. "What do you mean, Will?" Will smiled and said, "You should see for yourself." The next moment, Gaxi was struck by lightning, looking at the fleet that had lost most of its troops under his feet in a daze. Then, as if he realized something, he looked at Aizen in anger. "It's you." As he said that, Gaxi wanted to draw out the long sword that had been sheathed. However, the action was stopped by the strong man beside him. Will looked at Russell in the distance with interest. "Interesting, you can actually withstand my pressure. How about it? Are you interested in coming to my ship as the first mate? I can spare your life." Hearing this, Russell was silent. However, he was not thinking about whether to accept the other party's proposal, but checking the latest card generated in his mind. Aizen's special black cloak, disposable, rank, gold quality? Category, item features, complete concealment. When the holder puts on this black cloak, he will completely hide his breath, and the existence of emerald level and below cannot find the holder's trace. Aizen's, "I am an inventor," took effect. Russell glanced at Lu Yen and Zhangbo, who were already in a coma below. The two of them had fainted the moment Will appeared. But fortunately, Prime Minister Turtle and Flying Zombie are still there, and the two are not in danger of life for the time being. Of course, it is only temporary. Because now the attention of the demons present is on the human youth in the air. Seeing that his invitation has not been responded to for a long time, Will has shown a little impatience. "So, do you want to escape?" Russell thought so. Chapter 231, The Watcher of the Superior. Don't. Just when Will wanted to say something, Russell suddenly fell into the shadow under his feet, and the ghost soldier took him and appeared several kilometers away in an instant. Will turned his head to look at Russell, who had become a small white dot in the distance, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished." The next moment, he chased after Russell. At this time, Russell looked at the coastline, which was basically no longer visible, and summoned Fulilian without hesitation. Compared with a ghost soldier moving through the Shadow Kingdom, space magic is obviously more convenient and faster. Although Russell was basically sure that even if he summoned Spider-Girl, basically no one would discover his hidden identity, he still chose to summon Fulilian for the sake of insurance. Anyway, Fulilian had already learned space magic during the previous experiment, and even if she was really discovered, she could shirk it by saying that it was a new card she made. Invisible waves flashed, and Russell disappeared on the spot. "Want to escape?" Will curled his lips disdainfully when he noticed the disappearance of his breath. "Let me see what you little ant wants to play." After saying that, he disappeared immediately. And Gacy looked at the sudden change, hesitated for a moment, and ordered Tang Si beside him, "Gather the remaining soldiers here and wait for Will and I to come back." After saying that, he took out an instrument and chased the location displayed on it. Somewhere on the sea far away from Donglei. The fishy and salty sea breeze blew on Russell's face. "Are you still chasing?" The young man felt a powerful breath behind him, and couldn't help frowning. Although this was part of his plan, the oppression brought by the emerald-level demon was indeed a bit too strong. As for why he didn't use the black cloak. Fifth brother, there is an emerald-level demon chasing me. Are you convenient to take action? 5. Location. 6. I will notify you when I get to the sea area over Shanghai. 5. Okay. The moment the emerald-level demon named Will appeared, Russell had already thought of a countermeasure. If you can't beat him, won't you call for help? If he uses the black cloak, what if Will finds that he has lost his trace and runs back to Donglei to vent his anger? This is good for now, not too far away from the opponent. Of course, the premise of calling someone is that he can hold on until the person arrives. As for why he called Gu Wu from the Qi Ling Society, It is naturally because if he escapes from the sea, the Qi Ling Society is the closest among the few people that Russell can call. If it were Gu Gu Lao Tao who arrived, it would probably be too late. It's not that Russell can't flee to the city and use civilians and low-level card makers to block the guns. But in the end he gave up this choice. He couldn't do such a thing. What's more, Donglei is not close to Shanghai, but it's not far either. After all, the space ability is really tricky enough. If there is no targeted means, it will be like Will, who is chasing Russell now, with a strong strength but unable to display it. It should be here soon. Russell silently estimated the distance. However, at this moment, a cruel voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "You ran fast enough, little ant." At the same time, two voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. The 81st binding method, breaking the sky. Defense magic. Unfortunately, bang 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 bang. Like a fragile piece of tofu, the layers of defense collapsed at the touch of a button. Bang! A huge force suddenly came, and Russell was smashed away, causing a huge splash on the sea. The surging waves overflowed in all directions, and the originally calm sea surface was instantly turned upside down. The hit was a hit, but Will's face showed a surprised look. Huh? Not dead. Looking at the two people, an elf and a spider, who were facing a formidable enemy on the sea not far away, Will raised his eyebrows. Interesting. I'll give you another chance. If you agree to be my first mate now, I can spare you. At this time, Russell stood on the seabed and sent his coordinates to Gu through the submachine. As a card, the submachine is naturally waterproof. That's right, although Will's previous attack successfully hid him under the double defense of Aizen and Furlilian, it didn't cause much damage. He also successfully distanced himself from the opponent. But even so, Russell still didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, he knew that this was not the opponent's full strength. To be honest, it was a bit unexpected that Will could catch up with him suddenly. But fortunately, this place should not be too far from Shanghai. Thinking of this, Russell put on the black cloak, produced by Aizen's characteristics. His breath instantly disappeared from Will's perception. It seems that you rejected my invitation. Will closed his eyes slightly and sighed as if it was a pity. Then you go to hell. But at this time, Russell had come to the limit distance where he could maintain the card. He still needed Aizen and others to hold Will until Gu arrived. Otherwise, everything he had done before would be in vain. But just in case, Russell still unsummoned Furlilian, ready to run away at any time if the situation was not right. After all, he felt that he had done his best to achieve this. He was already risking his life to trick Will away before. Otherwise, he could have put on the black cloak and ran away at the beginning. And with the time he delayed for so long, Donglei should be able to reduce a lot of losses. At this moment, a figure rushed from a distance. But it was not Gu. It was Jiazai who was chasing Will's breath all the way. Jiazai came to Will and looked at the spider girl beside Aizen and Misaka Mikado, and couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this the card from that day? Strange, why is it here? Will glanced at the sword-wielding young man and asked casually, "What's the situation?" Hearing Will's question, Jiazai immediately told them about the incident when Cuttlefish brought the spider girl to attack them a few days ago. After listening to Jiazai's story, Will showed a strange smile on his face. "I didn't expect that you have a dual identity. You are obviously not clean either, and you don't want to be my first mate." At this time, Jiazai also reacted to what was going on. Obviously, the white spider was also the card of the young man. What happened a few days ago was nothing more than a double act by the other party. I was really fooled around. Gassi drew out the long sword from his waist with an angry look on his face, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. If the two people and the spider on the opposite side had besieged him not long ago, I'm afraid he wouldn't have survived until Will arrived. As the bright sword light crossed the sky, the strong man with a naked upper body finally decided to end this boring farce. Kill first with a flash, he was already next to Aizen. The roaring fist wind instantly tore the body of the brown-haired man, leaving a long white mark on the sea. However, although it seemed that Aizen was successfully killed, Will's expression was still a little confused. When he didn't feel like he had hit a solid object just now. There is no doubt that he, like Gassi before, was also trapped in the illusion of flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. Forget it. In the case Will floated into the sky, his eyes slightly lowered, and casually smashed the abyss magic and lightning that attacked him. Seeing this, Gassy was startled, as if he had thought of what Will was going to do, and hid behind him in an instant. The next moment, Guanshin. The terrifying fist wind blasted from the sky to the sea surface, as if it was hit by a space-based weapon that fell from outside the planet. The seawater under Will's feet instantly formed a huge hole. No. Not only the seawater. Even the seabed buried deep under the seawater was shattered into powder by this blow. Looking at the huge hole caused by the displacement of the seawater, Russell's heart sank. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and far enough away from Will, otherwise he would have died in this blow. However, even so, the scattered fist wind still made his cheek hurt. If it were an ordinary person, he would not even be able to survive this aftermath. This is the emerald level. Russell felt Aizen and Misaka Mikado, who had already entered the cooling state, and couldn't help but tighten the black cloak on his body. Tisk, if it was an item card like Broken Jade that was generated, it would be great. That way, the Blue Priest could evolve directly, and even the first fusion state of the Broken Jade Awakening stage would be enough to kill Will. At the battle site at this time, Will couldn't help but frown slightly. In his perception, there were still living creatures. Wow, I almost died. I really had no power to fight back. A miserable hissing sound rang out. Will looked closely and found that the white spider was not dead. However, the spider girl was now in tatters, and several pairs of limbs were missing. Little spider, I have become a disabled spider. With a cry of grief, the spider girl rolled on the seabed. Dominator, endurance, the holder's defense is greatly increased, and when facing an instant death attack, as long as the spider girl's magic power is not 0, it will not die. Thanks to this skill, the little spider did not die on the spot. Although it has no fighting power at the moment. Boring struggle. Will curled his lips and prepared to give the white spider, who was screaming something, a final blow. Seeing this, Russell couldn't help but want to get rid of the spider child and let Lillian take him away. Goo-woo from the ditch, he has been delayed for so long and hasn't come yet. It can only be said that the Qi Ling Society is really unreliable. Is he trying to kill someone with a boro knife? However, when Will raised his hand, he couldn't help but pause his action. He felt a foreign object in his right hand. Ding-ling-ling-ling. A somewhat harsh phone ring suddenly rang. Even though Russell was so far away from Will, he could hear it clearly. What's going on? The sudden change interrupted Russell's action. Will spread out his right hand. In his hand, a smartphone was constantly vibrating and ringing, and the following words were displayed on the screen. Caller? Comma, dot. Boring tricks. The strong man instantly closed his 5 fingers, trying to crush the unknown object. But unfortunately, no matter how much force he used, the smartphone was not affected at all, and it continued to ring on its own, as if it would continue to ring unless he answered it. Tisk. Seeing that he couldn't crush the phone, Will prepared to throw it away. But as soon as he made the throwing motion, an inexplicable sense of danger pricked his nerves. If he threw it away, he would die. Will's intuition told him so. And Gacy beside him was even more unbearable. He froze in place as soon as the phone appeared. The young man with the sword felt an indescribable great terror silently watching the two of them. Just as Russell frowned and watched the development of the field, a sudden breath made him pull the corner of his mouth. It was Goo-woo. Russell did not let him directly face the two demons in the distance, but appeared to block them. Fifth brother. Goo-woo was startled when he saw Russell, who was wearing a black cloak and intact. Zio Liu, what's the situation? As he said, he raised his chin and gestured to Will and the other person in the distance. Hearing this, Russell shook his head. I don't know. But in fact, he already had some guesses in his heart. At this time, Will had already answered the phone with a gloomy face. After a long time, a faint voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, can you please show some mercy and let my kid go this time? Will ignored the other party's request, but asked in a deep voice, who are you? Well, it's not convenient to tell my identity. Anyway, please let him go, okay? Will glanced at Russell, who appeared again in the distance, and Goo-woo beside him calmly. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail also wants to order me. He felt an extremely strong threat from the newly appeared Goo-woo, so it's his trick. Will suspected that what was happening now was done by the man in the black suit. Thinking of this, he was about to hang up the phone. But at this time, the last voice came from the other end of the phone. It's a pity. After all, I put a lot of effort into it. As the words fell, the phone in Will's hand suddenly disappeared, Tsuki turned around and looked at Jiazai, ready to let him retreat first. However, what came into view was only the other party's upper body. Save me. Jiazai looked at Will with horror. He couldn't understand what happened. Just after the phone disappeared, his lower body disappeared into the air like graffiti erased by an eraser. Now, his upper body is the same. Save me. Will. In the end, Jiazai, who was left with only a head, stared at Will with wide eyes, as if he saw something unbelievable. Will was stunned and just looked at Jiazai, who had disappeared. He didn't even know who had done it. Turning his head quickly, he looked at Gu Wu in the distance with fear. Is it you? But at this time, Russell and the other two were looking at him with strange faces. Seeing the expressions of the two, Will lowered his head in confusion. His lower body was gone. Just like Garcia. Impossible. He raised his head in fear, and immediately wanted to attack Russell and the others. But where's my hand? Will stared blankly at the air in front of him. His right hand had disappeared without a trace. No. The scream stopped abruptly. Will followed Garcia's footsteps. Russell, who was far away, was in a complicated mood. He probably knew what caused the current situation. The characteristics of Spider-Girl. The watch of the superior, in order to prevent his colleagues from discovering that he was slacking off, a certain evil god, D, who skipped work, injected his memories of playing house into a small spider monster. From then on, D would always pay attention to the growth of this spider monster. As compensation, Spider-Girl would get D's help in certain special circumstances. Although he guessed the cause of all this, Russell still had many doubts in his heart. However, Gu Wu beside him interrupted his thoughts. Did you do this? At this time, the man in the black suit had a complicated expression and lost his usual expression management. Chapter 232. What a joke. Hearing Gu Wu's doubts, Luo Su nodded hesitantly. Because he did have a lot of doubts in his heart now. However, after seeing the young man in front of him admit that everything in front of him was done by him, Gu Wu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. The man in the black suit was in a very complicated mood at this time. Because when the two demons were erased just now, he felt an incomparable pressure. The sense of threat brought to him by the eraser was even greater than that of his own President Jinping. Well done, Xiao Liu. After a long time, he uttered a few words in a dry tone. It's not surprising that Gu Wu has this attitude. You know, when I first met Luo Su, the other party was just a bronze-level trash. The last time they met, he had just entered the gold level. But now it's less than 2 months since the last meeting, and the young man has already threatened himself. No, it can't be said to be a threat. It should be said that he has no power to resist. After all, judging from the scene that just happened, Gu Wu thought to himself that if that method was used on him, he could only wait for death quietly. Although it makes people desperate, this is the fact. As if he had seen through Gu Wu's thoughts, Russell just casually said, "It's hard to copy, Brother Wu." It wasn't that he wanted to reveal this information. He was afraid that if Gu Wu thought he could use this method at will, what would he do if he assigned him a high-risk mission? Family knows family, and Russell didn't dare to gamble his life whether the superior's attention characteristic would be triggered again if he really met a high-level demon. Just in case, it's better to treat it as a one-time ability. After hearing Russell's explanation, Gu Wu suddenly realized and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, if you want to use such a killer move, I'm afraid the price you pay will not be small. He was really scared just now and lost his composure for a while. Thinking of this, the man in the black suit pretended to be nonchalant and adjusted his cuffs, and recontrolled his expression. Since you solved it yourself, I'll go back first. It will be troublesome if someone sees it. Hearing this, Russell nodded silently. At this time, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind and didn't have time to pay attention to Gu Wu. He watched the other party leave and fell into thought. From everything that happened just now, Russell was sure that this was caused by Spider-Man's characteristics. After all, the scene just now was very similar to the appearance of the evil god, D, in the original book. It's just that the evil god, D, did not show the ability to erase living things. It can't be the evil god, D, right? Russell hesitated. After all, cross-universe law enforcement was still a bit too outrageous. But he couldn't think of a possible candidate for a while. After all, the only person he knew on Blue Star who could be said to be the ceiling was Yi Zhou. Even his teacher Bai Yuming was not considered. And Yi Zhou's title was Eternal Light. If a sun just appeared and burnt Will and the others to death, Russell might have guessed that it was the hall-level card maker. But it was obviously not. If it wasn't Yi Zhou, then the other hall-level card makers would be even more impossible. After all, Russell didn't know them. If you think this way, you can basically rule out a certain card maker on the other end of the phone. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out, so he could only suppress his doubts in his heart. However, just as he was about to leave and return to Donglei, two strange auras emerged from the place where Will and Gashi disappeared before. Material. Arriving at the place where the two demons were wiped out, Russell looked at the two card-like things floating in the air and seemed a little surprised. He took the two materials into his palms and muttered to himself, how could the materials be dropped? According to Russell's previous experience, it should be impossible to collect materials from demons whose bodies are not left. He has given up the idea of making a fortune. But who would have thought that Will and his friends actually dropped materials? Gold level, pirate swordsman, red. The materials dropped by Gashi's sword-wielding young man are exactly the same as those identified by Spider-Girl. However, Will's materials are gold level, kingly power, red. How can it be gold level materials? Russell looked at the materials in his hand that should belong to Will in a daze. Will is definitely emerald level without a doubt, and normally the materials that are dropped must also be emerald level. But the one he had on hand was gold grade. It was only red quality. Russell suspected that a middleman had taken kickbacks. But he had no evidence. But can this material be used by Luffy? With the self-consolation that it was better to have something than nothing, Russell put away the two materials. It's time to go back. Russell let out a long breath, pinched his eyebrows tiredly, and asked the ghost soldier to take him back to Donglei. Now that Will and Gashi were dead, Donglei was basically out of danger, so he didn't have to rush back. And although Spider-Girl and Freelan were still alive, it would be difficult if he ran into the Donglei Association card maker who came out to look for him on the way back. Donglei, on the coast. Looking at the remaining steel giant ships that fell into silence in the distance, Wan Lin's face was serious. What's the situation in the city? He was silent for a moment, and then whispered to Bayan Lan beside him. Bayan Lan also looked solemn. President Sima is already organizing the evacuation. But did President Luo really disappear with that emerald-level demon? Hearing this, Wan Lin nodded with difficulty. He witnessed all this with his own eyes, so it must be true. Although he didn't understand what happened. I'm afraid. Bayan Lan was in a complicated mood, because she went back to the city to inform Sima why that the emerald-level demon had appeared, so she didn't know the situation at the scene. She only knew that when she came back, Wan Lin said that the young Vice President Luo and the two demons disappeared at the battle site. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. President Luo is in danger. Although he didn't want to admit this fact, this was the most common-sense inference at the moment. President Luo should have used himself as bait to lure the two high-risk demons away. This bought Donglei precious time. In theory, this was indeed the best choice in the previous situation. If it were normal times, the two of them would only maintain the highest respect for this. But the bad thing is that Russell is also Bai Yuming's disciple. Although Wan Lin and his friends, as card makers of the association who have worked in the coastal areas for many years, have long understood the character of Bai Yuming, a master card maker, and will never take their anger out on them because of this. But it is better to be safe than sorry. If they are really taken out on, then demotion is the lightest punishment. This is difficult. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of bitterness in each other's eyes. At this moment, two low murmurs came from behind them. The two turned around quickly and saw Zhengbo and Lu Yan, who had been shocked and fell into coma due to the arrival of the emerald-level demon, had opened their eyes. Because Wan Lin provided timely support, and Will and Jiazai were led away by Russell, the two of them did not suffer any harm. Under the integration of Downs, the remaining demons did not attack the coast again. It's not that they didn't want to, but the main reason was that without Jiazai and Will, the remaining rotten fish and shrimps were completely sent to the table. What happened? The square-faced middle-aged man covered his head with a headache, his face full of confusion. The incident happened suddenly, and he and Zhengbo didn't react before because they fainted because they were in the center of Will's momentum. Zhengbo on the side still had that dead face, but from the frown on his face, he was not feeling well. Seeing this, Wan Lin and the others surrounded him with concern. Two directors, are you okay? Lu Yan covered his face with one hand, and struggled to get up with the help of Bayan Lan. What happened? Hearing this question, Wan Lin and the others quickly recounted what happened with heavy faces. Lu Yan's face was constantly switching between astonishment, fear, and anger. If there was a Sichuan opera face-changing master present, he would probably ask him for advice. Finally, he was silent for a moment, and then whispered, "So Vice President Luo led the emerald-level demon away, right?" Lu Yan did not expect to get an answer. When he asked this question, the answer was already in his mind. He couldn't imagine how the gold level could survive the emerald level. Even though Vice President Luo was gifted, the gap in strength was still difficult to bridge. It was better to say that he was able to successfully lead away an emerald level and a gold level at the same time, which was beyond his imagination. Zhengbo, who was standing aside, was not surprised that there would be an emerald level demon. After all, this news was first known by their Qi Ling Association. What he didn't expect was that the timing of the appearance of the emerald level demon was so unfortunate. Fortunately, that person was willing to sacrifice himself, otherwise it would be. But I think the adults should be happy. At this time, the middle-aged man with a paralyzed face had more than the remaining fear in his heart, and more of an inexplicable joy. Just when the four people were thinking differently, a voice sounded beside them. "What are you four talking about?" They turned around and saw that it was Sima Y. The president of the East Lake Master Association finally arrived late. After all, an emerald-level demon appeared, and his excuse was no longer useful. Don't worry about whether it is Gye sect or not. If an emerald-level demon really enters the city, it will be no different from a wolf entering a sheepfold. By then, Donglei will probably become a stronghold of demons. Although if there are only emerald-level demons, they will be wiped out by the association soon. After meeting Sima Y, Wan Lin recounted what happened before. Who would have thought that after hearing what happened, Sima Y looked a little strange. I don't know if it was Wan Lin and Bian Lan's illusion. They always felt that President Sima seemed to be gloating. But when they looked closely, they only saw a compassionate expression. Alice, God is jealous of talents. Donglei will remember President Luo's contribution. Seeing this, Zhengbo pulled the corner of his mouth, but didn't say much. Lu Yan's face showed a trace of anger, and finally he just pursed his lips and swallowed the words in his throat. In order to suppress the corners of his mouth that were harder to suppress than AK, Sima Y casually mentioned another thing. I have reported the matter of the emerald-level demon. There should be an emerald-level card creator coming to support soon. Don't worry. Hearing this, Wan Lin and Bian Lan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the emerald-level card creator arrives, the crisis in Donglei will be resolved. Just as they fell into silence, a familiar voice came from beside them. I'm glad to see that you are not injured. The sudden voice caused several people to turn their heads to look. What came into view was Russell, who they were just discussing. Several people widened their eyes. The scene in front of them was no different from seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The young man who had been sentenced to death in their hearts was actually standing here. And except for looking a little embarrassed, he was not even injured. You are not dead. A somewhat stunned voice sounded in an instant. It was Sima Y. As if realizing his slip of the tongue, the president of the Donglei Association quickly said, "It's great that President Luo is not dead. You are worthy of being the pillar of the Ming dynasty." Russell glanced at Sima Y, who was pretending to be righteous, and couldn't help but sneer. Oh, President Sima is here too. Russell can't be blamed. Anyone in his position would probably feel a little resentful, right? If it weren't for Sima Y's tricks, Russell wouldn't have to risk his life today. Although he thinks he is still a good person is not the same as a saint. Besides, should a good person be pointed at by a gun? Silently raising the priority of killing the guy in front of him, Russell ignored him. Sima Y was embarrassed by Russell's weirdness, but he finally said with a thick face, "Look at what President Luo said. As the president of the association, how can I retreat at this time?" Hearing this, the other three gold-level card makers belonging to the Donglei Card Maker Association curled their lips. Wan Lin and Bian Lan felt that the atmosphere between the four of them was a bit strange, but as outsiders who didn't understand the contradictions, they were not interested in exploring these things. They just asked Russell the biggest doubt in their hearts, "President Luo, where's the emerald-level demon?" "Dead." Russell said these two words lightly. "Dead?" These two short words exploded in the hearts of the others like a bomb. They repeated these two words in their hearts in a daze. The huge shock made them a little confused for a while. After a long time, Sima Y was the first to come back to his senses. He laughed dryly a few times. President Luo, are you joking? Haha. His voice also brought the people around him back to reality. Compared to Sima Y's distrust, Lu Yan and the others were just shocked. After all, in their opinion, Russell had no reason or need to lie about such a thing. Who would do something that had no benefit at all? Although they believed that the emerald-level demon was dead, they still didn't think it was Russell who did it. So Lu Yan asked hesitantly, did Lord Hu do it? He thought about it and realized that Russell had sent a message to his senior sister, the diamond-level card creator Hu Tao, before the battle. Later, he happened to meet and easily solve the demon. Although Russell did call for help and waited for the person he called to arrive, he couldn't say that the person who came was from the Qi Ling Society. Therefore, he could only deny that he called for help and push the matter to whether his card had a killer move that was exposed. After all, no one could verify such a thing, and Spider-Man was indeed his card. No, I killed him. Looking at the calm young man in front of him, the remaining few people fell into a daze. Chapter 233 Succubus Russell. As soon as Russell's words came out, the scene suddenly fell into silence. After all, if what he said was true, it would be too bizarre. Wan Lin and Bian Lan looked at each other with doubts about life. You know, they have been working as firefighters and killer for so many years, but this is the first time they have encountered such a situation. Not long ago, the two had already determined that Russell would definitely not survive, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face in a few minutes. But they are not like Sima Y, who was more happy than shocked. After all, it is naturally best for a genius like Russell to survive, and the two don't have to worry about being angry with a master card maker afterwards. Zengbo, who was standing aside, felt like he was struck by lightning. He was just thinking that the adult would be happy if Russell died, but in the end, let alone died. The other party simply jumped directly to become the #1 enemy of the Qi Ling Society in Donglei. At least in his memory, President Sima Y would definitely not be able to do such a thing. The dead face really became a dead face. Zengbo could only look at the young man numbly, not knowing what to say. Unlike the above three people, LVN performed another Sichuan opera face changing. In just a few seconds, his expression changed continuously between astonishment, shock, and joy, and finally showed a look of being convinced. Sensing the strange atmosphere at the scene, Russell took the initiative to change the subject. But my cards are basically cooling down, and those monsters in the distance. I'm afraid I can't help. As he said, he looked at a broken fleet of huge ships that fell into silence in the distance. But the others were not prepared to skip this topic so easily, especially Sima Y. After all, he and Russell were the only ones present who had a grudge. If he didn't figure out what happened, he might not sleep well. Although even if he figured it out, he might not sleep well. Sima Y is now, as his name suggests, with an expression on his face as if a relative has passed away, and his heart is even more devastated. Wouldn't it be better to die honestly? In his opinion, Russell's death at the hands of the emerald-level monster is simply a happy ending for everyone, and he can perfectly clear himself of suspicion. But who would have thought that Russell actually killed the emerald-level monster directly? This time, the emerald-level demon was killed, but who will be killed next time is hard to say. After all, Sima Y, who put Russell in such a dangerous situation, still has some self-knowledge. After a moment of silence, his eyes rolled, and then he made an extremely outrageous request as if he had accidentally said, since President Luo said that he had solved the emerald-level demon, can you show us the card information you used? Of course, he also realized that his words were a bit too much, and he still made up for himself. Of course, I don't doubt you, President Luo, I'm just curious. Curiosity. But even so, the other people present still frowned slightly. After all, asking to see the specific card information of a card maker was too presumptuous. No, it can't be said to be presumptuous, it should be said to be ignorant. As important information related to life, how could the specific card information of the card maker be easily viewed by others? Although Lu Yan and others were also very curious, they didn't think of doing such an excessive thing. What's more, Russell didn't do anything wrong. Is it a crime to destroy the emerald-level demon? But before Russell could speak, LVN spoke first. Isn't it a bit rude for President Sima to ask this? President Luo is not an illegal card maker, and needs to cooperate with your investigation. Russell saw LVN's expression and movements, and a trace of doubt emerged in his heart. Why did LVN speak for me? If he remembered correctly, the other party should be in the same group with Sima Y, right? But looking at the other party's performance, it seemed to be sincere. Am I really a succubus? A fake succubus, wearing black stockings and big breasts, is exposed and pesters you every day, wanting to squeeze you dry. A real succubus, a vicissitudes of life middle-aged man in his 50s, holding your hand and asking you if you want to help the Han Dynasty together. Russell still remembers that when he was in Nanjing University, Liu Yu from the Battle Club was also like this, and inexplicably became his supporter. But then he thought of the information about LV Yen identified by Spider-Girl before, contradictory addict. Combined with the title, it seems not surprising that he has such performance. So, then I have already sidelined Sima Y. Putting aside Yu Hangru, the director of the Human Resources Management Department who has never been found, the two gold-level card makers at the headquarters of the Donglei Card Maker Association are already under his control. Russell suddenly realized that he seemed to be on the verge of becoming the actual controller of Donglei. Just as he was thinking about it, Sima Y's face had turned cold. He said stiffly, "Director Liu, what do you mean by investigation? I'm just curious. I think President Luo should satisfy my little curiosity, right?" In a few words, he sidelined Russell. But what Sima Y didn't know was that in Russell's eyes, he was basically equivalent to a dead person. Faced with his operation, Russell just said indifferently, "Then you are curious." After the voice fell, he ignored him. Sima Y froze. He didn't expect Russell to be unwilling to even say polite words and refused so straightforwardly. Just as he was about to continue to question Russell's trump card, a blazing lightning exploded beside several people. Then, an old man with a white beard and wearing a Taoist robe appeared on the coast. "Where is the emerald-level demon?" As soon as the old man appeared, he looked around and asked aggressively. However, after seeing the person coming, Russell was stunned and shouted in surprise, "Master Zhang." Hearing his voice, the old man cast his eyes over, "Xiao Luo. Are you okay?" The old man was Zhang Xianqi, a good friend of Russell's teacher by Yuming. Russell didn't expect that this person would come this time. If I remember correctly, the other party should have been diamond level, right? He shook his head and just asked, "Why are you here?" Logically speaking, the Kilu Card Master Association should be able to solve the matter in Donglei by sending an emerald-level card maker. There is no need to alarm the diamond-level Zhang Xianqi. Moreover, as a Xianqi, the old man should normally be active in the Zhejiang area, which is already considered to be a relatively close area to the south. How could he come to Kilu, which is close to the north? Zhang Xianqi smiled when he heard Luo Su's question and stroked his pale beard. "The situation in the north is not very good, so I am helping there. It happened that I was resting these few days, so after receiving the request for help from Donglei, I rushed over to see what was going on." These were all true. However, what Zhang Xianqi did not say was that Luo Su was the disciple that his old friend was most optimistic about. When he came to Donglei to take up his post, his old friend asked him to take care of him. The newly emerged secret realm on the southern coast really made Luo Su's teacher unable to spare any time. Therefore, Zhang Xianqi had already informed the Kilu Card Master Association and presented him with important information about Donglei. Speaking of which, didn't the news you sent say that an emerald-level demon appeared on the coast of Donglei? Where is the demon? At this time, in Zhang Xianqi's perception, let alone an emerald-level demon, even a few gold-level demons were left. Hearing this, Luo Su shook his head and told the old man what had happened before. He just hid the card of his begging association and the fact that he asked Gu Wu for help. At this time, he had thought it through. Even if he really wanted to check his card information, he could attribute it to Weizen's inventor characteristic. After all, the description of this characteristic was also very vague, so he could make up whatever he wanted. What about the direct appearance of the collapsing jade to let Aizen evolve into a spirit child madman and chop Will to death with a single blow, or the appearance of the divine light rod to let him transform into a warrior of light and use the period ray to directly shoot Will to death? Well, it makes sense. You said that Russell couldn't become a warrior of light without light in his heart? Find out about Dark Tiga, there's always one suitable for you anyway. But it is obvious that Zhang Xianqi is not going to ask further. The junior has his own opportunities, and he won't ask any more questions. After so many years, he still believes in the vision of his old friend. The old man just looked at Russell in surprise. "Okay, Xiao Luo, I didn't expect you to have this trick. although the gold battle emerald does look a bit beyond reality. But a card is not without a chance to play with various blessings. Coupled with the strange and bizarre abilities, the chances of a gold level card defeating an emerald level card are slim, but not zero. However, what Zhang Xianqi may not have expected is that Russell relies on the abstract skill of superior's attention. Sima Y had already shrunk his head and acted like an ostrich when Zhang Xianqi and Russell just started communicating. He had never expected that the person sent by the Killer Card Master Association to support him would be Russell's elder. And he was a diamond-level card maker. Even if his whole family was tied together, they couldn't afford to offend him. Damn it, can someone behind you do whatever you want? Russell didn't know Sima Y's psychological activities, otherwise he would be like the villain in a certain Hong Kong drama. Sorry, someone behind you can really do whatever you want. And he is not just an ordinary person behind you. Do you understand the value of being able to take over both the black and white worlds? Sima Y could only pray that Russell would not complain to Zhang Xianqi, otherwise he would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, it seems that the young man does not intend to do so. Russell just glanced at him coldly and ignored him. After all, would a normal person waste words with a dead person? As a shrewd person who has lived for so long, Zhang Xianqi can naturally see the conflict between the president and vice president of the Donglei Ka Master Association. But since Russell didn't mention it, he didn't plan to meddle in other people's business. I think the young man should have his own ideas. Since it's alright, I'll go back first. Seeing that there seemed to be nothing for him to do, Zhang Xianqi prepared to leave Donglei. He is just on vacation now, and he will go back to the north in a few days to continue to help Fang Wenlong fight against the demon army. By the way, since you are here, I will help you. Before leaving, Zhang Xianqi seemed to have thought of something, and then a red-faced bearded man holding a golden seal in his left hand and a golden whip in his right hand appeared beside him. Tai Li Sheng Yinghu Xianzhen, Wang Lingwen. As an extremely important deity in the Taoist system of the Ming dynasty, Wang Lingwen is naturally the best choice in the hearts of Taoist disciples today. It's just that at least it's of the emerald grade, so many disciples can't make it. But as a contemporary Xianqi, Zhang Xianqi naturally doesn't have this kind of trouble. Wang Lingwen's face was majestic, and as the golden seal in his hand flowed, strands of flames flew towards the sea. The moment the golden flames touched the seawater, they instantly spread to the entire sea area. Almost in a blink of an eye, everyone present saw the rising golden flames. The next moment, everyone finally saw what it meant to burn the sky and boil the sea. The vast sea was like boiling soup, constantly vaporizing and dissipating in the air. The space was distorted by the extremely soaring temperature. But this is not the key. The giant fleet in the distance was like a lit torch, burning violently on the sea, releasing its own heat wantonly. In just a few breaths, everyone could no longer see the giant fleet that was collected by tanks. You don't have to worry about their threats now. At this time, as Zhang Xianqi's voice sounded, the golden flames on the sea surface flew back to the golden seal in Wang Lingwen's hand like a young swallow returning to its nest. What was strange was that although the distance was so close, Russell and his team did not feel the slightest heat. The boiling seawater calmed down in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Only the fleet of huge ships that disappeared in the distance told that what had just happened was not an illusion. Okay, I'm really leaving this time. Putting Wang Lingwen back in his mind, Zhang Xianqi smiled at Russell. What he had just done was certainly not a whim, nor was it to show off in front of others. It was just to support the disciples of his old friend. After all, if Russell was bullied, he would have no way to explain to his old friend. Take care. Seeing this, Russell bowed his head respectfully with gratitude on his face. In the flash of lightning, the old man in Taoist robes disappeared on the coast. And as Zhang Xianqi disappeared, a group of card makers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Bo was especially nervous when facing Zhang Xianqi than when facing Hu Tao. After all, his situation was a bit complicated. Being the director of the association was his job, and being a member of the Qi Ling Club was his life. Alice. Russell was different. He was a member of Schrödinger's Qi Ling Club, and he could switch at any time if necessary. At this time, he glanced at Sima Y, who was silent, and then said, "Since the crisis has been resolved, it should be fine if we deal with the aftermath here. This should actually be considered as overstepping one's authority, and it would be more appropriate for the President Sima Y to say these words." However, Sima Y looked very worried at this time. So Russell temporarily took his place to exercise the power of the president. Hearing this, several gold-level card makers except Sima Y agreed, and turned around to deal with their own affairs. Seeing this, Sima Y seemed to have calmed down, and put on a fake smile again. Then I'll leave this to President Luo. I'll go back to the headquarters to take charge of the situation. After he finished speaking, he disappeared on the coast without waiting for Russell's response. Watching the hypocritical middle-aged man leave, Russell curled his lips in disdain and sneered in his heart. Tisk. Chapter 234, The Evil Generation Soren. The President's Office at the East Lake Master Association headquarters. Sima Y was typing away on the computer keyboard with an expressionless face, issuing one order after another. Although the emerald-level monster was gone, the previous order for residents to evacuate had already been issued. He was dealing with this matter now. Bang! Suddenly, the computer keyboard was hit hard, and several of the keycaps even flew out. Looking at the random string of garbled characters on the computer screen due to the keyboard being hit, Sima Y's face was gloomy as if water was about to drip out. Russell. The young man's name came out of his mouth almost with gnashing teeth. Sima Y had lived for so many years, and naturally knew that there was almost no possibility of reconciliation between the two of them. After all, it was basically his fault that Russell was forced to face the emerald-level monster. If he were in Russell's position, he would probably have complained to Bai Yuming long ago. Yes. Why didn't you complain? Sima Y suddenly grasped a doubt that he had never thought of before. Now that Bai Yuming hasn't found him yet, there are only two possibilities. Either Russell is a saint and has never taken his actions to heart, so he didn't complain to Bai Yuming. Or he can't contact his teacher. Thinking of this, Sima Y's eyes lit up. Does that mean I can strike first? But then he slammed the table hard again. Strike first. He could still use work mistakes to shirk the previous matter, and at most he would be suspended from work, and his life would not be in danger. But if he really attacked Russell, he would have to think about how many ways to write the word death. Of course, there is also the most critical reason. I can't beat him. Thinking that the young man's unknown means could even crush the emerald-level demon without getting hurt, wouldn't it be a pure gift for him to attack Russell? I dare not open my eyes. I hope it's my illusion. Thinking about it, Sima Y's defense was a little broken. He slumped in the chair weakly, and a trace of regret rose in his heart. I knew it earlier. Obviously, he didn't expect there was a third possibility. Hey, what's wrong with President Sima? The sudden voice startled Sima Y. He quickly sat up straight and looked carefully. He saw a card maker he had never seen before sitting on the sofa calmly, with his legs unceremoniously placed on the coffee table. Who are you? Sima Y calmed down and asked in a deep voice. The unknown card maker raised his eyebrows, took out his mobile phone and shook it. Didn't you keep sending messages to the head of the family saying that this kid is so scary, he will become a great man in the future, and he must not be kept? So the head of the family asked me to come. As if he thought of something, Sima Y quickly took out his mobile phone. After a while, he put his phone on the table. Did Lord Sun ask you to come? The unknown card maker nodded and threw a slice of orange into his mouth. From today on, I will listen to you. Whatever you say, I will do. Sima Y let out a long breath. What is your name? Another slice of orange was thrown into his mouth, and the unknown card maker answered casually, just call me Sun Jingrun. Then, the card maker surnamed Sun seemed to remember something and continued, let's make it clear first, if it succeeds, everyone will be happy. But if it fails, I will only say that it was you who ordered it, and it has nothing to do with the Sun family. Sima Y fell into silence. Sun Jingrun didn't care and continued to eat the sweet orange. After a long time, the president of the Donglei Card Maker Association seemed to have made up his mind and said calmly, it should be so. Then happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. However, although the cooperation was finalized, Sima Y was still a little uneasy. He thought about it and finally thought of what he had overlooked. In his perception, Sun Jingrun was only a gold-level card maker. He was of no use to him in his current situation. I have good news and bad news. Sima Y's eyes twitched, and he asked Sun Jingrun in a stiff tone, which one do you want to hear first? Sun Jingrun scratched his head and hesitated. Well, the good news. The good news is that Russell is only a gold-level card maker. What about the bad news? The bad news is that he just killed an emerald-level demon. The president's office seemed to have been mute-pressed, and there was no other sound except the subtle hum of the computer. After a long time, Sun Jingren's voice sounded again. Sorry, I'm bothering you. Goodbye. But although he said this, his body did not move, just staring straight at Sima Y. Seeing this, Sima Y sighed and told him what happened on the coast not long ago. After listening to Sima Y's story quietly, Sun Jingren touched his chin and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man behind the desk. I say, are you guys fooled by him? Then, he began to analyze it carefully. Think, if he really has this method, there is no need to lead the emerald-level demon away, right? Doesn't this behavior of taking off his pants and farting mean that he is guilty? Maybe the emerald-level demon was killed by Zhang Xianxi as you said. After all, the time is right, isn't it? Sima Y was stunned when he heard it, but then he thought about it and found that Sun Jingren's words did make sense. He clapped his fist and said deeply, it makes sense, do it. Seeing this, Sun Jingren shrugged indifferently and continued to eat oranges. In fact, his previous words were more comforting, and there was another possibility he didn't say. That is, Russell did have the means to kill the emerald-level demon, but the conditions for using it were more stringent. He didn't want people to see the flaws, so he led the emerald-level demon away. After all, killing it anywhere is not killing it. But did Sima Y not realize this? I'm afraid not. It's just that he has to shoot the arrow now. He has no choice. On the coast, Russell was solemnly thanking Wanlin and the others, thanks to you two this time. He meant it sincerely. Although the two of them didn't seem to do anything, at least they didn't run away when the emerald-level monster appeared. Not to mention that Wanlin risked his life to meet Zhengbo and Lu Yan. After all, even if they said they were going back to the city to protect the residents from evacuation, there was nothing to blame. At this time, the two of them were full of smiles on their faces, and they waved their hands repeatedly. It's my duty, President Luo, you're welcome. They were also sincere. In their opinion, this business trip to Donglei basically completed the task without doing any work. The emerald-level monster was killed by Russell, and the fleet was killed by Zhengbo and Zhang Xianxi. Not only was the work easy, but they also gained the favor of people like Russell. The two just wanted to ask for more such tasks. Then, after Zhengbo and Lu Yan sincerely thanked them, Wanlin and the other two left Donglei. Watching the man and the woman leave, Luo Su finally relaxed his stiff body and stretched his muscles. Both directors should go back and rest early. You have worked hard these days. Now it has been several days since the day when the emerald-level demon appeared. In the past few days, Luo Su, Zhengbo and Lu Yan have been staying on the coast to clean up the mess. Fortunately, during this period, the Gie sect did not make any noise. President Luo is the one, you should go back and rest early. Hearing this, Lu Yan hurriedly said. Luo Su nodded, I won't be polite to my own people, I will go back first. You two can do as you please. Just before leaving, he suddenly stopped. Although the Gie sect seems to have disappeared these days, I always feel that something is wrong. So I will trouble you two the day after tomorrow. With that, he waved his hand and disappeared on the coast. Only Lu Yan and Zhengbo were left standing there in a daze. On the other side, Russell, who had returned home, threw himself into the sofa. A long-awaited break time. After lying on the sofa for a while, he turned over and sat up. It's time to make the next card. Should I promote Luffy or Zoro first? Or Russell currently has 3 materials on hand. They are, Hollow Demon Bat, red, Pirate Swordsman, red, and King's Power, red. In addition, there are more than 20,000 points. No matter which material is used as the core, it is enough to make the next card. Logically speaking, it should be safer to promote Luffy, the obvious card. After all, Russell rarely takes action as a member of the Spirit Begging Society. But I can't stand it anymore. Thinking of Sima Y's face, Russell's anger value rose sharply. He no longer hesitated and immediately took out his mobile phone to select materials. Gold level, body strengthening pill, strength type I, blue. No, change it. Gold level, all-round physical evolution potion, gold. This is it. Russell spent 9,990 points to buy the first material. Then, he began to select the second material. The second material was picked very quickly, and Russell saw the material suitable for Zoro's promotion at a glance. Gold level, Eye of Insight, purple, priced at 4,500 points. After shopping, his points shrank to 6,030 again. While waiting for the materials to arrive, Russell began to silently think about the plan to assassinate Simo Y. Of course, he couldn't do the same as an old man in the mountains, who would kill everyone he saw. If he really did that, he would have to wait until the matter was exposed. But thinking about it, it seemed that the association was basically his world now, and Russell couldn't help but smile crookedly. That's fine. Not long after, the two materials were delivered to Russell. After signing for them, he handed the materials to the ghost soldier beside him. It is definitely impossible to make a card now. After being tired for so long, I will take a nap to replenish my energy first, which is also to increase the success rate of making cards. At least that's what Russell has read in the books. At night, Russell stretched out on the bed refreshed. He rarely sleeps now, and basically uses meditation instead. But occasionally he still experiences this, one of his favorite sports as a mortal. Feeling the full mental power at this time, Russell simply washed up and went to the study. Spreading the three materials belonging to Zoro on the table, he took a deep breath and summoned the card belonging to Zoro in his mind. Please continue to compile your story. Zoro, who was slapped away by the 7 warlords of the sea, fell to Krikana Island with Perona, where they met Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman who was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After receiving the news from Luffy and others, Zoro defeated the baboons on the island and asked Hawkeye to teach him. Hawkeye refused at first, thinking it was shameful for Zoro to bow his head and ask for advice from the enemy. But in the following days, he saw Zoro's sincerity and agreed to start sword training for him. 2 years passed in a flash, and soon it was the day when the Straw Hat Pirates agreed to meet again. This time, thanks to Perona, Zoro was the first to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. After meeting up with Sanji, the two defeated the PX-7 that the world government had developed based on the 7 warlords of the sea, Kuma, and returned to the Sunny under the leadership of Chopper, and the group began to head to Fishman Island. On Fishman Island, Zoro accidentally lost contact with Luffy and others, and pretended to be imprisoned by the Fishman King. After escaping, he easily defeated the king's army with Nami, Usopp, and Brook. But when fighting Hottie Jones, he was caught because he could not breathe and was imprisoned in Ryugu Castle. After escaping, he instantly killed Hottie's subordinate, the 8 swordsman Leopard. After leaving Fishman Island, the group came to Punk Hazard and learned of Caesar's plan. In order to destroy the plan, the group formed an alliance with Law, the captain of the Heart Pirates. In the final battle, Zoro fought against Monet, a subordinate of Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea, and defeated him with overwhelming strength. In Punk Hazard, Zoro showed his observation haki for the first time, and could sense the breath of others. After the Punk Hazard incident, the Straw Hat Pirates came to Doflamingo's lair, Dressrosa. Doflamingo set up a factory to manufacture artificial animal-type devil fruit Smile here, and ruled the entire kingdom. The entire kingdom was in dire straits. In order to save the residents of the kingdom, the Straw Hat Pirates clashed with Doflamingo's forces. This time, Zoro showed the results of his 2 years of training, and improved his 3-sword style and armed haki a lot. Pika, a member of the Doquixote family and the user of the stone fruit, was crushed by Zoro with overwhelming strength. Even the huge stone giant was chopped into pieces by Zoro's 3-sword style. After the Dressrosa incident, Zoro's bounty has reached a terrifying 320 million berries, making him a well-deserved pirate. After the card was made, the card belonging to Zoro floating in front of Russell was very different from the previous one. The young man with short green hair has become much more mature than before, and his angular body contains explosive power. Putting the card into his mind, Russell carefully checked the information. Worst generation, Zoro rank, gold quality, red category, creature skills, 3-sword style swordsmanship. After 2 years of training, Zoro's swordsmanship has become more and more sophisticated. Now he has perfectly integrated the 1-sword style, the 2-sword style, the 3-sword style, and the 9-sword style, and has mastered some powerful mysteries. Armament haki, the areas of Zoro's body covered by the dark armament haki will greatly increase its defense, and its attack power will also be greatly increased. At the same time, armament haki can give the user the ability to touch the entity of the energy body. Observation haki, Zoro's observation haki can help him lock the enemy's position and help him dodge attacks from invisible places. Features: swordsman, literary master. Although Zoro is a swordsman, he is particularly talented in naming his moves. Therefore, When the opponent's move name is not as long as his own, Zoro's attack power will be improved. Heart of a Swordsman, Way of Shiro, Strong Body, Introduction, I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Advanced Route, Bronze, Pirate Hunter, Zoro, Gold, Worst Generation, Zoro, Emerald, Great Swordsman, Zoro. Bond, when appearing at the same time with a Mihawk series, the effect, World's Greatest Swordsman, can be activated. When appearing at the same time with a Luffy series, the effect, Straw Hat Pirates, can be activated. Activated Bond, Straw Hat Pirates, 3/10, Bond effect, when members of the Straw Hat Pirates appear at the same time, if one member dies, the remaining members will enter a furious state. Note, Fury, at the cost of losing reason, the card attributes will be greatly enhanced in all aspects. Zoro's strength is about the same as Russell expected. However, when he saw the new feature called Swordsman Bungo, he still couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Go and ask Ide-chan. Russell still remembers Ide-chan's light wheel popsicle launching Jiraiya's double-style pill, which is as abstract as the 3 styles of Spiral Flash, Super Wheel Dance and Roar. In fact, it is the Rasengan and Flying Thunder God. Isn't it the dead water returning to the inn? Where did the voice come from? Shook his head, throwing away the dead water Bible that began to chant inexplicably in his head, and Russell continued to focus on Zoro's card. Overall, he was quite satisfied, and the specific strength would depend on actual combat. But he shouldn't be disappointed. It should be easy to kill Simo Y. But if Russell had to say that he was actually dissatisfied, that is, Zoro's 3 swords were still plain and ordinary blades. It's really Lubu riding a dog. He was a little helpless, but this was the best he could do at present. At worst, he could make sword-type prop cards later. Chapter 235, The Qi Ling Society is a basket that can hold anything. Under the cover of the dark night, a young man was standing in the dark eating oranges and quietly observing the single-family villa in the distance. This distance was enough to ensure that the people in the villa could not find him. Beside him, a figure whose face could not be seen was whispering something. Are you sure you can do it alone? Hearing this, the young man nodded slightly. If nothing goes wrong, there shouldn't be any problem. And if you take action, if you fail to kill him, wouldn't it be a failure? Besides, there are many people in the city who recognize your cards, right? The 2 people are naturally Sun Jinggren and Simo Y. At this time, several days have passed since the appearance of the Emerald-level demon. Originally, Simo Y planned to attack Russell on the night when Sun Jinggren came. After all, at that time, all of Russell's cards on the surface were in cooling, and there was no better opportunity to attack than that. It's just that I don't know if it was to deal with the follow-up matters of the previous group of demons. Russell stayed in the camp by the coast for several consecutive days. In addition to Russell, there are 4 gold-level card makers in the camp. Simo Y and his men certainly did not dare to force their way in. But can you do it? After all, although Sun Jinggren agreed, Simo Y was still a little hesitant. The death of the Emerald-level demon shocked him too much. At this time, Sun Jinggren stuffed the remaining orange slices in his hand into his mouth and said vaguely, my cards are all specialized in assassination. If even I fail, then it won't make any difference if you come together. By the way, if the assassination is successful, have you thought about how to deal with it later? Hearing this, Simo Y nodded. After all, how could he not have thought of a way out when doing such a shameful thing? Then just blame it on the Qi Ling Society. After all, it's not strange for those crazy people to do anything. It's a pity that we can't blame it on the Gyai sect, otherwise it would be more credible. There are naturally 2 excellent targets for scapegoating in Donglei City today, the Gyai sect and the Qi Ling Society. Russell had a lot of conflicts with the Gyai sect before, so it was reasonable for him to be assassinated by the other side. But the bad thing is that there are not only card makers in the Gyai sect, but also limb-jointing monsters who are neither human nor ghost. Simo Y and his men can't get these ghost things. Then they can only make a second choice and put the blame on the Qi Ling Society. Anyway, the Qi Ling Society will not have any objections. Okay, I'll go. Sun Jinggren shrugged and stretched his muscles. He didn't care. As a dead man raised by the Sun family, he didn't care even if he lost his life here today. Dead men only need targets and locations, and the rest is not important. In the villa, Russell looked at the young man with the green algae hair who was leaning against the wall with 3 knives in his arms. After the cards were made, Russell would naturally summon them out to take a look. As for whether he would be discovered, he was not afraid. Under the dual coverage of Zoro's observation haki and his mental power, no one in Donglei should be able to get close to him without alarming him. Speaking of which, should Zoro have a little fight with Sister Line now? Although the green algae-haired youth has not reached the level of the future vice chairman, Russell's Anohana is not the cold-blooded villain. It's not a big problem if it's just a sparring. Just when Russell was thinking about whether to do team building in the future, Zoro suddenly frowned and looked somewhere outside the house. "Russell, there's someone." Russell was brought back to reality by Zoro's voice, but he soon realized something. Did he discover it with his observation haki? Seeing Zoro nodded, Russell frowned slightly. "Do you know who it is?" Zoro shook his head slightly. "I haven't seen it, but the one next to him feels a little familiar." Hearing this, Russell couldn't help but feel alert. Since the green algae-haired youth specifically said it, it is obvious that the other party is not here with good intentions. Quickly thinking about his enemies in Donglei, Russell quickly selected two targets, Gilai sect or Sima Y. Now the only two groups of people who might attack him are these two groups. "I know." All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and Russell nodded slightly and put Zoro away. It's not that he didn't want Zoro to take action, but the three-sword style of the green algae-headed man was too eye-catching. Although it has been a long time since the last appearance in Shanghai, who knows if there are any clues left. It would be bad if someone noticed it. Having said that, Russell didn't care that Zoro could find the other party's whereabouts while he didn't. Not to mention that Zoro's observation haki covers a wider range than his own mental power, then making cards is to make up for the shortcomings of card makers in all aspects. And compared to some people's observation haki that can achieve a level similar to future vision, Zoro's discovery of two sneaky enemies is not outrageous. Let me see who is so impatient to run into the muzzle. Putting away his thoughts, Russell's eyes were dim, and he turned and went upstairs to the bedroom. The bright moonlight sprinkled in the huge bedroom through the window. A figure lay quietly on the bed, as if he had entered a sweet dream. As the clouds passing by the sky outside the window covered the moon, the bedroom fell into deep darkness. When the moonlight appeared again, there was a standing figure in the room. Sun Jingren looked at the young man sleeping in front of him, his face expressionless, but he was a little surprised in his heart. So easy. He almost didn't spend any effort in sneaking into the villa, and it was smoother than he had imagined. After all, he is just a young boy, and he is not prepared at all. Thinking of this, Sun Jingren summoned his card without hesitation. The shadows in the bedroom seemed to come alive in an instant, and they all rushed towards the figure on the bed. But at this moment, the young man who was originally sleeping on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he sneaked into the shadow beside him. Tisk, I knew it wasn't that easy to kill. Sun Jingren curled his lips, not surprised. If this Russell was really easy to kill, Sima Y wouldn't have such a headache. Suppressing his irritability, he instantly caught the aura of the young man who appeared again, and chased after him without hesitation. Outside the house, Russell's face was calm at this time. He could basically identify Sima Y as the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the Gye sect did not come out to make trouble when there was such a big commotion on the coast before, and it is even more impossible for them to assassinate him now. And if there is really an assassin, it is impossible for only one card maker to come. Just when Russell was thinking about thousands of things, Sun Jingren had appeared in front of him again. The two sides did not waste words and fought again as soon as they met. But it was obvious that he was not Russell's opponent. After all, the mistake that assassins fear most is not being able to kill with one blow. After all, not all assassins are top assassins. Hado number 91, Thousand Hands Bright Sky Cannon. In Aizen's cold voice, the huge crimson spirit bullet suddenly attacked Sun Jingren not far away. Boom! The crimson cross produced by the explosion of the spirit bullet illuminated the night sky. In order to minimize the loss, Russell controlled the output of the cards under his hand as much as possible. Moreover, with such a big commotion, if the residents nearby were not fools, they would have informed the association long ago. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, "I'll help you." However, it was not a yellow hamster who shouted this. It was Sima Y, the president of the Donglei Card Maker Association. As soon as Sima Y appeared, he summoned the card and attacked Sun Jingren fiercely. Then he quickly came to Russell's side. "Vice President Luo? Are you okay? I received news that there are card makers fighting here, and I thought of you and hurried over." Russell frowned slightly. glanced at Aizen and Misaka Mikado, whose attack rhythm was suddenly interrupted, and couldn't help but sneered in his heart, "Tisk, playing this trick." After that, the development of the matter was exactly as Russell expected. After only a few rounds of fighting, the person who assassinated him disappeared. Obviously, the other party had evacuated safely under the cover of SYNOPSIS. Of course, if there were passers-by here, they would definitely not be able to see that SYNOPSIS was actually covering the assassin. But Russell was not going to expose the other party. After all, without solid evidence, these were not enough to nail SYNOPSIS. But he was not going to find any evidence. Compared with going through the procedures, Russell felt that it was more convenient to go directly to Luzai's account. In fact, before SYNOPSIS appeared, he also considered whether to let Aizen use the mirror flower and water moon to disguise his own death and replicate what the brown-haired man did in Tsuridai. But after thinking about it carefully, he gave up this idea. After all, who knows if Donglei has any strange cards, and the risk of exposure is really a bit high. And since the mastermind behind the scenes has been locked, Russell has no need to play this trick. Seeing that Russell just frowned and looked at the place where Sun Jingren disappeared and ignored him, SYNOPSIS' eyes twitched. "President Luo. Who do you think attacked you?" Hearing this, Russell turned his gaze to the middle-aged man beside him, but still did not speak. Seeing this, SYNOPSIS, who didn't know he had been exposed, shamelessly analyzed, "Look, President Luo, this person is alone in the assassination. Compared with a group of card makers in the Gye sect who are eager to lick the demons, it is more likely that it was the Qi Ling Society." However, before Russell could reply, two more gold-level card makers appeared at the scene. They were Zhangbo and Liu Yan. They rushed over after receiving the news that Russell was attacked. When seeing that Russell was intact, Liu Yan was obviously relieved, and then turned to look at SYNOPSIS. "President Sima, you are so fast. What Qi Ling Society?" The square-faced middle-aged man just heard the last few words, and it was obvious that SYNOPSIS, who was at odds with Russell, was the first person to arrive at the scene, which made him a little surprised. Soon, SYNOPSIS repeated his inference. But this time, he didn't suspect that it was the Qi Ling Society, but directly put the hat on the Qi Ling Society. Hearing this, Zhangbo's usual dead face flashed a little surprise. "The Qi Ling Society. Why didn't you inform me that you were going to assassinate President Luo?" As the only two members of the Qi Ling Society present, Zhangbo thought so in his heart. Chapter 236, A kind person is bullied, a kind horse is ridden. After listening to SYNOPSIS' description, Zhangbo was completely at a loss. If what the other party said was true, he only felt that he was being excluded, or that he had offended that adult in some way before. But after careful thinking, he couldn't figure it out. On the contrary, as the director of the Public Security Office of the Donglei Master Association, it was impossible for that adult not to notify him if he really wanted to assassinate him. Of course, the most crucial point is that with the strength of that adult, although he can't say that he can take down President Luo 100%, he won't be beaten to run away. Looking at Russell, who was only slightly dirty at the corner of his clothes, Zhangbo touched his chin. He always felt that something was wrong. But soon Russell's voice interrupted his thoughts. Maybe Russell's face was calm at this time, and people couldn't tell what he was thinking. "Let's disperse tonight, everyone go back and rest." Anyway, he was not injured, and he had locked the suspect. There was no point for several people to continue to surround him. Hearing this, SYNOPSIS and the other two did not say much nonsense, and soon left with different expressions. However, before Zhangbo left, Russell called him, "Director Zhang, let the people under you come to help repair the surrounding area during the day tomorrow. These are your rewards." As he said, he took a thick stack of materials from the ghost soldier beside him. Most of them were bronze and black iron grade materials, but there were also some silver grade materials mixed in. The quality was not high, and they were all collected by Russell before. A lazy counselor like Hu Tao could take out a large stack of silver grade materials. With Russell's position, there would be more materials that were useless. In fact, some of them were donated by his subordinates. As mentioned before, Russell withdrew those who could find the original owner, and those who stayed were those who could not be found. This made him speechless. Even if he really wanted to use his connections, Russell didn't even know who sent them, so how could he help? In fact, according to his current strength and status, even if he didn't take out these materials, it wouldn't matter if Senior Tumu worked for nothing. But since he can't use these low-level materials now, He might as well use them to win people's hearts. Compared with Yin Keka, it's better to be a junior general. But if it were in ancient times, it would be a taboo for him to do so, which is equivalent to the frontier general secretly cultivating power, and it is easy to be reported. But now that the Ming dynasty has monsters like card makers, it doesn't matter. After all, even if you have 100,000 low-level card makers, it may not be enough for a diamond-level master to fight alone. The extraordinary world still depends on who has the harder fist. Taking the materials, Zengbo lowered his head and responded, "I know, I will take care of it tomorrow." After speaking, the middle-aged man with a paralyzed face disappeared on the spot. Seeing several people leave, Russell sighed and went back home. Fortunately, only the bedroom was damaged before, and the rest of the place was not damaged, otherwise he would have to sleep on the street today. I feel like I can make a wallpaper house, if necessary. As a prop that a certain blue Gadaval machines uses more frequently in the theater, compared to other outrageous things involving time and cause and effect, a spatial prop like wallpaper house is quite convenient. If you think about it carefully, it is also more suitable for card makers to explore secret realms. Shaking his head, Russell put away his gradually divergent thoughts and asked several ghost soldiers to start cleaning up the guest room. Tonight, we can only make do with the guest room. In the basement of Sima Y's house, Sun Jingren, who had attacked Russell before, was eating out-of-season oranges with a nonchalant look on his face. Due to the existence of cards, there is no need to consider whether the various fruits and daiming are in season. After all, in the world before Russell crossed over, he could eat out-of-season fruits anytime and anywhere. Why did it fail? Sima Y had a gloomy face at this time, and said in a slightly collapsed tone, "Didn't you say that you alone were enough?" Sun Jingren shrugged his shoulders and said, "It was indeed enough. If I hadn't told you not to go with me, wouldn't you have been exposed just now?" Sima Y paused. He knew that the person in front of him was telling the truth. What should we do now? After this time, he is probably prepared, and it will be more difficult to assassinate him in the future. The chain reaction caused by the failure of this assassination was very serious. It would not only make Russell more vigilant. Sima Y was afraid that if Russell directly called someone, it would be troublesome. At that time, he might be suspended from his post, and his previous fantasy of becoming a noble in the court step by step would be shattered like a dream bubble. Sun Jingren scratched his itchy cheek and asked tentatively, "How about I try again tomorrow?" Hearing this, Sima Y hesitated and finally sighed heavily, "You'd better not go and die. Wait for me to release the news that the Qi Ling Society attacked him tomorrow, and then we'll talk about it later." At this point, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. It seemed like a dead end now. Seeing him like this, Sun Jingren rolled his eyes and then slumped down in the chair. "Then I'll find a place to hide first, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone finds out that I'm in your house." Sima Y was almost annoyed at this time, so he didn't have the time to care where he went. "Okay, I'll let you know if there's anything." Seeing this, Sun Jingren didn't plan to say anything more, and immediately disappeared into the basement. Only Sima Y was left standing there. Time came to the second day. Russell sat in his own vice president's office for the first time in a long time. Knock, knock. Knocks sounded in the house. "Come in." The person who pushed open the door was Zengbo, the director of the public security office. "President, this is what you ordered yesterday." As soon as he entered the door, the middle-aged man said straight to the point and handed the information in his hand to Russell. At first, Russell thought it was about street repairs. But after taking the file, he found that it was about the Gyai sect. Soon, he frowned and read the information, "So there have been disappearances, and the number has increased." Hearing this, Zengbo nodded, "Yes, they are still targeting those gangsters, and according to the method you said before, they didn't find anything unusual." Before, after Russell said that the Gyai sect might not be peaceful, Zengbo had arranged for his subordinates to start collecting the most recently registered missing cases. It was found that compared with the last time the Gyai sect committed a crime, the number of missing people actually increased. And the actions were also more secretive. Russell rubbed his brows with a headache. If Zengbo could think of it, he could think of it too. Didn't I kill the demon who could perform the so-called secret technique? Why did it start again? Or did a new demon come from the north? At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bad feeling in his heart. Russell felt as if he had triggered a dungeon where the old one came after the small one. No, the demons also play this trick. He complained in his heart and calmed down a little. Then Russell stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's do a field investigation today." Before leaving, he casually asked Zengbo, "By the way, have you told President Sima?" Zengbo was stunned and shook his head honestly, "No. Do you need me to tell him?" Russell glanced at the middle-aged man subtly, then patted him on the shoulder. "No, it's good this way." He glanced at the closed door of the president's office imperceptibly, and sneered in his heart, "From top to bottom, from black to white, they're all my people. What can you use to fight me?" Thinking of this, Russell took Zengbo out of the headquarters to investigate the whereabouts of Qi sect. But unfortunately, they didn't find any signs until the end of get off work. The few people under surveillance didn't come into contact with any strange people. After returning home, Russell didn't stay after dinner, but came to the underground study room that was previously used as a meeting place for the Qi Ling Society instead of the abandoned place. After the assassination last night, he was no longer prepared to wait. Quickly getting rid of Sima Y, this disgusting fly, is now his first priority. In addition, Zoro has been made, and it should not be difficult to cooperate with Zengbo to get rid of Sima Y. It's a pity that he still needs to play the role of vice president, and he can't personally lead Zoro, Little Spider and others to kill the jumping clown. 6. Come to see me. After notifying Moy to come to see him, Russell began to look through the books in the room again. Soon, Russell's designated tool came to the underground study. "Sixth Master, you are looking for me." Looking at the young man who was flipping through the books in front of him, Moy was a little confused for a while. Did they come from above to give a task? As far as he knew, it seemed that after the sixth master in front of him came to Donglei, the guild had not issued any tasks. But Russell's next words made him freeze. "I plan to kill Sima Y, but it is not convenient for me to be present when the action is carried out, so you continue to pretend to be me." Moy's head was full of confusion at this time, and he asked in a daze, "Assassination? Sima Y?" Russell nodded, and then looked at the middle-aged man in front of him strangely. "Don't you know that he had someone assassinate me yesterday?" Moy was shocked, and said with a guilty conscience, "So he ordered it." In fact, he really didn't know that Russell was assassinated, but he couldn't say that he went fishing last night, but ended up fishing for a whole day and a night and still came up empty-handed. He was so angry that he almost illegally fried fish. Then he received the news from Russell. So he could only pretend to be shocked that Sima Y actually sent someone to assassinate Russell. "No. Sima Y?" Exclamation mark. The middle-aged man reacted belatedly at this time. Seeing this, Russell pulled his mouth helplessly, but did not expose him. "It's him, so I'm going to kill him to save me from being upset." Hearing this, Moy's face became serious. "Sixth Master, you are right, we should have done this a long time ago." Russell stretched out his hand to stop the toolman in front of him from speaking, and continued, "I will let Zengbo cooperate with you to ensure that we can successfully kill the opponent. By the way, I have made a few new cards, don't let your flaws slip in front of Zengbo later." As he said, he called out Spider-Girl, Flillian, and Zoro. A question mark appeared in Moy's head at this time. If he remembered correctly, not long ago, Sixth Master only had one card, Spider-Lord? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Fierce Attack. Looking at the three cards of different shapes in front of him, Cuttlefish was a little confused. He stiffly took out a large bag of fruits from the shadow beside him. "Are you hungry, sir?" Because he had worked with Spider-Girl before, he went to buy a lot of fruits to feed them. But he didn't expect that Sixth Master could make 2 more cards in such a short time. But what he didn't know was that Flillian had already made them when he put on the vest last time. "I wonder what the other 2 sirs like to eat." Just when the middle-aged man was a little uneasy, Spider-Girl had already taken the lead in grabbing the fruit. Uncle, you are really smart. This time, I, Spider-Girl, will still protect you well." Spider-Girl stuffed her mouth full and said while chewing. Flillian, who was standing by, first glanced at the swordsman next to her who felt much stronger than the dwarf warrior Azur and the brave team, and then began to doze off while holding the ruby staff. Looking at the white-haired elf's head nodding, Russell was a little helpless for a while. Stepping forward and shaking her light body, Russell took a pudding from the ghost soldier beside him and stuffed it into her hand. It's time to work, Farillian, wake up. Farillian opened her eyes in a daze, and her eyes lit up when she saw the pudding in her hand. You are really well prepared, Russell. Let Farillian squint her eyes and eat the pudding in small sips, and Russell threw another cup to Zoro. Drink less, you can drink as much as you want after the matter is over. Zoro asked the ghost soldier to fill his cup, and said with a smile, got it, Captain Russell. The green algae-headed youth now has two captains, Russell and Luffy. If it were placed in the world of One Piece, it might be the Straw Hat Pirates under Russell's large fleet. Without paying attention to his 3 cards, Russell turned his head and looked at the squid. This is the situation, don't show it in front of Zengbo later. As a legendary master of balancing, Russell naturally knew his preferences for his cards a long time ago. The Shadow Kingdom now stores a lot of food or drinks that the cards like to eat. Except for Spider Girl. Because Spider Girl is the kind that can eat anything. Squid silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded, don't worry, Master Liu. As he said that, he changed his face into Liu's eyes appearance. Seeing that the other party was ready, Russell notified Zengbo on the submachine. 6, come to see me. On the other side, Zengbo looked at the message in the submachine, and couldn't help but condense his eyes. What is the master calling me over at this time? Could it be? For a moment, he could only think of the assassination that happened last night. You want me to go and assassinate Russell together? With a lot of doubts in his heart, Zengbo quickly came to the underground study. As soon as he entered the room, the scene in front of him made him sluggish. At this time, in his eyes, in addition to the spider card he had seen before, there were 2 cards he had never seen before. However, the white-haired card did not pose a strong threat to him, but the green-haired young man with 3 long swords made his mental power feel sharp like needles. Cough, sit down. When Moi saw Zengbo, he coughed pretentiously. Under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, Zengbo sat on the sofa with pins and needles. Sir, you are looking for me. Moi nodded, and then asked deeply, do you know why I am looking for you? Hearing this, Zengbo combined his guesses and asked tentatively, is it because of Russell's assassination last night? Moi was stunned. If it weren't for my brother, you actually know something that I don't know? Doesn't this make me look useless? Controlling the complicated emotions in his heart, Moi pretended to be calm and said, that's right. Then Sima actually said that it was our killing who did it. Then let's give him a surprise and let him know that the blame is not passed on like this. Do you really think our killing who has no temper? This was naturally what Russell asked him to say. There has to be a reason to assassinate Sima. Although it seems that with the style of the Qi Ling Society, it is okay even if there is no reason. Zengbo quickly agreed, Your Excellency is right. I have been annoyed with him for a long time. Moi? Has Zengbo been such a lackey before? How come he didn't know? Resisting the desire to complain, Moi said coldly, let's go. Yes. Sima casually pushed the woman with tears in his arms aside, sat on the bed and smoked. As the president of the East Lake Association, women are like this, and a lot of them come up to him with just a beckoning of his finger. But compared to those Brazilian steaks, he still prefers good families. Madam, you don't want to. The swirling smoke obscured his face, making it difficult to see his expression. Fuck. He cursed in a low voice, and then pulled the trembling woman aside to continue venting his anger. At this time, not far outside the house, several figures were secretly observing Sima residence. The figures were naturally Moi and Zengbo, and a group of cards. With Spider-Man's silent skill, and Moi's original proficiency in lurking methods, they have not been discovered yet. Zengbo stared blankly at the house in the distance. As the director of the public security office who has worked in Donglei for many years, he naturally knew who the owner of the villa in the distance was. But sir, aren't we going to assassinate Russell? Zengbo asked Moi in a low voice with some uncertainty. Why are you walking here? Moi looked at Zengbo a little strangely. Do you also want to assassinate your boss like me? We are like-minded. It was Sima who released the news, so we naturally have to find trouble with him. Besides, it's easy to pick on the weak, and Russell is too difficult. Zengbo was silent. These words seemed to be slightly different from the image of the adult in his impression. But he immediately thought of the first time they met. The other party asked them to report the Gyai sect. It seemed that it was indeed something that the adult could do. Your Excellency is right, I was wrong. The director of the public security office admitted his mistake neatly. Moe waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to say more. Go ahead, give that old man a surprise. As his voice fell, Spider-Man and Flareon attacked at the same time, while Zoro quietly waited for the opportunity. At this time, Russell stood on the rooftop of a tall building, watching the magic circle suddenly formed in the air not far away. Do it. He wanted to get to Simawai at the right time. Boom. The fire illuminated the sky red, and the originally quiet night suddenly became noisy. What happened? What's the noise? Where is President Sima? Someone dares to die here. The nearby residents naturally knew that Simawai lived in this area, and they were full of disbelief that there was a madman who dared to make trouble here. And the President Sima they were talking about was now standing on a ruin with an angry face. Bold madman, looking for death? With a roar, Simawai threw the woman who was grabbed by his neck towards the attacker. Seeing this, Lillian waved her ruby staff slightly and used floating magic to control the woman. The woman was slowly placed on the ground beside her, her face full of fear. But that was all, and the people present did not pay too much attention to this poor ordinary woman. Seeing this, she quickly covered her face and fled. Chew, chew. What a nasty uncle. The spider girl chewed the apple, and several pairs of compound eyes flashed scarlet. Simawai had already recognized the identities of Moe and the others through Spider. He said with a gloomy face, Qi Ling Society. You dare to come to our door? That's right, let me ask for some interest for Vice President Luo first. However, Moe just pulled the corner of his mouth and said speechlessly, I will sue you for defamation. That was not done by us at all. As the one who wronged the Qi Ling Society, Simawai naturally knew how wrong they were, but he still sneered, it's ridiculous, you all came to assassinate me, and you still want to deny it. He was worrying about how to make the Qi Ling Society's assassination of Russell look more real, but who would have thought that the other party would come to his door? The Qi Ling Society assassinated the vice president and the president one after another, doesn't this look real? But the squid just sighed. In fact, they didn't care whether it was unjust or not. Anyway, the reputation of the Spirit Beggars Association was already very bad, since you said so. Then we have to do as you wish. So can you please die honestly? As soon as the voice fell, several magic circles opened around him in an instant. Judrasium. The purple lightning plowed across the ground in an instant, and combined with the abyss magic released by the Spider Girl, it attacked Simawai, who was only wearing a pair of shorts in the distance. At the same time, Zenbo also summoned the card of his vest, and the red flame instantly rushed towards Simawai like a mad dragon. Facing the mighty attack, Simawai's face was cold and hard, it's just a trick. Boom. A violent explosion occurred again, and the dark smoke scattered, choking people so much that they couldn't open their eyes. But Squid and Zenbo knew that Simawai, as the president of the East Laika Association, naturally couldn't die so easily. What they were wondering now was that Lillian's attack power was not weak. Especially the squid. Obviously, the aura of this unknown white-haired card was not strong before, and it behaved like a mascot. But once it started fighting, it was like a different person. The two looked at Lillian's cold eyes and shuddered. Ghost? Why do I feel like a murderer? The squid couldn't help but mutter in his heart. As a member of the Qi Ling Society, he felt inferior to the white-haired girl. Not far away, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Simawai's unharmed figure. At this time, 3 cards of different shapes were quietly guarding in front of him. Soon, the little spider identified their information. Crazy Sword, Yanji. The Venerable Holding Body, Tuhu. 5 Elements Shenk, Nangguangs. In the distance, Russell looked at the message sent by Spider-Man and couldn't help frowning. This Simawai. Is the self-made card going the fairy tale route? He lowered his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. As expected of the president, there are really no mediocre people. But it's a pity. It was me you met. In the self-made card, Russell believed that he would not lose to anyone. A gust of night wind blew, and he disappeared on the rooftop. Chapter 238. The one standing before you is a magician who has lived for more than 1,000 years. At this time, Spider-Girl looked at the news she had identified with some solemnity. This uncle is a bit tricky. But she immediately smiled. But little spider, I have teammates now. Crazy Sword, Flame Silence, Rank, Gold Quality, Red Category, Biological Skills, Crazy Sword Style, Flame Dance, Avalokitesvara. Features: Ice and Fire Divine Sword, Remnant Soul Guarding Heart, Sword Madness. Introduction: Practicing with two swords, the evil of ghosts and gods. Advanced? Question mark? Bond. When appearing at the same time with Flame Snow and other series, the effect Flame Bloodline can be activated. When appearing at the same time with Lin Yifan and other series, the effect Water Moon Sword Sect can be activated. Comma, holding body venerable, Tuhu, rank, gold quality, gold category, biological skills, Avalokitesvara Fist, force like a madman, features, unmoved, majestic momentum, muscles and bone marrow. Introduction: with Blood Key by your side, you can break the law with force. Advanced? Question mark? Bond. When it appears at the same time as Yifeng Shen and other series, the effect Forging God Opening the Sea can be activated. When it appears at the same time as Liu Ming and other series, the effect Body Zhuan School can be activated. Comma, 5 elements Shenk, Nanguang Sen, rank, gold quality, gold category, biological skills, 5 elements magic, burning sky flame, features, 5 spirits flow, flame soul return, reverse 5 elements, introduction, innate divine fire, reverse 5 elements. Advanced? Question mark? Bond. When it appears at the same time as Du Kenru and other series, the effect Magic Alliance can be activated. Comma, judging from the information identified by Spider-Man alone, Sima is definitely ambitious. After all, each card has a related bond. However, the rest of the people present cannot understand the expression of a spider, so after hearing her hissing, it seems that they have heard the signal of the start of the battle. Fortunately, with the identification of the little spider, Russell's cards are also on guard. And according to the specific information on the card and the appearance of the current few people, it is also possible to distinguish who is who. The one holding a red and a blue longsword in his left and right hands is naturally Crazy Sword, Yanji, while holding body venerable, Tu Hu, is naked with a strong upper body and a pair of wrist guards on both hands. As for 5 elements Shenk, Nanguang Sen, the one with a magic ring floating behind him is Nanguang Sen. The first one to attack was Nanguang Sen. The magic ring behind him turned slightly, and a golden flame rose against the wind, and soon formed a sea of fire rushing towards the position of Mo and Zhengbo. Before the two of them could react, Fu Lilian beside them had already used the tip of the ruby staff in her hand to lightly tap the ground. Boom! A terrifying crack appeared on the ground in front of the few people, and a giant hand formed by mud instantly stretched out from the crack and blocked the attacking flames. Then a mud giant rolled out from the ground. However, seeing this situation, Zhengbo secretly thought it was not good. Having worked in Donglei for so many years, even if he did not have the identification ability of Spider-Man, he roughly knew the card ability of President Sima Y. The so-called 5 elements of life and death is naturally not as simple as using the 5 elements of magic. Fire is born with earth. Fire, earth, gold, water, wood. As a great magician of the elves, Fu Lilian certainly does not have the knowledge of the 5 elements of China. Nanguang Se showed a subtle smile on his face, and the magic ring behind him turned again. At this time, the mud giant that was resisting the surging flames collapsed instantly, and together with the golden flames, it turned into dust floating in the air. Seeing this, Fu Lilian was stunned. Interesting magic. She has lived for thousands of years, and this is the first time she has seen such a method. However, before the white-haired elf had time to think about it, Nanguang Se's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. The next moment, the dust floating in the air condensed together, forming a huge golden light. Golden shuttle. As the showy man whispered, the golden light disappeared into the air. When he reappeared, he was in front of Fu Lilian with the sound of whistling wind. Bang! A defense magic like a honeycomb was instantly generated, blocking everyone. Feeling the sharpness coming through the defense magic, Fu Lilian's face remained unchanged, but she slightly deflected the direction of the defense magic. SHH. Without the defense magic that was competing with each other, the golden light was deflected in the direction, piercing through the houses and flying away. Fortunately, ordinary people had almost run away at this time, otherwise I'm afraid that some unlucky people would die under this inexplicable attack. Tisk, it's really difficult. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Nanguang Se couldn't help but curl his lips. The little spider looked at the white-haired elf beside him with some envy. Although she can also use magic such as earth, water, wind and fire through Dominator, Wisdom, her proficiency is obviously not as proficient as that of Abyss magic. So in order to pursue efficiency, she basically only uses Abyss magic. But Fu Lilian and Nangguangse were not the only ones present at this time. As soon as Fu Lilian blocked the golden light, Zoro drew his weapon and crouched down to attack Nangguangse. Then the Spider Girl smashed over like a cannonball, and kept using the Dark Abyss magic to harass the opponent. However, just when the man and the spider were about to touch Nangguangse, the showy man retreated backwards, and Tu Huan Yanji blocked him. Bang Quan, double point hand. The man with his upper body naked shouted, and his right fist left two after images in the air, hitting the Spider Girl's pair of front feet heavily. Wow! The Spider Girl screamed and flew backwards, landing on the ground and raising a puff of smoke. Tu Hu did not chase, but frowned and looked at his right hand stained with purple liquid and emitting white steam. On the other side, Yanji looked at the green-haired young man in front of him who not only held knives with both hands but also held a long knife in his mouth, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. What's this? Double sword style like mine is rare in the sword sect. Without thinking carefully, he rushed forward. Three sword style, extreme, tiger hunting. The blue tiger pounced fiercely at Yanji. But I don't know if it was his illusion. The green algae head on the opposite side seemed to be more powerful after shouting the moves. Speaking of which, how can you shout with a knife in your mouth? Ling. The crisp sound of swords and swords intersecting suddenly spread throughout the venue. The huge slashing wave tore the ground under Yanji's feet. But the man holding the double swords did not change his expression and held Soren firmly. This feeling. What a rubbish weapon. During the confrontation, Yanji noticed a fragile weapon in the opponent's hand. Can it be broken? His eyes were cold, and his hands suddenly exerted force, trying to break the weapon of the green algae head in front of him. He could feel that the person in front of him was a pure swordsman. People like them would lose at least 90% of their combat effectiveness without weapons. And it just so happened that the ice and fire sword in his hand was a rare and famous sword. At this time, Soren also noticed the other party's intention, so he took the initiative to retreat. Just when Yanji wanted to take the initiative to pursue, a figure appeared next to Sima Y and stopped him. President Sima, I didn't expect you to be assassinated. It was Russell. In his estimation, he arrived at the scene at about this time after receiving the news. When Sima Y saw Russell, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he seemed to be very arrogant when he just said the harsh words, he knew that the situation was not good as soon as he fought. I don't know when this monster appeared in the Qi Ling Club, and his 3 cards were just evenly matched. You know, with his work attitude, there is a reason why he can be the president of Donglei for so long. He relies on his ability to fight. However, the attack and defense in just a few seconds has already made him feel uneasy. Where did this monster come from? In addition, there was an illegal card maker not far away who was eyeing him covetously. If it weren't for Russell, he might really be defeated here. Fortunately, the vice president seemed to have temporarily abandoned the grudge and finally chose to support him. He is a young man after all. Sima Y couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it was Russell who was attacked, he would definitely hide in the dark and wait for the young man to die before coming out. At least he would come out after being seriously injured. At this time, Zengbo, who was far away, felt something was wrong after seeing Russell. After hesitating for a while, he whispered to Mo Yu, "Sir, why don't we retreat first? That Russell is really tricky. We may not be able to take him down." He was still conservative. However, Mo Yu just said calmly after hearing this, "It's okay, leave it to me." But don't look at his calm appearance on the surface. In fact, he almost laughed out loud. This assassination mission was given to him by Russell. How could he just run away like this? Hearing this, Zengbo felt bitter in his heart. He felt that he might have to explain here today. Just when the middle-aged man with a paralyzed face decided to give it a try, another person came here. It was Lu Yan. "President Sima, you were also assassinated." Lu Yan's tone was a little strange. He didn't expect that after Russell was assassinated yesterday, Sima Y, as the president, was also assassinated. Originally, he was a little suspicious whether the Qi Ling Society was a random person Sima Y found to blame. Now it seems to be true? Sima Y nodded, and then looked at the 2 members of the Qi Ling Society not far away with a cold look. "It's good that you 2 are here. Don't let them run away tonight." Although Zengbo's absence made him a little confused, he thought to himself that the 3 people present were enough to deal with the Qi Ling Society bastards on the opposite side. Not to mention that Russell next to him had the means to kill the emerald-level demon. The atmosphere became tense again. It was Russell who broke this atmosphere. He first found Spider-Girl. Although Spider-Girl was previously knocked away by Tuhu, she was not actually injured. It was just her tactic to cover up. It's just that the other party didn't seem to take the bait. And Lu Yan faced Zengbo. As for Sima Y's 3 cards, they were naturally against Fu Lilian and Zoro. Russell glanced at Aizen and Misaka Mikado, who were already having a fake match with Spider-Girl, and immediately turned his attention to the main battlefield. Zoro, with a cold face, faced Sima Y's 3 cards with different expressions alone. As he gradually tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, his hands and weapons were stained with a layer of black armament haki. He naturally realized what Yanji wanted to do before. Sensing Zoro's increasingly dangerous aura, Yanji into whose eyes gradually became solemn. What is this? However, before the two could react, Zoro had already made a move. Swoosh! The green-haired young man disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black blade had already arrived in front of Tuhu's face. Firewall! But before Tuhu made a move, Nanguang-sel had already made a move. The earth wall burning with golden flames stood in front of the sturdy man in an instant. Seeing this, Zoro still had no expression on his face. After the armament haki was attached, even the energy body of the nature fruit could be touched, let alone the flame in front of him. Clang! The sound of the knife suddenly rang out, and the earth wall burning with flames broke into pieces in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Nanguang-sel frowned slightly, and then wanted to cooperate with Tuhu and Yanji to kill Soren first. But at this moment, murderous magic, Zoltrak. The dark beam shot out. It was Fu Lilian. Your opponent is me. A cold voice sounded, and the white-haired elf said indifferently, magic is very interesting, show me more. The murderous magic produced a violent explosion after hitting a villa. Nanguang-sel stood in front of the ruined villa, and glanced at the 3 people of Soren who were fighting not far away without any expression. Yanji and the others should not be a big problem. Then I will deal with this child first. In the eyes of the showy young man, the white-haired girl opposite was obviously not very old. But to be honest, Fu Lilian might indeed be considered a child among the elves. But why don't you use the 5 elements magic? Tisk looking at the dark beam that attacked him again, Nanguang-sel had a headache. Earth, mountains. As the young man finished speaking, a huge cloud of earth appeared out of thin air. However, the characteristic of the killing magic, Zoltrak, is penetration. The huge cloud of earth was as fragile as tofu and hardly played any blocking role. At the moment when the two came into contact, Nanguang-sel realized the mistake he had made. His face sank, and the magic ring behind him turned rapidly. Reverse the 5 elements. Gold overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, and fire overcomes gold, wood, patrol. However, the speed of the killing magic was too fast, and Nanguang-sel was hit head-on before he could use a method to escape. Boom! The huge movement caused Yanji and Tuhu to look back. The 2 cards and Sima Y showed a little surprise on their faces. Distraction. 3 swords, Purgatory Demon Slash. However, the sound that seemed to come from hell instantly drew the attention of the 2. Yanji and the others turned back and blocked Zoro's terrifying slash. Ka-ka-ka. The subtle sound of weapons shaking against each other continued to come. However, just when the 3 of them were in a bitter battle again, Fu Lilian just calmly released another killing magic into the smoke. Because in her perception, the human was not dead. No, it should be said that he was dead, but resurrected. She thought of the identification information sent by Spider-Girl. Return of the Flame Soul. Cough, a cough came from the smoke. The golden flame rushed to the sky in a breath, tearing through the smoke. At this time, Nanguang-sel was in a mess, touching his chest with lingering fear. Sima Y in the distance had a gloomy face as if water was about to drip out. With the characteristics of 5 elements life and death, Nanguang-sel, he didn't know how many demons he had killed in the past, but he didn't expect that he would be beaten out in just a few rounds in the battle with the white-haired girl. But this can only be blamed on him and his cards for not being familiar with the characteristics of killing magic, otherwise he would never try to use solid soil to resist. Although fighting a card maker, it would be strange if there were no tricks. But some of the tricks are just for show, and some are deadly. Since Nangguangse had previously demonstrated the ability to control the 5 elements, Fu Lilian would try to use only attributeless killing magic to attack, and with the help of the abyss magic learned from Spider-Girl, her combat effectiveness did not drop much. Honeycomb-shaped defensive magic continued to appear, resisting the 5-element attacks that kept changing their forms. After Nangguangse suffered a loss and lost his second life, he was obviously much more cautious. Facing the continuous attack of the dark beams, he would hide whenever he could. After all, he would die if he couldn't hide. But after seeing that every time Fu Lilian defended, the barrier generated by the defensive magic could only barely resist his attack, Nangguangse's eyes flickered. I see. Feeling the white-haired girl's not-so-strong aura, he seemed to have a countermeasure. Fire, prairie fire. A large area of golden flames suddenly appeared, blocking Fu Lilian's vision. Earth, rime gold. Fu Lilian became alert, but the golden flames did not change at all. Gold, accumulate strength. Seeing that the golden flames still did not change, Fu Lilian shot a killing magic towards the breath she sensed. However, the dark beam of light did not hit the target after tearing through the sea of fire. Water, accommodate 100 rivers. As Nangguangse continued to perform the 5 elements spells, the golden sea of fire brought Fu Lilian a stronger sense of threat. Obviously, these were all buff spells. Finally, wood, willow flame. The sea of fire instantly gathered and turned into emerald green light that shot towards Fu Lilian. The white-haired elf girl's face remained unchanged, and the honeycomb-shaped defensive magics were stacked in front of her. Bang bang bang. However, the emerald green light broke through several defensive magics in almost an instant and came to Fu Lilian tenaciously. However, such a powerful attack, after so many times of weakening, could not help but feel a little weak. Finally, after piercing through countless defensive magics, it slowly stopped in front of Fu Lilian's heart. It seemed that Nangguangse's most powerful attack could not cause any harm to her. However, the showy young man and his owner both showed a triumphant smile. Fire, flaming sky flame. The emerald green light suddenly transformed into an invisible flame, which stained Fu Lilian's defensive magic. I caught you. Nangguangse swept away the previous embarrassment and his tone was very proud. After the 5 elements of my master's magic are generated, the power will increase layer by layer. I'm afraid you just think that Liu Fenfei is my final resort. Russell on the side was stunned when he heard this. He said that the power of Sima Y's card was constantly increasing, and he almost hurt Fu Lilian. At this time, Nangguangse continued, but unfortunately, the last burning sky flame is my killer move. Hearing this, Russell raised his eyebrows and asked Sima Y calmly, President Sima, what is the effect of your burning sky flame? Sima Y saw that Russell had come to rescue him without any grudges, and thought it would be okay to explain, so he said, I made this burning sky flame specifically to restrain these long-range spellcasting cards. You feel the breath of the white-haired girl carefully, isn't it not strong? I think the Qi Ling Society sacrificed endurance when making the card, in exchange for such a strong power. Otherwise, Acer wouldn't have been hit by the characteristics by accident. After listening to Sima Y's explanation, Russell felt a little settle in his heart, and cast his eyes again on the field. At this time, Fu Lilian was stunned and looked at the transparent flame that gradually spread to her body, but did not cause any damage. Nangguangse heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Kid, my burning sky flame can burn other people's mana for my own use. The lower the mana, the faster it burns. After Liu Fenfei is weakening just now, I'm afraid your mana is running low, right? He said, looking at Fu Lilian calmly. But what surprised him was that the white-haired man opposite him didn't show any fear on his face, but looked at him as if he was a dead man. Fu Lilian was still calm at this time. I can see that you are very confident in yourself. But the one in front of you now is a great elf magician who has lived for more than 1,000 years. As if disturbed by Fen Xianyan, the white-haired elf's concealment magic that he had maintained since he started learning magic lost its effect at this moment. The huge magic power constantly stimulated the nerves of Nangguangse and Sima Y. Chapter 239 Gusum Yuran Lian. The transparent flame continued to burn Fu Lilian's magic. Nangguangse was right. If it was a normal card, as the magic power was consumed, the burning speed of the burning sky flame would become faster and faster, until the magic power of the card was finally consumed, and then it began to burn the card maker's mental power. This is why he regarded the burning sky flame as a killer move. The effect of this move when facing demons and card makers is very different. You must know that the card maker's card depends entirely on his own mental power. Under normal circumstances, as long as it is contaminated with a burning sky flame, a card maker will definitely quickly consume his mental power and then let it slaughter him. But unfortunately, this is not a normal situation. Sima Y and Nangguangse are facing two freaks, Fulilian and Russell. Because Fulilian has been practicing magic throughout her long life, her own magic power is extremely terrifying. Even the great demon clan that has survived for 500 years, the 7th collapsed sage Aura, behaved like a little chicken in front of her and had no power to fight back. In the original book, the only one who could surpass her was perhaps her master, the great magician Celia, who was born in the mythological era. And Russell, not to mention, since he came to this world, his talent and mental power has far exceeded that of normal card makers, both in terms of promotion speed and reserves. So the combination of the two makes it seem like burning sky flame is burning but not burning. Like burning. Seeing this, Nangguangse and Sima Y found it difficult to accept for a while. Nangguangse said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Are you pretending?" Looking at the young face of the white-haired girl not far away, he couldn't understand why she had such a terrifying magic power at such a young age. Unless after glimpsing Fulilian's pointed ears, an absurd fact flashed in his mind. The other party is not a human. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. As long as we can hold her back, there is still a chance. In Nangguangse's perception, although burning sky flame is burning very slowly now, the magic power burned is a drop in the bucket compared to the total amount of the white-haired girl. But as long as he can hold off, Fen Xiannian can slowly speed up the progress until the magic power is finally burned out. But unfortunately, Fulilian obviously won't give him this opportunity. The dark beam of light streaked across the battlefield. The killing magic from the corrupted sage was originally created to slaughter humans. Although after analysis and study, the Magic Association named it a killing magic, but the essence will not change. Boom! A harsh roar sounded, and the earth was left with huge wounds. Nangguangse fled around in a panic, using the 5 elements magic to harass Fulilian from time to time, trying to relieve his pressure, but they were all blocked by defensive magic. And his holder, Sima Huaizheng, looked at the scene in the field with an ugly face. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "President Luo, how long will it take for you to solve it?" Silence. No one answered his question. Turning his head, Russell, who was originally beside him, disappeared without a trace, and only his 2 cards were fighting with a spider-shaped card on the field. However, Sima Y did not bother to find Russell's specific location at this time. He just thought that the young man was going to support his cards. He was wondering about one thing. Where is the trump card? Is it really like what Sun Jingren said, that it was that Xianqi Zhang who killed the emerald-level demon and let him take the credit? The president of the Donglei Card Master Association was extremely upset. In his opinion, Russell clearly had a trump card that could kill the emerald-level demon, but he was still hiding it at this time. It was obvious that he wanted him to die. "Russell, hello." "Yes." Sima Y did not know that the so-called trump card he was thinking about at this time was the ferocious white spider in the distance. One of the people who came to assassinate him. Looking at Zhengbo and Lu Yan who were fighting fiercely in the distance, Sima Y frowned. He knew that he could only rely on himself at the moment. But when he turned his attention back to the field, the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. The magic circle like a floating cannon floated beside Fulilian, and countless small killing magics kept scattering and forcing Nangguangse to move. The young man flashed, leaving behind a leaf that was instantly pierced. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked up at the white-haired girl floating in the air. But at this moment, in his eyes, Fulilian showed a rare smile on her face. What is she laughing at? Nangguangse was a little confused. What's so funny? Is she laughing at his current embarrassed look? But before he could get angry, he was chased away by the murderous magic that shot at him again. But the venue is so big, and there are fewer and fewer places to hide. After taking a breath, Nangguangse felt Fulilian's breath and showed an ugly smile on his face. "It's halfway, hold on for a while, you can win." But when he dodged the murderous magic this time, Fulilian had already predicted his landing point. Feeling the sudden dangerous breath, Nangguangse's face changed drastically. Not good. Golden flames splashed out, trying to resist the murderous magic. However, What Nangongse did not realize was that a transparent flame was hidden behind the murderous magic. Barely avoiding the dark beam, Nangongse swallowed his saliva. Just as he was nervously guarding against Furlilian's attack, the cold voice of the white-haired old woman sounded in the moonlight. What an interesting magic, thank you this time. Hearing Furlilian's voice, Nangongse's attention was instantly attracted. What? I named it Burning Magic Magic, I hope you like it. Magic analysis. Furlilian can spend a certain amount of time to analyze the magic she has come into contact with, and there is a chance that she will successfully reproduce it. At this time, Nangongse noticed that the golden flame in front of him was gradually dyed transparent. Feeling his mana constantly flowing away, he was extremely surprised. Burning sky flame. Sima Y also noticed the abnormality in the field. How is it possible? There is no doubt that Furlilian is using Nangongse's burning sky flame. From appearance to effectiveness, they are the same. But how is this possible? That is his trump card. At this time, even Zhengbo and Lu Yan in the distance discovered a sudden change on the field. After seeing the transparent flame that had already climbed onto Nangongse's body, a trace of disbelief flashed in the eyes of both of them. They naturally knew that this flame was the killer move of their own president, but they never expected that the other party could replicate it in such a short time. This is not in line with common sense. At this time, Sima Y only felt that this battle was full of weirdness. When facing the white-haired card, his card was like a mouse being teased, and was being led by the nose the whole time. However, unlike the shocked people present, Russell, who was hiding in the dark, as the card holder, naturally knew more detailed information. Furlilian did succeed in being a copy ninja, but the problem was that this was only because Burning Sky Flame had been burning her, so she was able to analyze it successfully. For example, Furlilian did not copy the other 5 elements magic at all. After all, actual combat is not like when Spider-Man teaches, he will let her carefully feel the flow of magic. But even so, the strength is still greatly weakened compared to the original version. Perhaps the strength of the original version can be restored through research in the future, but it is definitely not possible at present. As the victim, Nangongse also noticed the strangeness at this time, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, this so-called magic of burning magic was originally used by Furlilian to attract his attention. The real killer move was the long-accumulated killing magic. The magic circle, which was several times larger than the previous one, opened instantly. Almost without any pre-swing, the huge beam of light had already pierced the air and made a shrill whistle. Boom! It hit the bullseye. In an instant, Nangongse was ash and smoke, leaving only a bottomless black hole silently telling his end. Sima Y felt that the card belonging to Nangongse in his mind had fallen into cooling, and his face was extremely ugly. For a while, he really lived up to his name. Zhengbo, who was far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel excited. There is no doubt that the balance of victory is gradually tilting towards their Qi Ling Society. Maybe today they can really get away with it after killing Sima Y. As expected of an adult, if he had gone to participate in the national competition, Russell might not have had any chance. The middle-aged man with a paralyzed face thought so in his heart. However, Lu Yan, who was not far away from him, was not in a good mood at this time. What Zhengbo could see, he could see as well. But the member of the Qi Ling Society who was fighting with him was really a bit tricky, and he could not get rid of the other party to support Sima Y for a while. But when Lu Yan thought of Sima Y's previous actions, he hesitated again. Really, do you want to save him? The square-faced middle-aged man faced the member of the Qi Ling Society who was on par with him again with mixed feelings. The scene returned to Furlilian. After she dealt with Nangongse, she did not choose to go to support Zoro, but pointed the tip of her staff at Sima Y. The card maker fights wildly, and the correct strategy is to kill the enemy card maker first. But what she could think of, how could Sima Y's card not think of it? Benquin, shock touch? Tuhu left Zoro behind and came to Furlilian in a flash. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman, with numerous knife wounds all over his body. The next moment, his powerful right fist had already hit the defensive magic in front of Furlilian. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shattering sounds rang out, and Furlilian calmly distanced herself from Tuhu. As a mage, she would naturally not be stupid enough to fight a warrior in close combat. On the other side, Zoro's pressure suddenly decreased after Tuhu left. He was not like Furlilian who only had to face Nangongse. Facing Yanji and Tuhu at the same time, even he was not easy. It is better to say that being able to hold on for so long under the siege of 2 cards, 1 red and 1 gold, without falling down, is a symbol of strength. Fortunately, Fu Lilian quickly dealt with Nangguangse and created a one-on-one situation for him. It seems that my companion is better. The green-haired young man grinned with a long knife in his mouth. Yanji calmly glanced at Tu Hu, who was already at a disadvantage in the distance, and then looked coldly at the wounded 3-sword swordsman in front of him, the last gasp of a spent force. Still talking tough. As long as I kill you, the crisis will be resolved. Hearing this, Zoro's face became dangerous. If you can do it. 3-sword style, extreme, tiger hunting. Chapter 240. This world is multiplied by 3, there is no self and no end. Looking at Sora and approaching him, Yanji's past experiences flashed through his mind. He still remembered that when he was a child, he was often isolated by his peers as a freak because he liked sword dancing. Fortunately, he was not alone, and he had a sister named Yanzu. With Yanzu's company, he didn't care about the criticisms of his peers. His outstanding talent in swordsmanship naturally attracted the attention of his parents. As a long-standing Yan family, their family actually has treasures passed down by their ancestors. A pair of magic swords. Frostborn, Fire Joy. No. Flowing Ice and Blazing Fire. The 2 magic swords, 1 red and 1 blue, were passed down to him and his sister Yanzu respectively. The peaceful days passed for a while, and the brother and sister gradually grew up. However, although the Yan family has a long heritage, it has long been in decline in recent years, and no powerful monks have been born for a long time. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. The wealth accumulated by the family for many years naturally attracted the covetousness of the wicked. On a day that could not be more ordinary, a disaster came. A group of masked bandits raided the Yan clan's residence. The flames that shot up into the sky and the wailing of the clan members constantly stimulated Yanji's nerves. After hiding his sister, he clenched his fiery fire and prepared to fight these bandits. However, when he opened the door, he saw his parents lying on the ground without breathing, and a gangster who was grinning at him. Hey, there's still a dead surviving bastard. Even after he became a monk, this sentence still lingered in his heart like a nightmare. However, at that time, Yanji, who was still young, saw this situation, and his anger instantly controlled his actions. He held the fiery fire and attacked the gangsters. Unfortunately, he was no match for the opponent without any cultivation. Just a face-to-face, the fiery fire was picked up and fell to the ground. He fell to the ground, watching the bright long sword stabbing at him, and couldn't help but close his eyes. But the expected pain did not come, but the sound of a heavy object falling in front of him sounded. Opening his eyes, the scene in front of him made him sluggish. It was Yanzu. His sister blocked the sword for him. Looking at his dead sister, the world in Yanji's eyes instantly fell into darkness. He struggled to crawl to his sister's body and trembled as he embraced her in his arms. What a shit, a sword, it can't protect anything. A hysterical roar sounded. At this time, the villain looked at the brother and sister in front of him with a playful look, and did not notice the red and blue swords that were constantly shaking on the ground. But when he was about to end Yanji's life, when Yanji regained consciousness, he found himself standing in a sea of blood and corpses, surrounded by the fragmented bodies of masked bandits. He looked at the red and blue swords in his hands blankly, not knowing what happened. A sudden sense of exhaustion came, and he fell into a pool of blood. Are you going to die? Okay. Just as Yanji's consciousness gradually dissipated, a shrill sound of breaking through the air came from the sky, followed by a shout mixed with anger and surprise. Brother Yan. When Yanji woke up again, he found himself sleeping in a quiet bedroom. The lingering sleeping fragrance soothed his anxious mood. The door was pushed open, and a young man he had never seen before walked in, awake. Yanji huddled in the corner of the bed with caution. Seeing this, the young man spoke of his identity with a complicated expression. It turned out that the young man was called Lin Yifan, a friend of his father. Originally, he came to take him to join the Shuayu sword sect at the request of his father. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. When he arrived, Yanji was the only living person left in the Yan family. After saying this, the young man left, only telling Yanji that he would call him when he had rested well. Yanji listened to everything in silence, and his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the red and blue double swords sheathed on the table. He silently climbed up, held the double swords in his arms, and shrank back to the corner of the bed. I am the only one left. Just as Yanji thought so, He felt as if he was hugged from behind, cold but very warm. At the same time, a gentle female voice sounded in his ears, "Don't be afraid, brother, I will always be with you." Since then, Yanji, the orphan of the Yan family, disappeared, and only the crazy sword, Yanji, of the Shuayu sword sect was left in the world. The memories ended here. Yanji took a deep breath and clenched the two swords in his hands. "This time, I will not lose." Zyaksu. As he called softly, a cold palm covered his left hand. "I'm here, brother." Looking at a blue tiger that was already close at hand, his eyes were cold. Clang. Zzzz. The five weapons intersected in an instant, and the sharp sword waves whistled and tore the surrounding ground. The strength has increased a lot after fighting for so long. Yanji could naturally sense that the weapons in Soren's hands had undergone a huge change from before. If he could easily break the three weapons with the ice and fire sword before, he couldn't do it now. And it's not just weapons. As the green-haired swordsman's hands were gradually covered with dark unknown substances, his strength was greatly enhanced. It's really difficult. Yanji thought so, and the two swords in his hands kept dancing. Ding 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 ding. The sound of swords clashing rang out continuously in the field. Zoro frowned slightly. He always felt that the young man with two swords on the opposite side had improved a lot in strength compared to before. Swish! A dazzling spark flashed, and the slashing wave instantly cut off a villain next to it. Taking this opportunity, Zoro fell far back. Huh? However, he was stunned as soon as he stood still. At this time, in his eyes, Yanji only had the flaming red sword in his right hand, and as for the ice blue sword, it was held in the hands of a female figure floating behind him. Remnant soul guarding the heart. Seeing this, the green-haired swordsman raised his eyebrows and couldn't help muttering in his heart, "What kind of fruit is this? Even Brook can't do this kind of thing." Thinking of the skeleton man who ate the Yomiuri fruit on the ship, Zoro was speechless for a moment. If Brook could really do it, wouldn't he be able to summon all the crew members who died on his previous ship? Putting away the messy thoughts in his mind, the green-haired swordsman took a deep breath and rushed towards his opponent again. Looking at the three swords coming in front of him again, Yanji's face did not change, but he lowered his body and held the sword with his backhand to block Zoro's attack. At the same time, the female figure holding the drifting ice behind him suddenly stabbed at Zoro. Seeing this, Zoro put away his sword and took a step back, but did not move away. You also count as a double sword style. Three-sword style, tornado. The powerful sword pressure instantly formed a terrifying tornado airflow. Swish! The already messy ground was cut into pieces like tofu at this time. Yanji was not careful for a moment, and several cuts were torn in his chest. He stepped back quickly, but at this time a green-haired figure had already broken through the tornado and rushed towards him. Three-sword style, Jayuki, Brave Claw. Zoro's eyes flashed with scarlet light, like an evil ghost. Yanji's face darkened. Flame dance. The brilliant sword dance wrapped in red flames instantly illuminated the dark night sky. The huge flame sword energy swept across the surroundings recklessly. Swish! The slashing wave sent by Zoro only slightly blocked the flame sword energy, but it was enough for him to adjust his position. He turned over and fell to the distance, ignoring the slowly flowing blood in his abdomen, and looked at the sword-wielding young man not far away with a serious face. Such a strong man. In the world of One Piece, he is enough to be a top swordsman. At this time, the movement of the two fighting attracted the attention of the card makers present. Sima Wire raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the green-haired card could fight with his trump card to this extent. You have to know that he spent a lot of time and effort to make Crazy Sword, Yanji, and he also put in a lot of red materials. Tisk looking at Zoro with wounds all over his body, he sneered, even if he can block it once, what's the matter? In his opinion, Zoro's defeat is already a foregone conclusion. On the contrary, the battle on Tohu's side is very bad. Melee fighters have no means to break the defense, and will only be killed by the mage. Fortunately, as long as Yanji can quickly resolve the battle, the final result will not change. And Sima Y's thoughts are exactly what Zengbo thinks. This thorn planted by the Qi Ling Society in the association, the director of the security office of the Dwangleika Master Association, has been in a roller coaster mood in a short period of time. Previously, he thought that Firlilian's solution to Nangguang's Ser was a good sign. But the current situation is taking a sharp turn for the worse, and the balance of victory seems to be tilted towards Sima Y again. Glancing at the silent squid in the distance, he couldn't help but feel anxious. "My lord, won't you order a retreat? Are we really going to fight to the death?" In his opinion, this is completely unnecessary. After all, there is no conflict between the Qi Ling Society and the association. There is no benefit in fighting to the death with the association. It's a pity that he is a member of the Qi Ling Society. No matter how unreasonable the action is, as long as Russell doesn't give the order to retreat, he can't even run away. Moreover, there is no possibility of reconciliation between Russell and Sima Y. The two sides have already reached the point of fighting life and death. At this time, Zoro, standing on the ruins, took a deep breath. At the moment, his best choice is to wait for Fulilian to kill Tuhu and then support him. But don't forget that this operation is an assassination mission. Although it has not been half an hour since the action, it is enough for the Cardmaster Association of Donglei to start mobilizing card makers. Maybe the emerald level can crush Donglei, but it is obvious that they are not at the gold level. So, there is not much time left for them. One strike. Defeat you. The green-haired swordsman's momentum gradually increased, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes, as if Shura had descended to the world. The next moment, he rushed towards Yanji like a cannonball. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and thousands of worlds are gathered to form a small world. Yanji was stunned. Here it comes again, just like before. The strange three-sword swordsman on the opposite side must shout out the name of the move every time he makes a move. He couldn't figure out what the meaning of this was, and it was useless except for notifying the opponent. There are only 2 types of people who do this: either they have a second-year disease, or they are absolutely confident in their own strength. This world is multiplied by 3, and there is no self that is endless. However, feeling Zoro's gradually rising momentum, Yanji gradually became serious. He wondered if shouting the name of the move really can increase the power of the move? And is the name of this move a little too long? The secret of the 3-sword flow. 1 big, 3000, the great world. At this moment, the card makers and cards belonging to the association present suddenly changed their expressions. Chapter 241. There is a gap between sword masters. Under the pitch-black night, Zoro was like a green meteor streaking across the battlefield, his sharp aura piercing people's faces. Sima Y's heart sank, and he felt a little bad. No way. But after thinking that his card was also red quality, he was a little relieved. No matter what, it won't be killed in one hit, right? After calming down, he felt that he was just scaring himself. As long as we can hold them off, I think the support from the association should be here soon. Sima Y was not referring to Russell and other gold-level fighters, but the low-level card makers in the association. Although those low-level card makers may not be useful when facing the emerald level, they can still cause some damage to the current gold-level Killing Who. Presumably, these crazy people in the Killing Who will not choose to fight to the end. At this time, Tuhu, who is already scarred on the battlefield, could naturally sense the horror of Zoro's 3-sword flow secret, and immediately wanted to go to support Yanji. Unfortunately, a dark beam of light narrowly passed by his body, leaving a hole on the ground. He looked up and saw the white-haired elf looking at him calmly. Tisk. Tuhu knew that in the current situation, Yanji could only face the hidden attack alone. He took a deep breath and gathered his strength to face Fulilian again. At this moment, Yanji, who was facing the secret of Zoro's 3-sword style, had a more and more serious expression. He naturally knew why the green-haired swordsman suddenly attacked. As an assassination, it was normal to want to end the battle with one blow. Looking at the green-haired Shura evil ghost who was almost within reach, he took a deep breath and raised the red sword in his hand to cover half of his face. At the same time, the female phantom behind him also made the same action. The blades of the 2 swords reflected a face that was completely different from one person and one soul. The next moment, Yan Wu, Beng Zhu. The overlapping shouts of men and women suddenly rang out on the battlefield. Red and blue intertwined, ice and fire blended perfectly together. The dreamlike sword light slashed down, the biting cold and the burning heat kept alternating. Seeing this, Russell, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but complain, where did Zai and Wang Shu come from? But he could understand that this blue planet might have some things that seemed to be different from before he crossed over. Just like countless monkeys randomly hitting typewriter keys, they might eventually write all the books in the British Museum. And the 2 abilities of ice and fire are very popular. Of course, fortunately, these are not the 2 swords that Russell is familiar with, otherwise he might have to yo-yo tonight. But even so, the sword light emitted by Yanji at this moment should not be underestimated. The card makers present, except Russell and Sima Y, felt a chill in their hearts after sensing his terrifying aura. At this time, Moyu, who was wearing a loose-eye vest, felt bitter in his heart. He always felt that today's action might fail. However, just as everyone was holding their breath and waiting for the final result, Yanji's face changed drastically. Not good. The brilliant sword light that was supposed to engulf Zoro paused in the air, and then split in two from the middle. Nothing is continuous. Yanji finally understood the meaning of the green-haired swordsman's chanting at this time. The green-haired swordsman who appeared in front of everyone at this time was covered with burns and frostbite, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. Three swords flow, Gyurgen, Brave Claw. As soon as he landed, he stomped on the ground and came to Yanji in an instant. Looking at the three black long swords that seemed to devour all the light around, Yanji drew his sword again to try to block Zoro. Unfortunately, Zoro had the will to die together and made this move, and didn't care about his body being gradually torn apart by the sword wind. Yanji blocked it, and his face was happy. At the same time, the female phantom behind him came with a drifting ice slash, intending to cut Zoro in half. Dang! A sound like the collision of metal and iron came, and Yanji and the female phantom behind him showed surprised expressions on their faces. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Zoro's dark right arm was firmly blocking the ice blue sword. Ignoring the long sword that had penetrated into the flesh and blood and pressed against the arm bone, Zoro grinned. It seems that I won. His voice was like the death knell from hell, ringing loudly beside Yanji's ears. What? Three swords style, blue dragon song, flowing water. The dark long sword turned into a ferocious dragon and swallowed Yanji in one bite. Everyone lost their voices and looked at Zoro, who had come behind Yanji. SHH. Yanji still maintained that surprised expression. After a breath, he exploded with blood mist all over his body. Bang! A dull sound of falling to the ground sounded, and the ace belonging to the president of the East Laika Association silently dissipated in the air. Seeing the scene in the field, Sima Y's face was distorted. He couldn't believe that what was happening in front of him was real. But the crazy sword, Yanji, that was in a cooling state reminded him vividly. His death was coming. Lu Yan. Russell. The screams that seemed a little sharp because of fear rang out in the battlefield. The president was asking for help from his companions. Maybe it was his companions. But without Yanji to stop him, who could stop the green-haired swordsman who looked like a killing god? Seeing Zoro rushing towards him almost without any pause, Sima Y used his hands and feet to roll and crawl backwards. It was a pity that although his body was also strengthened by the card, it was not the style of fighting in person like Fang Wenlong, so how could he run faster than Zoro? After just a few breaths, the green-haired swordsman, who was covered in blood that could not be distinguished from the enemy or himself, and who looked like a devil crawling out of hell, had come behind him. Feeling the terrifying breath behind him, Sima Y's legs softened and fell into the ruins. During this time, Tu Hu also tried to rescue his owner, but this undoubtedly revealed a huge flaw, and finally disappeared under Fu Lilian's killing magic. Just when Sima Y felt that he had fallen into a desperate situation, his mental perception once again captured the breath of Vice President Russell. Turning his head, Russell was standing in the distance and watching him silently. Save me. Russell. Sima Y shouted loudly as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. However, in his eyes, the young vice president just shrugged his shoulders and showed a helpless look. He seemed to be saying something. Judging from his lip shape, it seemed like goodbye. Sima Y was beheaded by a knife before he had time to think about the meaning of the young man's words. Soren had no interest in talking nonsense with a person in front of him. Just now, he only said a few more words to Yanji because of the mutual appreciation between swordsmen. Since then, the president of the East Laika Association has died. Seeing this, Lu Yan immediately forced himself to get rid of Zengbo and quickly came to Russell. The two cards on Russell's face no longer entangled with Spider Girl, but instead protected him in front of him, as if they were afraid that the spirit beggars would attack him. However, after seeing Aizen and Misaka Mikoto easily escape from the battle, Lu Yan's eyes flickered for a moment, but in the end he didn't say anything. After all, he just did the same thing. President Luo, Lu Yan whispered to Russell, shouldn't we retreat first? After all, President Sima is dead. As he said that, he looked at the three cards in front of the squid in the distance with fear. Apart from Zoro, who was still standing upright despite his fatal injuries. Foreign and Spider-Girl were not completely unscathed in the eyes of the square-faced middle-aged man, but they definitely still had the ability to fight. And who can be sure that the green-haired card really has little combat power left? You have to know that when the opponent first fought with President Sima Y's trump card, he had already suffered a lot of injuries. So now it looks like 2-2 on the field, but in fact the combat power has been unbalanced. What Lu Yan is afraid of now is that the crazy people of the Qi Ling Society want to continue. If the young man next to him also dies, it will be the end of the world for Donglei. In the distance, Mo and Zenbo didn't think so much at this time. They felt relieved. Finally, we have completed the task assigned by Master Liu. The two thought so at the same time. The ups and downs of the battlefield situation before made their hearts go up and down. Fortunately, Russell's card was better in the end. Thinking of this, Zenbo looked at the 3 cards of different shapes in front of him with some relief. He was thinking that he was lucky to be a member of the Qi Ling Society, otherwise he would have to stand on the opposite side tonight. The middle-aged man with a paralyzed face didn't want to risk his life to try Fu Lilian's killing magic in Zoro's blade. As for the squid, he looked at Fu Lilian and Zoro and murmured, "These two adults. If I remember correctly, they like pudding and wine." Because he was not sure whether there would be another action, he decided to go and buy some food that the adults liked after today's matter was over. The more courtesy, the less blame. In this way, the 3 adults should ensure his safety. Right? Just like that, the battlefield that had turned into ruins suddenly fell into a strange silence. After a while, Russell frowned slightly and looked at the squid not far away. What is this guy doing? According to his script, the squid could run away after saying a few harsh words at this time. As for why he didn't attack Russell and the others, do you want to understand the thoughts of the crazy people of the Qi Ling Society? As if he noticed Russell's sight, the squid's heart shuddered. But just when he wanted to say something, a voice that Russell was familiar with rang on the battlefield. "Hey, Qi Ling Society, do you want to join forces to keep these lackeys of the association?" It was Li Shuo from the Yoriichi sect. After experiencing the invasion of demons on the coast and the assassination of the president and vice president, this group of Yoriichi sect demons who had been hiding their heads and showing their tails finally couldn't hold back. President. Seeing this, Lu Yan's face changed drastically, and he immediately wanted to pull the young man next to him away. However, Russell stretched out his hand to stop him. Today there is an unexpected gain. He thought so. Chapter 242. Donglei has only one person who can call the wind and rain. Compared to Lu Yan's panic at this time, Russell seemed calm. Because Lu Yan might be worried about being attacked by both the Yoriichi sect and the Qi Ling Society at the same time, but he was not. After all, Moe and the others came to assassinate Sima Y just because of his orders. Although it can't be said that it was an assassination now. But at the moment, apart from Li Shuo, Russell's attention was more focused on the figures behind him. They were demons. And they were familiar demons. Could it be that the old ones are beaten and the young ones are coming? It's not surprising that he thought so. After all, Li Shuo was held back so many times in Donglei and refused to change places. There must be something special about this place that attracted him. In this case, it is normal that the demon army in the north would continue to send people to support Li Shuo, a partner, after Russell killed Lanide. I just don't know why. Russell didn't think that the demon army would help in vain, but they must have other intentions on Li Shuo. And Spider also sent the identification information at the right time. Name, Cliff title, First Class Researcher of the Demon Army R&D Department level, Gold droppable material, Knowledgeable Immortal Seed, name, Dick title, 7 Seas, Weapon Master level, Gold droppable material, Pirate Master, name, Mania title, 7 Seas, Crazy Desire level, Gold droppable material, Feast of Pirates. But after checking the information, Russell was stunned. One of the demons was indeed, as he thought, a member of the Northern Demon Army, and his level was higher than that of Lanide. Lanide was a second-class researcher, and this Cliff was a first-class researcher. But the origins of the other two demons were a little beyond his expectations. They came from the same secret realm as the previous Garsuul and others. Merged? At this time, Russell remembered the information he had tortured out at the beginning. From this point of view, there was indeed no problem with what a minion revealed. Including the dead Garcia and Will, there are exactly 4 kings. But fortunately, there is no emerald level. Russell breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that there would be more than one emerald-level demon, well, in the secret realm. Now it seems that there is no emerald-level demon. The main reason is that he is not sure under what circumstances the characteristic of Spider-Girl, Superior's attention, will be triggered. In addition, the prison blue did not generate props such as Black Cloak this time. If he encounters an emerald-level demon again, he will have no choice but to run. Just saying that, Li Shuo has some connections with Guerrilla. He didn't think that Li Shuo just found a few gold-level demons to cooperate. Just as Russell was lost in thought, the two demons named Dick and Minia first looked at the wounded Zoro with doubts. The green-haired swordsman made them feel a little familiar. Then they cast their eyes on Russell in the distance. "Is he the card maker you said killed Whale?" The two asked the middle-aged man beside them in a low voice with fear in their tone. Hearing this, Li Shuo nodded slightly, confirming their doubts. Seeing this, the two demons' fear of Russell rose to a new level. After all, outsiders might not know, but could they not know Will's strength? It can be said that among the four kings who came this time, Will alone could suppress the other three. But such a powerful existence died quietly. They didn't even know what means the other party used. Dick retreated a little. He glanced at the people around him and asked hesitantly, "Do you really want to fight? I'm afraid that just these few people and demons are not enough for that one person to fight, right?" But who would have thought that Li Shuo just waved his hand and whispered, "I'm sure." After observing secretly for so long, he knew the current situation very well. In fact, they had discovered it not long after the Qi Ling Society assassinated Sima Y. The reason why they didn't show up at the beginning was that they were afraid that the association and the Qi Ling Society would stop because of their existence. Just like now. After the Qi Ling Society killed Sima Y, the situation in the field was out of balance, and it was naturally time for them to appear on the scene. Thinking of this, Li Shuo asked Mo and the others loudly, "How about it? Let's put aside the grudge between our two families and clear out the lackeys of the association." The middle-aged man in the red dragon robe was very confident that Qi Ling would agree. After all, if they joined forces, the remaining two gold-level card makers of the association would definitely not be their opponents. At that time, the entire Donglei would not be controlled by the two families. And in Li Shuo's opinion, if Russell's so-called means of killing the emerald level could be used, Sima Y would not be killed by Qi Ling in front of him. Unfortunately, he didn't know the grudge between the president and vice president of the Donglei Card Master Association, nor did he know that Russell was secretly the sixth master of Qi Ling. Therefore, after hearing Li Shuo's inquiry, Moe was stunned at first, and then said seriously, "Your proposal is indeed very tempting. But I refuse." His loyalty to the sixth master is evident to the world, and the Gyi sect of Guxiao should not come to disgust him. The scene was suddenly silent, as if no one heard Mo's words clearly. Lu Yan and Zhengbo did not seem to expect that Mo Yu would answer like this. Li Shuo's confident smile froze at this moment. Feeling the strange gazes of several demons, he suppressed his anger and asked Mo Yu in a deep voice, "Why? You should know that this is the best choice, right?" The middle-aged man could even agree to some excessive demands from the Qi Ling Society. Anyway, the plan was coming to an end. When the plan succeeded, it would have nothing to do with him what Donglei would become. Hearing this, Mo Yu sneered, "We are not interested in working for your Gyi sect. We are here today just because Sima Y threw dirty water on us. What I hate most is people who wrongly accuse others. Also, the goal of our Qi Ling Society is to implement love and peace, which can't be the same as you." After speaking, he left the place in an instant without even looking at the reactions of the people present. Seeing this, Zhengbo also left immediately, but before leaving, he was still thinking about a question. Is their Qi Ling Society really a kind organization that maintains order? But when he caught a glimpse of Sima Y's body in the distance, the middle-aged man with a paralyzed face decided to keep his attitude. For a moment, only the association and the Gyi sect were left at the scene. Feeling the three cards that had returned to his mind, Russell said indifferently to the Gyi sect people in the distance, "Do you want to continue, you stray dog? I'll accompany you to the end." Hearing this, Li Shuo glanced at Aizen and Misaka Mikado in front of Russell with a gloomy face, and said unwillingly, "Let's go." At this time, Dick and Minia almost couldn't hold back their expressions. They were both speechless about the middle-aged man beside them. The harsh words just now were loud, but now he really ran away like a stray dog, as the young man opposite said. But Li Shuo actually had his difficulties. In addition to the fact that he was not sure that he could quickly take down Russell's 2 cards, another reason was that the reinforcements from the association were about to arrive. It would be fine if the Qi Ling Society agreed to cooperate. Cliff, the new member of the demon army beside him, had a way to stop the low-level card makers, and the rest of the people could wear down the opponent. The problem was that the Qi Ling Society did not agree, and looking at the reaction, Li Shuo was afraid that the group of lunatics would sneak up on him. However, just when the Yoriichi sect was about to run away, Cliff stood up and said, "Lana died in your hands, right?" Seeing that Russell was looking at him silently, he continued, "You are very interesting. I really want to dissect your body structure." Just when Russell was about to say something, Cliff suddenly looked up to the east and said, "You came so fast. I wanted to leave some gifts for you, what a pity." As soon as the voice fell, the Yoriichi sect disappeared, and only Russell and Lu Yan were left standing on the ruins. At this time, Lu Yan realized that his back was covered with cold sweat. President Sima, I'm afraid this matter needs to be reported quickly. The death of a person of the level of the president of the Yichen Card Master Association is already a great disaster, and it is indeed necessary to report it to the Kilu Card Master Association. Hearing this, Russell nodded slightly, and then pinched his eyebrows with a headache. Although what happened tonight was a little beyond his expectations, it was generally a good thing. The Yoriichi sect, which had been hiding like a turtle, was actually lured out by the assassination he directed and acted. Otherwise, he might not know that the demon army in the north has sent a new demon researcher. And the Yoriichi sect has already merged with the demons in the secret realm on the sea. Just as he was thinking about how to write the follow-up report, an unexpected person appeared in front of him. It was not Zhengbo. Zhengbo would not show up tonight. It would be more reasonable to show up tomorrow morning than to show up right after the assassination. At that time, under the cover of Russell, he could just find a reason to fool around and it would be over. The one who came was Yu Hengru, the director of the Human Resources Management Department. Seeing the person, Lu Yan was also stunned. "Old Yu, why are you here?" Yu Hengru rolled his eyes. "Old Zheng couldn't find anyone, so I had to come." Then he saw Sima Y's body. The middle-aged man, who had been in a state of disappearance since Russell came to Donglei, first changed his expression from dissatisfaction to astonishment, and then to seriousness. Will Qi Ling do it? He really didn't expect Sima Y to be really dead. Although the other party's character is indeed, but his strength is undoubtedly ranked first in the Donglei Card Master Association. Ranked in the top 2. Yu Hengru glanced at Russell, who looked calm beside him, and then turned to the silver-level card maker behind him and ordered, "Clean up the scene as soon as possible." "Yes." Seeing that his card makers began to get busy, Russell, who was silent for a long time, finally spoke, "Let's go back to the headquarters and think about how to report to the higher-ups." Hearing this, Lu Yan and Yu Hengru couldn't help but look at each other. They clearly realized that Donglei was about to change. Chapter 243 The Legend of the Association's Fastest Promotion. Just after Russell and the other 2 left, a sneaky figure in the messy ruins patted his chest with lingering fear. "I was scared to death. I didn't expect Sima Y to die like this." It was Sun Jingren. He secretly witnessed the whole process of the Qi Ling Society assassinating Sima Y. The reason why he didn't rescue the other party was that if he did, Sima Y would probably die faster. After all, as a prisoner who had just assassinated Vice President Russell yesterday, he suddenly ran out to support Sima Y. Even a fool would know that the president of the Donglei Card Master Association was not clean. And he suspected that even if he took action, he might not be able to save the other party. The monster of the Qi Ling Society was too scary. If it were him, he might not be able to hold on for a few rounds and would have died. Thinking of this, Sun Jingren ate an orange to calm down, and then disappeared into the shadows. He had to go back and report to the head of the family. Russell and the other 2 returned to the headquarters, and this time Yu Hengru did not find an excuse to yo-yo. After all, there are only 2 or 3 cats and kittens left in Donglei now. If he runs away again, no one will work. What is this old Zheng doing? Why can't we see him now? However, despite saying so, Yu Hengru couldn't help but mutter. Hearing this, Russell calmly changed the subject. Maybe Director Zheng has something important to do. Let's not talk about him for now. Think about how to write this report tonight. Seeing that Russell did not intend to pursue Zhengbo's whereabouts, Lu Yan and Yu Hengru looked at each other and tacitly did not continue to mention the director of the Public Security Office. They can understand the thoughts of the young man in front of them. Now that Donglei is in a precarious situation, it is better to try not to have conflicts again. But even so, in the minds of the two, Zhangbo is afraid that he will still be punished by the higher-ups this time, and subsequent promotions and other things will most likely be affected. The three came to Russell's office in silence, gathered together and began to think about how to report tonight's events. Because the incident happened suddenly, the Donglei Cardmaster Association did not react for a while, and the higher-ups should also understand. The point is that Simo Y, the president, is dead, and his death involves all aspects. First of all, who will take over as the president? Will Russell take over first, or will someone else be parachuted in? Secondly, since the Qi Ling Association dared to attack the president of the association in public, will they do something more daring in the future? There is also the Gyai sect. From what we have seen just now, the other party's power in Donglei City is also getting bigger and bigger, and if it weren't for the Qi Ling Association assassinating Simo Y, this group of turtles might still be hiding there now. So we have to thank that group of lunatics. Lu Yan and the others felt a little strange. And these are all the messes left by Simo Y. Among them, Russell didn't have any special ideas about the Qi Ling Association. After a period of time, he would also restrain his people and let them not make trouble. If the Kilukashi Association asked them to clear out illegal organizations in the city, then he would throw out some unforgivable antisocial elements. Anyway, there are constraints of the contract, and those people can't make any waves. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Russell said to the two middle-aged men beside him in a deep voice, "There is no need to embellish anything, just tell the truth." The young man even wanted to make the matter more serious, to see if he could get more support from the Kilu Cardmaster Association. Hearing this, Lu Yan and the others had no objection. Now the most important person in Donglei is Russell, so naturally what the young man says is what he means. The matter is of great importance, and the three of them quickly sorted out the report and submitted it. "Thank you for your hard work tonight. We still need to maintain order in the city. I will be guarding the headquarters, and notify me in time if there is any situation." Because it involves the change of the president's position, Russell thinks that the reply from the Kilu Cardmaster Association should not come so soon. But don't think about resting. After all, a president has died, and there must be martial law in Donglei City tonight. It's impossible for everyone to just pat their butts and go home, right? The city under the control of the association is not a certain country that makes fun of it. It takes less than half a day from announcing martial law to bowing and lifting martial law. Yes. Lu Yan and Yu Hongru's faces tightened, and they quickly agreed. However, both of them felt that the young man's second sentence sounded familiar, as if the Sima president who had just lost his life usually behaved in this way. However, compared to Sima Y, they believed that Russell's words were sincere. This is the reputation that Russell has always built. As the two left the vice president's office, the room became quiet again. Seeing that he was alone again, Russell couldn't help but stretch his muscles. Finally, that although it took some effort, seeing Simo Y, who had been jumping in his face since he came to Donglei, died under Zoro's sword, even Russell couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart. "I'm so tired." He estimated that he should have nothing to do for a while, so he prepared to rest for a while on the guest sofa. Calling out the pigtailed Hanaritsu, Russell rested his head on the other's plump thigh without hesitation. "Sister Lai, thank you for your help." Anahana Lai did not say much, but just placed her soft fingers on Russell's temple. Russell looked at the ceiling, which he could only see half of, and his eyelids began to fight unconsciously. Seeing the young man on his thigh gradually closing his eyes, the gentle beauty took off her hori and draped it over him. The morning sun poured in through the window of the vice president's office, and unknown wild birds were chirping outside the window. Russell slowly opened his eyes in confusion, falling asleep. Standing up, the young man noticed the hori with a word for slipping off his body. Turning his head, he saw Anahana Lai looking at him as gently as she did yesterday when he fell asleep. "Thank you, Sister Lai." Russell did not ask if his legs were numb after he had pillowed them all night. What a joke, this great killer who can fight from the southern 80th district to the northern 80th district of Seoul Society without any fatigue. You ask her if her legs are numb. It's just that I have to say that Hanaritsu, the captain of the medical team, has the best massage skills among all of Russell's cards. Although she is the only one who can do it. Russell can't ask Misaka Mikado and the others to have this skill, right? Speaking of Misaka Mikado, The brown-haired girl can cosplay as a certain Dr. Yang and give Russell an electric treatment. As if she had noticed the impolite thoughts in the man in front of her, Hanaritsu's eyes narrowed. Seeing this, Russell shrank his neck, smiled awkwardly and handed the Hari in his hand back. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After taking Hanaritsu back, Russell stood up and stretched his stiff body, and said casually, "Come in." The person who pushed open the door and came in was not Lu Yan and Yu Hangru, but Zengbo, who had not been seen all night. "Sorry, President. I'm late." Some anxious words rang in the room, ignoring the fact that the owner of the voice had a paralyzed face. Zengbo still looked dead, but he was still a little nervous. After all, he was one of the parties involved in the assassination of Sima Y last night, but he was on the side of the Qi Ling Society. And he didn't show up for another night after the assassination, which was really unreasonable. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Russell asked without comment, "Tell me, what did you do last night?" Although he knew where Zengbo went last night, he still had to ask. After all, he is now Russell of the association, not Lu Zai of the Qi Ling Society. Zengbo's heart trembled, and then he said with some difficulty, "I went to visit a friend last night. The communication equipment was out of power, so I didn't receive the news." The reason was ridiculous. If Lu Yan was there, he would definitely not believe it, but Russell believed it. He just waved his hand and said with dissatisfaction, "Remember to report in advance next time. The specific punishment will be decided after the reply from above." Hearing this, Zengbo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that this matter would be so easy to pass. As for the possible punishment, unless the Killer Card Master Association is willing to parachute multiple gold-level card makers to Donglei to take up the post, in the current situation, he is confident that he is still useful to the association. At most, he will be fined. Yes. Shaking his head, Russell turned on the computer screen to see if the Killer Card Master Association had responded. This is, as he expected, just over half an hour ago, it did respond, but there were two documents. One was a response to the assassination of the president that happened last night, and the other was related to the personnel transfer document of the Donglei Card Master Association. The first reply did not contain any important information, mainly asking Russell and others to clear out the illegal organizations in the city and not let such things happen again. The important thing is the second personnel transfer document. Russell was directly promoted on the spot to fill Sima Y's position. There is such a good thing. This was somewhat unexpected to him. Originally, he thought that it was likely that he would temporarily take over the position of president, and the Killer Card Master Association would send someone to take over as president later. Unexpectedly, he suddenly became the president. Now Russell can be said to be all-powerful in Donglei. What about the vice president? He continued to read. The candidate to replace Russell was Lu Yan, the director of the Secret Realm Office. This can only be said to be unexpected but reasonable. After all, if Russell had not been parachuted in, the square-faced middle-aged man should have taken over as the vice president. As for the next candidate for the director of the Secret Realm Office, Russell was also stunned. Li Yu. That's right, it was his former teammate in the Nanjing University Battle Club. He's already gold level. Russell was a little confused at first, but then he thought that he was the special one. According to the time, Liu Yu is now a junior, and he has been at the silver level for a long time. It is not particularly strange that he has been promoted to the gold level now. However, although the person who came was an acquaintance, Russell was not happy, but just sighed silently. He has seen some clues from these two documents. The situation in the north of Kilu is not optimistic. Because under normal circumstances, the Killer Card Master Association should send an experienced and powerful gold-level card maker to replace the president, instead of the young Russell. In addition, the Killer Card Master Association did not even have the slightest intention of supporting them. It seemed as if they let the Donglei Card Master Association fend for themselves. Everything shows that the Killer Card Master Association really can't spare any extra manpower at the moment. Therefore, seeing that they can barely hold on in Donglei, they let them fend for themselves. Knowing the connection, Russell immediately notified Lu Yan and Yu Hangru. At this time, in Zengbo's eyes, the young man behind the desk first changed his expression rapidly, and then he sighed heavily and took out his mobile phone to send a few messages. Soon, Lu Yan and Yu Hangru came to the vice president's office. The two were stunned when they saw Zengbo, but they didn't say much. They just asked Luosu, President, you are looking for us. Luosu nodded, leaned his right hand on the back of the chair and supported his head and said, I just sent the file, you all have a look. The three of them took out their mobile phones and checked them. As time passed, the expressions of the three people gradually became strange. First of all, Yu Hangru, he didn't have any objection to the fact that he was not mentioned in the two documents he just checked. After all, he didn't think about promotion. What surprised him was that this young man Luosu went from vice president to president in just a few months. You have to know that this is the president of the One City Cardmaster Association. If he is promoted to the emerald level in the future, he will have the opportunity to go to a big city to serve as vice president. Although it seems that he has been demoted from president to vice president, the resources that can be provided by big and small cities are very different. Secondly, Zengbo, he was surprised that the Killer Cardmaster Association did not issue any punishment for him, not even a slight punishment such as a salary deduction, as if what happened last night had never happened. As for the job transfers of Russell and Lu Yan, he was not particularly surprised. Well, he was actually surprised. I need to report to the adults. Zengbo lowered his eyes slightly, making it difficult for people to see the expression in his eyes. This time, the Donglei-Kashi Association undoubtedly experienced an earthquake. Such important information should be told to the adults as soon as possible. Although after last night's battle, he felt that even if Russell faced his own adults, he would probably have no chance of winning. Unless that thing can destroy the means of emerald-level monsters again. Finally, Lu Yan, he had the most complicated feelings among the few people. Mountains and rivers are so dense that you may think there is no way out, but when you turn around, you willows and flowers, willows and flowers, willows. The square-faced middle-aged man remembered that he initially targeted Russell because of the position of vice president, and he didn't know what to say for a while. The main reason was that the position of vice president was vacant because Russell filled the vacancy after Sima wide-eyed, which made him laugh and cry. After all, the proposal against Russell was made by Sima Y. He thought that this might be a reward for his choice last night. Glancing at the young man behind the desk, LVN breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Just as the three of them were thinking about different things, Russell spoke up to attract their attention. I'm afraid you will have to work hard these days. As for Director Liu, who will take up the post later, I'll contact him. Given the current situation in Donglei, it is definitely not suitable to hold a banquet like Russell did to welcome him. Liu Yu happened to be an acquaintance of his, so it was naturally the best choice for him to welcome him. However, LVN and the other two did not know the twists and turns in this, and just thought that Russell was warning them not to form cliques, so they quickly bowed their heads and said, yes. Then the three of them withdrew to deal with their own duties. Looking at the vice president's office that fell into silence again, Russell stood up and went to the president's office next door. From this moment on, the position of the president of the Donglei Cardmaster Association officially changed hands. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 The Storm is Coming. The continuous martial law for several days did not cause much ripples in the city about the personnel changes of the Donglei Cardmaster Association. Today, right in the president's office, Russell couldn't help but frown after taking a sip of the hot tea that Lillian created out of thin air with magic. Although this magic can also allow him to drink tea anytime and anywhere in the wild, the taste is really not good. Putting down the teacup in his hand without changing his expression, Russell asked the ghost soldier to manually brew a pot of tea again, and then picked up the mobile phone on the table. Russell, tell me when you get there, Liu Yu. Okay, a few days ago, after learning that Liu Yu would come to Donglei to take over the position of director of the Secret Realm office, Russell had already contacted the young man with a big back hair and arranged a meeting place and time. The scheduled time is today, and today happens to be the day when Donglei lifts martial law. After all, there is no more to gain by continuing. After the incident that night, the Gyi sect hid like a turtle again. Although the association successfully cleared several of their bases, they were basically limb-jointing monsters, and there were very few card makers, not to mention the several main members who appeared that night. As for the Qi Ling Society, Russell asked Zengbo to pick out some unruly antisocial elements and hand them over, and those who stayed were basically more obedient. He didn't feel any psychological burden for doing this. Maybe it was the so-called a son selling his father's land is not painful. Moreover, before Russell arrived in Donglei, Jinping said that if necessary, he could sacrifice the Qi Ling Society here to help him hide himself. However, although martial law was lifted, the intensity of patrols in the city was still much higher than that during Sima Yi's period. Just as Russell was thinking about it, the vibration of his mobile phone brought him back to reality. "Liu, I'm here, Russell, wait for me." Putting away his mobile phone, Russell asked the ghost soldier to take him to the station. The silver level, ghost mask, is still his main means of transportation and storage. The main thing is that if you don't care about the combat effectiveness, it is really easy to use in daily life. Russell felt that at least it would not need to be replaced for a long time. "We are here." The young man with the slicked back hair raised his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. He breathed a sigh of relief after scanning the sparse crowds around him. Accustomed to the large flow of people at Nandu Station, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable coming to the small city of Donglei. The person who came was naturally Liu. He had just broken through to the gold level before the start of the school at Nanjing University, and therefore did not conduct job training at the beginning of his junior year. In fact, under normal circumstances, if he had broken through after taking up the job, he should have been promoted in the original city. But he was not. Therefore, after informing the school of his breakthrough, Nanjing University did not let him choose a job for the time being. Instead, it waited for Liu to make the first gold level card before letting him choose the selected jobs. Unlike Russell, who made his first gold level card the same day he obtained the materials, Liu first sold his belongings and went to the gold level welfare secret realm to collect enough materials. He also spent a long time conceiving the card making, and only recently completed the production of the first card. As Russell's teammate in the battle club, he naturally knew that Russell was the vice president of Donglei. There was nothing to say, and he chose Donglei at the first time. Originally, he chose the vice president of the branch in Laiyan County under Donglei. This position is more suitable for young people like him who have just broken through the gold level. The burden is not heavy, and he can be familiar with the affairs of the association. However, after a period of waiting, what he waited for was not the appointment letter of the vice president of the branch, but the appointment letter of the director of the secret realm office. Although the position is half a level higher, Liu is a genius of Nanjing University. He did not seem so outstanding before only because of Russell's pearls. After all, not everyone is a monster like Russell, and genius is just a threshold to meet him. So with the strength of the big back hair young man, he can barely do it. "Long time no see, Liu." The sudden male voice called him back to his thoughts. Turning his head, it was Russell. "It's not been a few months, Captain. It's called a job title when working." Russell pretended to be dissatisfied and made a joke. "Let's go, I'll take you back to the headquarters. This is not the place to talk about business." Liu shrugged and replied jokingly, "Got it, Vice President." Hearing this, Russell shook his finger. "It's the President." In the President's office, Liu was a little dazed holding the hot tea in his hand, slowly digesting the information just now. It was only then that he knew that the reason he could become the director of the Secret Realm office was that the death of the original president Sima Yi caused a vacancy in the position of the Donglei Cardmaster Association headquarters. "Really?" Liu calmed down and took a sip of hot tea. "You are under a lot of pressure." He did not doubt whether the young man in front of him was qualified to succeed the president, but he felt that the current situation in Donglei was really not optimistic. Russell was somewhat non-committal, regret it. But who would have thought that after hearing Russell's words, Liu's face showed some seriousness. "How is it possible? I was originally prepared to help you. I just didn't expect the situation to be so bad." Russell was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. "Actually, it's not bad. The situation is not as bad as you think. Family members know their own affairs." Russell knew that the main pressure faced by the Donglei Cardmaster Association at present came from the Gye sect. The Qi Ling Association can now be regarded as wearing pants with the association, of course, only in Donglei. However, the trouble of the Gye sect cannot be solved by them. The key is to look at the situation on the northern front. If the war in the north is not favorable, I am afraid that the situation in the future will only be worse. Hearing this, Liu nodded. "You are the president, you have the final say." He was a newcomer and was definitely not as familiar with the specific situation as Russell, who had been in Donglei for a long time. After the greetings between old friends, Russell sent a few messages on his mobile phone. "I will ask Liu Yan and others to come over now, you can get familiar with it." Soon, Liu Yan and the other two came to the president's office. Liu Yan, vice president. Zhengbo, director of the public security office. Yuangru, director of the human resources management department. Liu Yu. After briefly introducing both parties, Russell said to Liu Yu, "President Liu was the director of the Secret Realm office before. You can find him if you are not familiar with the place." Watching the four people in front of him communicate, Russell leaned back in his chair and began to think about the production of the next card. Last month's salary of 10,000 points has been credited, plus the 20,000 points rewarded by the previous incident on the coast. His savings have become richer. Somewhere in a mysterious space, Li Shuo, who the East Lake Master Association has been looking for, is arguing with two demons. We have already discussed it before, right? The middle-aged man in red robe said gloomily, "You help me disrupt the situation in Donglei, and after that, I will allocate a piece of land to you in Guerrilla. Now you want to regret it." At this time, Dick and Minia, who appeared on the night when Sima Y was assassinated, were standing in front of Li Shuo. Hearing Li Shuo's question, the two demons looked at each other. "You didn't say that this city is so chaotic. And even Will is dead, so Russell can kill us easily." At this moment, Li Shuo laughed in anger. "Then aren't you afraid that the person behind you will be angry?" This sentence was like poking the sore spot of the two demons, making them stiff all over, and then their faces were bitter as if they had eaten Coptis chinensis, but they still kept their mouths shut. Seeing this, Li Shuo wanted to point at their noses and scold them for being short-sighted rats. But he couldn't. Because he still needed help. Since Sima Y, the president, was assassinated, a high-intensity martial law was implemented in Donglei City. In order to prevent the plan from being exposed, he could only postpone the action. But who would have thought that now that martial law has been lifted, his plan is still difficult to implement? The lackeys of the association seemed to be staring at their Gyai sect, as if they were the ones who killed Sima Y, but it was obviously the Qi Ling Society that started it all. Speaking of the Qi Ling Society, Li Shuo got a headache because of anger. Those lunatics really opened his eyes by stabbing him in the ass with a knife, and they still talked about love and peace. They really thought he didn't know what the Qi Ling Society had done over the years. And Sima Y, who was lying there that night, would have come back to life if he knew about it, right? Exclamation mark. Madmen, all of them are crazy men. If those idiots had joined forces with us to clean up the lackeys of the association, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Li Shuo couldn't help but curse a few words in his heart, suppressing his anger and forcibly calming down his emotions. Since the hard way doesn't work, then he can only use the soft way. In order to get the two retreating demons in front of him to take action, he can only continue to increase the chips. If you continue with the previous plan, I can decide to expand the area that was promised to you before. I can even ask the demon army in the north to allocate a piece of land to you. The latter sentence is actually bullshit. The demon army occupies the extremely cold land where no one lives. They are eager for other demons to join them. Seeing that the two still did not speak, Li Shuo took out his last bargaining chip. "If you need it later, I can also help you with something." Hearing this, Minia and Dick secretly exchanged a few glances and finally decided to agree. It was not because they were moved by Li Shuo's conditions, but because they thought of the order of the Overlord before the Advent. If it cannot be completed, okay, we can continue to help you, the conditions are as you said. Seeing that the two demons in front of him finally agreed, Li Shuo felt relieved and put on a hypocritical smile on his face. "Then I'll trouble you too. It's just a deal." The matter has been settled, and Li Shuo did not stay any longer. He turned around and left this space and appeared on a beach. Finally. It's the last step. With a flash, the middle-aged man in red robe disappeared from the spot, leaving only the salty sea breeze blowing and raising fine dust. In the president's office, Russell, who was in a daze, was stunned. He noticed that Leolin had generated another prop card. Soul foreign matter extraction medium, level, gold quality? Question mark? Category, prop features, non-destructive extraction. The holder can extract foreign matter from the soul through this device without causing damage to it. After checking the information of the card, Russell was a little confused for a while. The last time, the Black Cloak was generated when he faced Will, which could help him hide his tracks and get rid of the emerald-level demon. What about this time? Strange. After thinking about it, Russell could only think that the Qi sect was doing something big again, but Donglai City was calm these days and nothing big happened. Tisk. Russell frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Chapter 245, Evil Generation Luffy. After the soul and foreign matter extraction medium was generated, nothing major happened in Donglai City, so Russell forgot about it for a while. Could it be that the card is not generated only when there is a crisis? Russell, who was at home on a rare day off, was murmured in his heart. After all, the feature of "I am an inventor" did not describe that the card would only be generated when facing a crisis, but only said that useful cards would be generated. The problem is that this soul and foreign matter extraction medium is of no use to me. After thinking carefully, Russell did not find any use for this prop card at the moment. Russell could only suppress his doubts in his heart and think about making the next card. Although Donglai City has been so peaceful these days that it seems that there are no illegal organizations such as the Qi Ling Society and the Qi sect, Russell always feels that it is just the calm before the storm. In addition, he has more money on hand, so it is naturally time to make the next card. The information previously identified by Spider-Man flashed through Russell's mind. Master Craftsman of Pirates, Feasting Pirates. Since they are all pirates, the goal is very clear. The Emperor's recognition. Luffy's ability has been recognized by the Emperor of the Sea, and he has bet his future on him. When facing any pirate-type monster, Luffy will be fully strengthened. It can only be Luffy. After determining the target, Russell began to look for materials on the points platform. The materials related to armament haki can continue to use the same ones as Zoro. All-round flesh evolution potion, gold, 9,990 points. But observation haki is not good. The relevant materials Russell used last time were only the purple eye of insight. On the one hand, it was because Zoro's observation haki was rarely shown in the original work, and on the other hand, he had no money. He also wanted to strengthen it severely, but a penny can make a hero fall. The tight points made him finally choose a purple quality material. But this time, making Luffy is different. Russell now has a huge sum of more than 30,000 points. Gold level, World Observer, red, priced at 16,990 points. After looking through the materials for a long time, Russell finally found the right materials. After gritted his teeth and took the photos of the two materials, he felt a little empty in his heart as he saw the points shrink to 9,050 again. Forget it, the old ones don't go, the new ones don't come. To calm down his good mood, Russell recalled and conceived the story of Luffy while waiting for the materials. Soon, the two materials were delivered to Russell. Among them, the gold-level card maker who is responsible for trading, all-round physical evolution potion, was stunned when he saw Russell, because in his memory, the young man in front of him had just taken a photo of the same material a long time ago. However, he only thought that Russell failed to make the card, and this was his second attempt. After signing for the materials, Russell went to the study on the second floor. Looking at Kingly Power, all-round physical evolution potion, and World Observer, spread out in front of him, he took a deep breath, and then used his mental power to touch the card of Luffy in his mind. Please continue to compile your story. After the Judicial Island incident, Luffy's bounty has reached 300 million, and he came to the Water City to rest. In the Water City, Luffy successfully recruited the cyborg Frankie and obtained the 1000 Sunny. After leaving the Water City, Luffy and his crew entered the Thriller Bark area and met Brook, who had eaten the Omiri fruit. After learning that Gecko Mirai had taken Brook's shadow, Luffy decided to help him take it back. However, who would have thought that Luffy's shadow was also taken away by Mirai and injected into the body of the demon Oz? Facing the powerful Oz, the Straw Hat Pirates put 100 shadows into Luffy's body and defeated Oz. Finally, with the concerted efforts of Luffy and his crew, Mirai was also defeated, and Brook joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Leaving the Thriller Bark, Luffy and his crew came to the Sabaody archipelago. Luffy fought back because his friend Hachi was attacked by the Celestial Dragons, which triggered a siege by the Navy. During the escape, Luffy and his companions agreed to return to the 1000 Sunny in 3 days, but who would have thought that except Luffy, everyone in the group was ejected by the 7 warlords of the sea, and they were separated. Luffy was ejected to the Daughter Island, and met the pirate Queen Hancock, who was a former slave of the Celestial Dragons. Due to Luffy's innocent heart and the reason that he also hated the celestial dragons, Hancock decided to help him go to the undersea prison to rescue the captured Ace. With the help of Hancock, Luffy successfully sneaked into the undersea prison, but did not find Ace. Only then did he know that Ace had been taken to the Navy headquarters for live execution. With the help of a group of pirates, Luffy successfully escaped from prison and came to the Navy headquarters. Then, under the cover of many big pirates, Luffy rushed all the way to the execution platform, and finally faced the three admirals alone. It's a pity that he is too weak now. In the huge war involving countless people, the top war, he can't play any decisive role at all. In the end, he could only watch his brother die in front of him. 2 weeks later, Luffy, who was taken away from the scene by Law, was extremely negative, but he still cheered up. After seizing a Navy warship to perform a water burial for Ace, Luffy decided to follow Pluto Rayleigh to practice haki. When writing this, Russell couldn't help but smile. It's better to learn from Teacher Guy than from Rayleigh. He even suspected that Teacher Guy's thunder gossip had some kind of enlightenment attribute. 2 years later, Luffy returned to the Sabaody archipelago to meet up with his partners and entered the New World together. On Fishman Island, in order to protect the Fishman Princess Shirahoshi, the Straw Hat Pirates chose to go to war with the New Fishman Pirates. Although the number of the New Fishman Pirates is very exaggerated, under Luffy's domineering haki, the weak can't stand it all. After defeating the New Fishman Pirates, Luffy and his crew entered Punk Hazard. After learning of Caesar's conspiracy, Luffy and his crew formed an alliance with Law and successfully thwarted the other party's conspiracy. After leaving Punk Hazard, Luffy and his crew entered Dressrosa. In order to rescue the abducted Law, Luffy fought fiercely with the 7 warlords of the sea, Tanayasha Doflamingo. Finally, Luffy activated the 4th gear and defeated Doflamingo. After Luffy defeated Doflamingo and left Dressrosa, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet was officially established, and his bounty also reached 500 million. The story was written, and Russell returned to reality in a trance. The boy's magnificent adventure flashed before his eyes, and the innocent boy who was originally on the card face, holding a straw hat with one hand and laughing, now had a cross scar on his chest, and his face was a little mature. Although he still maintained his childlike heart and still had that laughing look, Luffy on the card face at this time seemed a little sad for some reason. Sighing, Russell put the card back into his mind and began to check the information. Worst generation, Luffy, rank, gold quality, red category, biological skills, rubber fruit, gear 4, a new move developed by Luffy during his 2 years of training. He uses armament haki to cover his limbs and inject air into them to gain elasticity and a huge body. In this state, Luffy's body will be greatly enhanced. Hero haki, 1 in a million, representing the qualifications of a king. Able to actively release to shock enemies who are weaker than himself. Armament haki, Luffy's armament haki is very skillful in use, and can be combined with his own fruit ability to exert even greater power. Observation haki, Luffy's observation haki is very powerful, and can strongly sense the enemy's life and movements. Features: Emperor's approval, survival in despair, seed of hope, the fire of despair, the hope of partners. Luffy's strong will can help him be immune to the negative effects of emotions at the gold level and below, and when he is Luffy's partner, his strength will be slightly improved. Listen to the voice of all things. Being able to understand the language of all things in the world may sometimes produce unexpected effects. Introduction: I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Advanced Root, Bronze, Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, Gold, Worst Generation, Luffy, Diamond, 4 Emperors, Luffy. Bond, when appearing at the same time with Ace and other series, the effect, Windmill Village 3 Brothers, can be activated. When appearing at the same time with Zoro and other series, the effect, Straw Hat Pirates, can be activated. When appearing at the same time with Cavendish and other series, the effect, Straw Hat Grand Fleet, can be activated. Activated Bond, Straw Hat Pirates, 3/10, Bond effect, when members of the Straw Hat Pirates appear at the same time, if one member dies, the remaining members will enter a furious state. Note: Rage. At the cost of losing reason, the card attributes will be greatly enhanced in all aspects. The abilities generated by this advancement are roughly the same as what Russell expected, but there are some differences. First of all, there are 3 colors of haki, among which the armament haki and observation haki are not quite the same as Zoro's description. But thinking that there are indeed individual differences in haki in the original work, Russell can understand it. In his opinion, Ainel's observation haki with an extremely exaggerated coverage is definitely not worse than katakuri, but the two have different focuses. Secondly, the original, optimist, characteristic has become seed of hope, and the effect has been greatly enhanced. If you think so, Russell touched his chin, then the next advancement, the characteristic, Emperor's approval, should also change. After all, if Luffy advances once more, he will be one of the 4 emperors. There is also the ability, listen to the voice of all things. Is this ability actually generated? Russell raised his eyebrows. Although the description was a little unclear, it is always good to have an unexpected characteristic. After calling Luffy out and sending him out to play, Russell couldn't help but feel relieved. The combat power on the surface is sufficient for now. The key issue now is how to catch the group of people from the Gyai sect. A few days passed, in the president's office. Russell asked Zengbo and Liu Yu in front of him, "How is it? Did you find anything?" The two shook their heads. Russell was not surprised that Zengbo didn't get anything, because he had asked Lu Zai's vest a few days ago. Neither the association nor the Qi Ling Society found any traces of the Gyai sect. It can't be said that they didn't find anything. The Qi Ling Society's slickers still found several Gyai sect bases, but they were all the kind of bases that looked like smoke bombs deliberately released, which didn't help the progress of the matter at all. As for Liu Yu, Russell frowned. Did the people we sent out find anything? He naturally wouldn't sit there and wait for death. He had asked Liu Yu to lead people to search for possible secret entrances in the sea near Donglei. After all, Li Shuo and others can hide, but the secret entrance can't. Unfortunately, it seems that it is useless now. Liu Yu shook his head and asked hesitantly, could it be? Not on the sea. Russell was stunned. He had not thought about it in this way. It is possible. But I think it is most likely on the sea. After all, if the entrance to the secret realm is on land, it would take some effort for those steel giant ships to enter the water. It is impossible for the surrounding cities to not notice such a big movement. Unless the entrance to the secret realm is not on the Ming side. Thinking of what the demon who tortured him at the beginning said that they were attacking Garita at the same time, Russell couldn't help but have a bold idea in his mind. Is it in Garita? If it is in Garita, it can indeed explain why the card makers of Donglei did not find the relevant secret realm entrance in the nearby waters. After a moment of silence, Russell rubbed his eyebrows and said, tell the people below not to search in the nearby waters for the time being, and focus on the city. Since Li Shuo has not left yet, it means that sooner or later the Gyai Church will not be able to help but make trouble again. Yes, I know. Liu Yu nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zengbo's phone kept vibrating. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Just as he was about to turn off the screen, his eyes widened as if he saw something. He said very quickly, President, the people below said that they caught the tail of Gyai sect. Since the middle-aged man who is the director of the public security office said so, it must be not an ordinary member of Gyai sect, but definitely a main member who appeared that night. Thinking of this, Russell's expression suddenly became serious. Just as he was about to ask for specific information, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. The violent shock wave caused the window behind Russell to vibrate continuously. His face turned cold, and he said to the two people in front of him with a smile, it seems that they took the initiative to come to the door. Let's go and see what those bastards are going to do. After speaking, the young man who is the president disappeared in the president's office. Russell is very angry now. After searching for so long, he didn't expect that the scum of Gyai sect would dare to take the initiative to deliver to the door and make such a big fuss. Really? Don't know what to do. Chapter 246. A sheep walking into a tiger mouth? No, a tiger walking into a flock of sheep. Somewhere in the underground space, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Li Shuo stood beside a huge pool of blood and quietly watched the young man hanging in the air in the middle of the pool by a scarlet blood chain. After a long time, he let out a light breath and turned to look at Cliff beside him. How much is left? Hearing this, Cliff, who was wearing a white coat, stretched out his hand to push his glasses, looked at the tablet instrument in his hand and replied without raising his head, 2 more sacrifices are needed. Have you negotiated with them? Li Shuo nodded. The group of sea demons agreed to disrupt the situation in the city, which is enough for us to complete a sacrifice. As for the last sacrifice, by then, we don't need to hide. For this day, the middle-aged man has been preparing for a long time, and now it is finally time to reap the fruits. However, if it weren't for Lenite's sudden death in the middle, and the association's lackeys biting too hard, his plan would have been completed long ago. Thinking of this, Li Shuo couldn't help but feel a little angry. On the side, Cliff glanced at the red-robed man beside him and couldn't help curling his lips. In the mind of this first-level researcher of the demon army, he didn't care whether the plan was successful or not, as long as he could collect relevant experimental data this time. Although the minister was not optimistic about this project. But so far, their demon army has only invested one second-level researcher, which is not a loss. You know, the cost of other projects is much more exaggerated than this. Fortunately, there is a sucker like Li Shuo, otherwise this project would have been abandoned long ago. As for those dead limb-attached demons, they are just consumables. Putting away his inner thoughts, Cliff casually asked another question, so when is the date you agreed on? Li Shuo turned around, his face immersed in darkness, making it difficult to see his expression. Today. Cliff was startled, and then said with a concerned tone, then you have to be careful, don't get caught by the association. The reason why this first-level researcher of the demon army said this was not out of friendship between companions, but because he was worried that Li Shuo, as the key material of the experiment, would lose himself, and he would have to clean up the mess when the work failed. Hearing this, Li Shuo did not reply, but disappeared on the spot. As he left, the young man who was originally suspended in the air also opened his eyes. The scarlet sea of blood under his feet also surged, and countless deformed corpses rose and fell in it. Seeing the noise getting louder and louder, Cliff beside the blood pool sighed, can't you be honest? It was you who volunteered to help your father before the experiment started. Then he operated the instrument in his hand, and the young man in the air slowly closed his eyes, and the blood pool returned to calm again. If someone could observe the young man closely at this time, they would find that his face was no longer human, but rather like a dragon. Wake up. Wake up. The floating voice sounded in the ears of the young bronze-level card maker. He opened his eyes with difficulty, only to see the flames rising into the sky and the smoke covering the sky. Just as he was still thinking about what happened, a huge force suddenly threw him out. Boom! The raging flames engulfed the entire street, and the screams and cries of ordinary people stimulated the eardrums of the young card maker. He remembered. Today, when he was patrolling as usual, he seemed to have discovered the members of the wanted warrant issued by the association. So after sending a message to his superiors, he sneaked up and followed. He followed the other party closely along the way, and successfully made the other party not notice him. But what the young card maker didn't think of was that the characters in the warrant were all gold-level monsters. How could a small bronze-level person like him hide his tracks under the noses of such beings? Finally, the target person walked into a dilapidated hotel under the side of the young card maker. Going to the hotel in broad daylight, he secretly complained, wondering if the demons also had that need, and quietly waited outside the building for the association's support. Soon, the support arrived. It was a team from the association led by a nearby silver-level card maker. However, just as he was describing the situation, a sudden explosion caused the entire hotel to fly into the sky. He also fainted temporarily due to the impact of the explosion. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the scene of hell on earth. At this time, the silver-level card maker who came to support him stood beside him and said with a gloomy face, "Can you still move? If you can move, go and evacuate the people around." Two of his subordinates who had been with him day and night were seriously injured in the explosion just now, which made him very unhappy. 2 people were killed without doing anything. No one would look good. Hearing this, the young man was a little dizzy, but he still agreed, yes. It was impossible for the association to have no reaction to such a huge movement. The nearby card maker teams rushed to the scene quickly. Without saying much, they spontaneously began to evacuate the surrounding civilians. Soon, only the association's card makers were left. Several silver-level card makers gathered together and began to argue whether to go to the source of the explosion, the dilapidated hotel, to take a look. But soon their argument ended. Because Russell came. President. Everyone bowed their heads and saluted when they saw Russell. Seeing this, Russell waved his hand to stop their actions, and asked calmly, "What's going on?" Not long after listening to the story of the first silver-level card maker, his face turned cold. Things are very strange. Where are those bastards from the Gi sect? According to Russell's idea, if it was the Qi sect that was behind it, then they should have had the best chance to take action just before he arrived. But the scene now felt like a certain disaster-stricken Fuyuki City, just an unexpected gas explosion. And Russell's mental power didn't detect anything wrong. In order to find out, Russell decided to let Aizen go to the dilapidated hotel to check the situation. The slight friction sound produced by the soles of the brown-haired man's shoes and the small gravel on the ground kept coming into everyone's ears, stimulating their tense nerves. However, until Aizen stepped into the burning dilapidated hotel, nothing happened. Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved and thought it was just a false alarm. However, at this moment, Aizen suddenly stopped his steps, and then used the flash step to return to Russell's side. "You are really vigilant. That's the only way." The sudden male voice made Russell's face tense, and he wanted to leave the place immediately. But it was too late. At this time, vague figures appeared out of thin air around and surrounded the card makers present. Then a huge azure square instantly covered Russell. At the same time, Lu Yan and others also rushed to the scene. Seeing Russell covered by an unknown energy body, a little surprise and tension appeared on their faces. Just as they were about to break the square, Russell was distracted and had come to a place he had never been to before. "It's a pity that only you came here." Russell looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Dick and Minya, the two demons who had followed Li Shuo before. In addition to these two demons, there was another thing that attracted Russell's attention, that is, the space crack behind them. The huge space crack stood behind the two demons, and it sent vibrations from time to time. Secret realm. Russell had roughly guessed where he was sent to. It was the secret realm that the association had never found before. Seeing Russell not speaking, Dick thought that the young man not far away was frightened. "Tisk, I prepared for the big explosion for so long, but it only attracted you." Hearing this, Minya beside him curled his lips. "If it were me, I would just let Li Shuo go on a killing spree. You insisted on having a big explosion and wasted so many materials to set it up." Dick scratched his head with a guilty conscience and defended himself. "Don't say that. Didn't Li Shuo say that he was the highest combat power of the association? It's not a loss to think so." From the conversation between the two, Russell also roughly judged what the specific situation was before. It was nothing more than the demons in this secret realm planned a terrorist attack in the city in order to attract the high-end combat power of the association. Then use special means to separate these high-end combat powers and defeat them one by one. But unfortunately, it was Russell who was sent to them. Russell's face was gloomy, and he asked in a low voice, "Do you think you can defeat me?" Dick laughed as if he heard something funny. What a joke. He used so many materials to help the Qi sect hide their aura, and also handed over the teleportation device at the bottom of the box, just to be able to defeat the gold-level combat power of the association. At the moment, the human not far away was still so arrogant, which was really funny. If the other party really ran away, Dick felt that he would not be able to face the Overlord. Thinking of this, Dick grinned and replied jokingly, "So what?" At this time, countless demons no longer hid their auras, revealing their traces, and their crazy pupils stared straight at Russell. Glancing at the demons that were already surrounded, Russell said in an inexplicable tone, "Only teleport me over." As he spoke, Misaka Mikado, Aizen, and Luffy instantly appeared on his left-hand side. When they saw Luffy, Dick and Minio were both stunned, because this young man wearing a straw hat did not appear in the information that Li Shuo gave them. But the next moment, their expressions changed from doubt to confusion. "I really don't know whether you are lucky or unlucky." Russell's voice fell, and Spider-Girl, Frillian, and Zoro appeared on his right. At this moment, all of Russell's gold-level cards appeared in a battle as the same camp for the first time. Looking at the 6 cards squatting or standing in the distance with different expressions, Dick and Minya opened their mouths and were speechless for a while. They have recognized the 3 cards that appeared later. Isn't it something that Li Shuo sent over? Exclamation mark. Chapter 247 Conqueror's Haki and Reiatsu? As Russell's cards were fully revealed, the secret realm was in a dead silence. If I remember correctly. After a moment of silence, Dick asked Minya hesitantly in a low voice, "Are these the cards of the members of the Spirit Beggars Association that night?" Without paying attention to the technical geeks around him who were talking nonsense, Minio looked solemnly at Russell, who was protected by a group of cards, and slowly exhaled. I'm afraid no one expected that the president of the East Laika Master Association would actually be a member of the Spirit Beggars Association. Forget it, this is not important. Without expecting a response, Minia slowly pulled out a bright silver dagger from his waist, his eyes slightly lowered. Anyway, you won't have a chance to leave here today. I guess when I tell this news to those association lackeys, their expressions should be very interesting. Dick gradually calmed down from his shock at this time, and glanced at the densely packed pirates around him, and he sneered. This scene was originally set up to encircle and suppress the high-end combat power of the association. Although Russell's situation was somewhat unexpected, he was alone after all. They would be drowned by the human wave tactics. Dick slapped the ground with both hands and then shouted, "Weapon enhancement." Buzz! A subtle buzzing sound came, and the weapons in the hands of the pirates began to emit a blue light. Seeing this, Dick raised his eyebrows proudly. Do you know how much effort I put into modifying these weapons? As the most famous craftsman in the Seven Seas, Dick was not chosen as one of the Seven Kings by the Overlord just because of his combat power, but more because of his scientific research ability. With his skill alone, he can already be on par with those powerful kings. However, after seeing this scene, Russell showed a cold smile on his face. Don't leave anyone. Human wave tactics? What he is least afraid of now is the human wave tactics. Boom. As Russell's voice fell, the hearts of everyone present jumped heavily. At this moment, the clouds were dispersed by the purple spiritual pressure, and there seemed to be black and red lightning exploding in the air. Dick and Minia looked at the two people next to Russell with their pupils trembling violently. The brown-haired man looked indifferent, and looked at them without any warmth in his eyes. The young man with a cross scar on his chest pressed his straw hat with his right hand to cover his eyes. The fascinating momentum continued to emanate from the two people. No. It was not just momentum. Feeling the heavy pressure on his body, Dick couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Will. He felt a breath of his companions who had come with him before on the Straw Hat Youth. This guy Li Shuo didn't lie. At this moment, the two demons finally realized that Li Shuo had not deceived them before, and Garcia and Will did die at the hands of the young man not far away. Minia turned her head suddenly to look at the green-haired swordsman next to Russell. At this moment, she figured out why she felt that Zoro was a little familiar that night. How could he not be familiar with something made with Garcia's materials? ? Tingling. The sound of weapons falling to the ground came. A large number of low-level pirates lost their consciousness in the terrifying momentum of Luffy and Aizen. Some cowards have died of extreme fear. Looking at this scene, Dick's face was extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect that his carefully prepared human wave tactics would be wasted without any effect. What's the point of my staying up late these days? Fortunately, there were not only low-level pirates present. Like Gassi, the two of them also had their own adjutants. Counting Will's remaining assets, the number of gold-level monsters in the field at this moment was not small. It's just that the quality was uneven. From this point of view, the human wave tactics did work a little. After all, they still had the advantage in numbers. After comforting himself a little, Dick grabbed the small iron block from his pocket and threw it back, and in an instant it extended to form a giant turret. Boom! As the barrel of the gun expanded and contracted, the solid cannonball with a faint blue glow flew rapidly towards Russell's position. Swish! The sound of a knife rang out, and the huge shell split into two in an instant. And from the separated shells, a rubber giant with black limbs appeared. Considering that he didn't know where he was teleported to, and the situation in Donglai City was unclear, Russell chose to let his cards fire at full power. As for exposing the trump card, after seeing the card of the identity of the spirit beggars, no demons on the scene could survive. Luffy, who had activated the fourth gear, was greatly strengthened in all aspects at this time. He came to Dick with just a few bounces. Rubber Ape King Gun. The black right arm suddenly contracted, and the next moment it hit Dick like a shell. As a scientific researcher, Dick's close combat ability can be said to be basically equal to zero. Fortunately, he still has his own subordinates. Bang! The huge right fist smashed the two gold-level demons into the ground, and the surrounding land surged around like waves. Fourth gear caused great damage to the two pirates under the blessing of Emperor's approval. With just one strike, the two pirate demons were breathing out more than breathing in, and they looked like they were almost dying. Just when the pirate officers of varying strengths were terrified, Minia flashed and disappeared. The next moment, A bright silver dagger reflecting a deadly luster appeared beside Russell and stabbed him in the waist. "I got you." Minia showed a bloodthirsty smile on her face. After so long, they are no longer the group of demons who knew nothing at the beginning. In the battle with the card maker, as long as the card maker himself is successfully killed, the battle can be over quickly. And forgive her for being blunt, the group of card makers she met in Guerrilla some time ago were really weak. 8 or 9 out of 10 card makers could die in her sneak attack. However, her plan was doomed to fail, because Russell was not a useless card maker from Guerrilla. He was a monster from the Ming Card Maker Association. No, it would be better to say that any genius from any existing great country would not die in such a simple sneak attack. Bang, bang, bang. The 81st binding technique, breaking the sky. The dagger in Minia's hand broke through many honeycomb-shaped defensive magics in succession, and finally stopped in front of a transparent barrier. Looking up, she saw that her target was now staring at her coldly with his hands folded across his chest. Minia's pupils shrank, and she flashed away with a start. The next moment, a purple sharp edge flashed past her original position. "Ah, did you run away? What a pity." Spider-Girl raised her right forelimb and scratched her head. At this time, Minia's back was already soaked with cold sweat. In a moment of carelessness, she really felt a breath of death. Forcibly stabilizing her trembling right hand, Minia glanced at Dick in the distance. At this time, Dick was being chased around by 2 people from the Straw Hat Pirates, and had no time to worry about the battle here. Fortunately, with the cover of the pirate cutters, Dick was not in danger for the time being. Pursing her lips, Minia dodged the coins and killing magic that were shot at her, and then suddenly turned into several figures under the sunlight and rushed towards Russell, and one of them rushed towards the lost entrance to the secret realm. "As long as we can get out, he will definitely come after me," Minia analyzed calmly in her heart at this time. Although it seemed that the current situation was a little unfavorable to them, she knew that the young man opposite had a fatal weakness. That was that he absolutely could not accept exposing his identity as a member of the Qi Ling Society. Otherwise, he would not have let someone pretend to be him to assassinate the former president of Donglei that night. As long as she could get out of the secret realm, the other party would definitely chase her with all his strength. And Minia was still somewhat confident in her speed. As long as she could escape to Donglei at that time, the other party would have a headache. Looking at the entrance that was already within reach, she showed a smug smile on her face. However, the next moment, her smile froze on her face. Before the battle, the information that Li Shuo gave to the demons only contained the general information of the 2 cards that Russell had exposed, and there was no information about the cards under the identity of the spirit beggars. So Minia didn't know that Spider-Girl and Ferlian possessed space magic. Seeing Russell and his cards appearing out of thin air at the entrance of the secret realm, her face changed drastically, and she quickly stopped her sprinting steps, stomped on the ground and flew backwards. Boom! The dark abyss magic mixed with the killing magic ravaged the ground and soon caught up with Minia. In the blink of an eye, the female pirate holding the dagger was torn to pieces. However, seeing Minia's death, Russell did not relax his vigilance. He didn't believe that a being at the same level as Gasei would be killed so easily by him. You know, Gasei blocked the 2 cards of Aizen and Misaka Mikado by himself before. Sure enough, when the dagger appeared again, it had already stabbed Luffy, who was chasing Dick. Ling. Metal and iron clashed, the pitch-black long sword firmly resisted the bright silver dagger. The 2 weapons of opposite colors burst into fierce sparks. Minia looked at the green-haired swordsman who blocked her with a gloomy face, and instantly transformed into several figures to attack Zoro from all directions. 3 swords style, black robe, big tornado. The green dragon wrapped in a hurricane shot out sharp slashes in all directions. The clones separated by Minia dissipated into the air in just a breath. She couldn't help but frown. However, just as Minia was thinking about how to break the move, an extremely strong sense of threat suddenly came from behind her. Rubber snake fist. Turning around, the rubber fist extending from a distance had already reached Minia's face. It was Luffy. He temporarily gave up chasing Dick and chose to support his partner. Bang! Caught off guard, Minia was smashed and flew out, rolling and stirring up a puff of smoke. Minia! Dick shouted nervously. But it was obvious that this attack alone was not enough to defeat this powerful demon. The smoke cleared, and Minia appeared in everyone's sight with disheveled hair and a disheveled face. She raised her left hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face frantic. "You want my life? Dream on." However, In the face of her provocation, Russell just said calmly, "I said, not a single one will be spared. Today, all the demons in this secret realm. All will die." As soon as the voice fell, Russell's 6 cards were used at the same time. Chapter 248, Land of Disorder. In Donglai City, Lu Yan and the other 2 looked at Russell at a loss as he was covered in the azure cube, and then he disappeared. "Meet the president." 3 panicked shouts rang out at the same time. The sudden change made everyone present fall into confusion and chaos for a while. But Lu Yan and Zhengbo worked for such a long time, and finally forced themselves to calm down. No matter how bad the situation is now, can it be worse than the last time they faced the emerald-level demon? Believe it first. They took a deep breath and began to look at the members of the Qi sect around them. The leader was their old friend, Li Shuo. Li Shuo said with some regret at this time, "You are a step late, otherwise I can let you go to accompany him." Although the teleportation device Dick gave him before was not a disposable item, it would take a long time to charge it for a second teleportation. And if the target is on guard, it is still difficult to repeat what happened just now. Hearing Li Shuo's words, the hearts of several people sank. Lu Yan said with a sullen face, "A dog that has lost its home, barking wildly only adds to the joke." He did not ask what happened to Russell, because the square-faced middle-aged man did not think that the scum of the Qi sect opposite him would answer his questions honestly. Asking would only disturb the mood of the card makers of the association present. The most important thing is that Lu Yan did not think that Russell would die so easily. After all, if it was a lethal weapon, why would Li Shuo wait until today to use it? Hearing this, Li Shuo was not angry, but just raised his eyebrows. "You are very patient." At this moment, in his heart, Russell was already a dead man. Indeed, he admitted that the young man was not an ordinary fighter, but what was the use of being able to fight? He did not think that the other party could survive in that situation. Then, Li Shuo waved to the Qi sect members around him and ordered, "Go ahead." The next moment, many strange-looking limb-jointed monsters, in coordination with the cards of the Qi sect card makers, suddenly rushed towards the people of the association present. Seeing this, the card makers of the association summoned their own cards. After a few breaths, the 2 sides collided fiercely. In the chaotic battlefield, Li Shuo was in a good mood. In this case, there is only one last time. Then, he looked at Lu Yan and the other 2 who came to him, his eyes full of mockery. "You are brave. It's a pity that Russell is gone. What can you use to stop me?" As soon as the voice fell, several demons with a golden aura appeared behind him. In the secret realm, Russell stood expressionlessly in front of the huge space crack. In the distance from him were Minia and Dick, who were covered with the wounds of all sizes, and the remaining demons gathered around them. At this time, Minia's left hand was covering the huge knife wound on his abdomen that was bleeding continuously, and his charred right hand was holding the bright silver dagger and shaking uncontrollably. As for Dick, his arms had become unnaturally bent, and his hands, which were proud of being a craftsman, had obviously lost their proper abilities. Minia spat out the blood in her mouth, grinned, revealing her bloodshot teeth. "I never thought that such a small place would hide a big fish like you. How ridiculous." Then, she looked at Dick beside her. "Dick, are you afraid?" Minia really didn't expect that a battle plan that was originally a sure thing would have such a big deviation. If she had known this earlier, she and Dick might as well take people to Donglai to support Li Shuo. At least in that case, the young man on the opposite side would have some scruples and would not be able to use his full strength. Hearing Minia's question, Dick endured the severe pain from all over his body, his face turned pale, and he said with trembling lips, "You crazy woman, normal people would be afraid at this time, right? I'm scared to death now." He was also telling the truth. As a scientific researcher, he had very little time to play on the field himself, and basically his cotters did it for him. But who would have thought that this time he encountered a tough guy, and the human wave tactics could not work at all. When Minia heard Dick's words, her eyes twitched. She wanted to say a few harsh words to boost her flagging momentum, but Dick didn't respond at all, causing the whole paragraph to collapse. But thinking that the other party was originally like this, she sighed and then clenched the dagger in her hand. The next moment, as Dick strengthened the weapons of the demons present again, Minia and the remaining demons rushed to the entrance of the secret realm together. However, Russell at the entrance of the secret realm just looked at the scene in front of him with a cold face. Boring. In front of him, 6 cards also made a move again. Dense magic circles instantly unfolded in the air, and colorful magic mercilessly cleansed the surrounding surface. The next moment, two people from the Straw Hat Pirates rushed out from the smoke produced by the explosion, and their black fists and long swords continued to harvest the lives of the pirates and demons present. Soon, only Minia and Dick were left on the field. Looking at the card slowly approaching her, Minia widened her bloodshot eyes and could not help but roared, "Russell! Do you think you can save everything by killing us?" Too late. As she said that, a malicious smile appeared on the face of the female pirate. "I'm afraid the bodies of your companions in the association are cold now. With so many lackeys of the association buried with us, we are not at a loss." Ho ho ho! The laughter stopped abruptly, and it was Aizen's cold voice that responded to her. Hadeo 99, 5 Dragons Transmigration. The purple dragon descended from the sky and suddenly swallowed up 2 seriously injured demons. At this moment, under the impact of the dragon, the earth was shattered and the air seemed to be wailing. After a while, the 2 pirate demons who had no breath appeared in Russell's eyes. Looking at Luffy and others who were more or less injured, Russell immediately summoned Anohanaritsu and asked the captain of the 4th Division to treat the remaining cards. Although the biggest trouble was solved, he couldn't just leave now. After all, he didn't know if there were any fish that slipped through the net nearby. Russell didn't want to expose his identity as a member of the Spirit Beggars Society and become a street rat. Although he couldn't search the entire secret realm in a short time, he had to at least make sure that there were no living demons within dozens of miles of the entrance. Under the triple search of his mental power, Misaka Mikado's electromagnetic waves, and Luffy's observation haki, it was obvious that no demon could hide its body. After dealing with the fish that slipped through the net around him, Russell immediately prepared to leave here and return to Donglei. However, just as he was about to leave the secret realm, the faint fluctuations in his mind attracted his attention. "This is Nelu." He couldn't help but pause. At this moment, in Russell's perception, young antelope, Nelu, in his mind was constantly emitting waves, as if guiding him. After thinking for a moment, Russell decided to check the specific situation, which would not take much time. Thinking of this, he immediately asked Spider-Man to use space magic to take him to the direction indicated by Nelu. Not long after, Russell found the target that Nell was pointing at. Field materials. He looked at the materials floating in the air in front of him in surprise, and was a little confused for a moment. The last time Russell obtained field materials was when he entered the welfare secret realm when he was studying in Nandu. Unexpectedly, he would encounter field materials this time. Why is it nail? Soon, a new doubt crept into his mind. You know, this secret realm is full of pirate-type monsters, and it has nothing to do with Nell's card, which is a hollow race. Even if a field card is to be generated, it will be generated with Luffy and the others. With such doubts in his heart, Russell used his mental power to pull the field materials in the air into his hands. Gold-level field materials, Land of Chaos, red. No wonder. When this material reached Russell's palm, he already knew the meaning behind this material. Chaos, the survival of the fittest. It is indeed very similar to the living environment of Hueco Mundo, but it has nothing to do with Luffy and the others. If he really wanted to make a field card related to the Straw Hat Pirates, the relevant meaning should be friendship and bond. An unexpected surprise. Russell felt a little happy in his heart. He didn't expect to get a key puzzle piece of the Death God series card in this secret realm. It's a pity that I only have Nell now, and it's useless for the time being. Nell is only silver level now, and the next advancement must be emerald level. At present, even if he generates relevant field cards, it will not be of much use. He put away Land of Chaos, and planned to generate field cards after this incident is over. Led by Spider-Girl, who possesses space magic, Russell returned to the entrance of the secret realm in a short time. Stepping out of the secret realm, what he saw was an unfamiliar beach. Although he had long expected that this secret realm might be far away from Donglei, Russell's heart still inevitably sank. What are you doing? Is this still the Ming Dynasty? Forget it. The most urgent thing is to find someone to ask where this is, and then rush back to Donglei according to the direction. Has the message been sent out? In Donglei, Zengbo asked LV Yen beside him in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Hearing this, LV Yen's face was a little bitter. No, the bastards of Gigai sect are probably well prepared, and the message can't be sent out at all. Tisk. Zengbo was a little irritated. If President Luo hadn't been ambushed, we wouldn't have fallen to this point. LV Yen and Liu Yu did not respond, but just watch the situation on the battlefield in silence. You don't still expect Russell to save you, do you? In the distance, Li Shuo looked at the 3 gold-level card makers of the association who were talking about something, and suddenly said, "Give up, it's been so long, he's probably dead a long time ago." Li Shuo originally just planned to make some noise and evacuate directly after Cliff's sacrifice was completed. But now he has changed his mind. Without Russell's interference, he felt that he could even directly wipe out the association. When the association was crippled, he would have the final say in the entire Donglei. Although it would not be concealed for long, the Killer Card Maker Association would notice something was wrong and send high-level card makers to check the situation. But by then, the plan would have been completed and he would have left Donglei. Li Shuo was so happy when he thought about the success of the plan. And it should be said that the device that the group of monsters used to support him was particularly powerful. They were obviously a group of pirates, but they had such amazing technology. When Lu Yan and the other 2 heard Li Shuo's voice, their hearts instantly sank to the bottom. At this time, in the hearts of the 3 people, perhaps, the other party's words were right. Chapter 249 ML 8? Finally, there are people. Russell looked at the town in the distance and couldn't help but feel relieved. He didn't know where he was sent to, but it was definitely not the Ming Dynasty. Because after he left the beach, he entered a forest, but he didn't see any signs of living people for a long time. Russell suspected that the location of the secret place might be a small island on the sea where no one lives. If it was really a large island, he didn't know when he would return to the Ming Dynasty, and the risk on the sea was not small. Fortunately, the town that appeared in front of him now proved that it should not be an island. I have to ask someone. To be on the safe side, Russell decided to let the ghost soldier capture an ordinary person back. Anyway, he was just going to ask about his location. Soon, the ghost soldier came out of the shadows with a man who was shaking like a sieve. As soon as the man appeared, he kowtowed repeatedly, and shouted some words that Russell was familiar with, but still couldn't understand. It felt similar to the Ziba language before the crossing, but there was a little difference. At this time, he had roughly guessed where he was, but it was better to confirm it. Tell him to shut up. Russell waved his hand with a headache, asking the ghost soldier to control the man and stop him from making noise. But who would have thought that after hearing Russell's voice, the man was not shaking so badly, but just raised his head and looked at him in fear, and then he uttered a few words in his mouth. Seeing the man's expression, Russell always felt that this man seemed to know him. Just when Russell was puzzled, Luffy, who was standing beside him bored, suddenly said, "Russell, he asked you if you are the card maker from Ming Dynasty." Russell was attracted by Luffy's words and turned to look at the Straw Hat youth. "Luffy, can you understand?" Hearing this, Luffy shook his head honestly. "I don't understand, but I can understand what he means." Russell was stunned, and then suddenly remembered a characteristic of Luffy. Listen to the voice of all things. Being able to understand the language of all things in the world may sometimes produce unexpected results. He really didn't expect that this characteristic would be useful at this time. But thinking about the fact that Roger, who also possesses this ability, can hear the sound of the historical text, it seems not so far-fetched that Luffy can understand what the person in front of him means. Then ask where this place is. Russell immediately decided to let Luffy communicate with the person in front of him. Luffy scratched his head hesitantly. "I'll try." After speaking, he began to gesture with his hands and feet. The magical thing is that the man seemed to really understand what Luffy meant, and responded in a daze, and Luffy stopped and turned to look at Russell. He said, "This is Gerudo, and the town below is Genryusai City." It really is Gerudo. Russell was not wrong. The reason why the secret realm has not been found by the Donglei Card Master Association is entirely because the location of the space crack is not on the territory of Daming. At this moment, since he has determined his position, Russell no longer hesitates and immediately prepares to rush back to Donglei. However, as if he noticed his intention, the man hurriedly wanted to kowtow but was held down by the ghost soldier. After struggling for a few times, the man anxiously said a long paragraph. After listening to this, Luffy looked at Russell blankly. "Russell. He said that the town below is a place where demons are kept. He wants you to save the residents in the city." Russell frowned slightly, and when he was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "What are you two doing? Want to escape? Today I will take you as blood food for adults. Tomorrow I will be your family." Russell's face turned cold, and he turned his head to look at the visitor as if he was looking at a corpse. He had already recognized the identity of the visitor. Demon. Because the other party was obviously not speaking the official language of the Ming Dynasty, he could understand the meaning. Seeing Russell looking at him, the demon couldn't help but feel a little hairy in his heart, and immediately wanted to say 2 more harsh words in anger. Unfortunately, shoo. The purple sickle passed by, and the hideous white spider slowly retracted its forelimbs behind the unknown demon. Cool. Little spider, my sickle attack finally succeeded once. Behind her was a headless corpse that had been beheaded. Seeing this scene, the man was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He lowered his head and was about to say something when he realized that his shoulder, which was being pressed, suddenly loosened. When he raised his head, he was the only one left at the scene. The man stood up in a daze. When he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of several items placed on the ground in front of him. They were 3 black iron level materials and a set of card-making materials. He looked around blankly at first, then carefully picked up the items on the ground and kowtowed devoutly to the place where Russell had stood before. On the other side, Russell was heading eastward at a rapid speed under the leadership of Spider-Man. He had no time to play the savior game at the moment. Even if he really wanted to play, he would go back to Donglei to play. He was the president of the Cardmaster Association of Donglei in the Ming Dynasty, not Korea. Moreover, the specific situation in Donglei should not be optimistic now, so he didn't dare to waste any time. All Russell could do was leave a set of black iron level materials for the man as a reward for asking for directions. God helps those who save themselves. How far he can go depends on the man himself. Donglei. Lu Yan and the other 2 were panting rapidly. The situation in this area of the city was getting worse and worse. Although branches in other areas had already sent support here, without Russell, they could only confront the gold-level demons led by Li Shuo. More importantly, the demons of Gigai sect could not care about the lives of civilians, but they could not. The barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. The demons of Gigai sect will not abide by any moral norms. Moreover, there is not only Gigai sect in the city. What if the crazy people of Qi Ling Society make trouble at this time? However, this is only what Lu Yan and Liu Yu think. If Zhengbo knew about it, he would only protest in his heart. Doesn't he know whether Qi Ling Society will cause trouble? After the purge in the previous period, the remaining people of Donglei Qi Ling Society are all stable factors carefully selected by him, the director of the Public Security Office. Although this is only compared with the previous unstable factors. On the other side, unlike the solemn expressions of Lu Yan and the other 2, Li Shuo was humming a guerrilla folk song and jokingly looking at the association's card makers who were in a tough battle. The sacrifice should be completed. It's a pity that only one sacrifice can be made in a short period of time, otherwise the plan would have been successful now. Although he felt a little regretful, Li Shuo was still very proud. My long-cherished wish is finally coming true. Thinking that he would soon be able to get that position, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Thinking about it, he suddenly mocked Lu Yan, who is the dog who lost his home now. However, after seeing the calm expressions of the 3 people, Li Shuo felt a little bored. Forget it. Go to hell and meet your president. As soon as the voice fell, the offensive of the members of the Giai sect present suddenly became more fierce. And Li Shuo's ancestor of the tranquil morning, Dangan, and Lord of the North Temple, True Spirit Lord, also suddenly attacked. Cooperating with the gold-level demons present, the first person to be reduced in the card was Liu Yu. It was not because of other reasons, but mainly because he only had 1 gold-level card on hand. Feeling his gold-level card entering the cooling state, Liu Yu gritted his teeth and summoned the silver-level card used in the national competition. In a one-on-one situation, his silver-level card might be able to defeat the weakest gold-level monsters, but it was not enough in the current battle situation. Soon, Zhengbo and Lu Yan's cards also began to decline. Although they did not have only 1 gold-level card, the situation was still irreversibly sliding into the abyss. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yan said to Zhengbo beside him seriously, I will cover you later. You find a chance to rush out of this area, and then ask for help from above. Zhengbo nodded silently. He knew this was the last resort. But how could Li Shuo not be prepared? With his sneer, the copycat version of the king's army of Dangan appeared again. It was a pity that Russell did not stop at this time. Seeing that the 3 of them were blocked, even Zhengbo, who always had a paralyzed face, showed a bit of despair on his face. Are they really going to die here today? Just when all kinds of attacks were about to overwhelm Lu Yan and his companions, a cold voice suddenly sounded, the 81st way of binding, breaking the sky. A transparent barrier instantly appeared in front of the three people and blocked all attacks. Looking at the defensive means in front of them, the three people felt an indescribable sense of security. Then, a figure appeared from the shadows beside them. "Am I late?" the familiar voice sounded, and the three of them turned their heads and looked at him, with shock and ecstasy on their faces. "President, you're not dead." The person who came was Russell. Through Spider-Man's continuous use of space magic, he finally rushed back to Donglei. In the end, he was replaced by a ghost soldier to lead him, otherwise he might have reached the battlefield faster. At the same time, unlike the ecstasy of Lu Yan and the other two, Li Shuo also widened his eyes, as if he had seen something incredible. "You are not dead." The same words, but the emotions contained are completely opposite. Then the middle-aged man asked in astonishment, "Did Dick and Minia not stop you?" Perhaps Li Shuo had guessed the answer at this time, but he didn't want to believe it was true. Unfortunately, the next scene shattered his fantasy and made him feel cold all over. "Dick? Minia?" Russell seemed to have heard something funny, laughed sarcastically, and then stared at the red-robed man opposite with his eyes without any warmth. "Aren't they here?" As the voice fell, two half-kneeling ghost soldiers appeared in the shadows at his feet. And what they held in their hands were the heads of Dick and Minia mentioned by Li Shuo. Heads covered with blood and eyes open. Seeing this scene, Li Shuo opened his mouth dully, but didn't know what to say. Chapter 250 Master Zhang, even if you run out of energy, you may not be able to kill us all. Li Shuo was devastated. He never thought that things would turn out like this. Before the plan started, the demon swore to him that there would be absolutely no problem. He believed it. After all, Li Shuo knew about the situation in the secret realm. And the development of things at the beginning was exactly as they expected. It was so smooth that Li Shuo wanted to say, "There has never been such a wonderful start." But now looking at the young man with slightly dirty clothes not far away, who can tell him how Russell killed so many demons? Exclamation mark. Taking a deep breath, Li Shuo forced himself to calm down. He blinked hard, hoping that the scene in front of him was an illusion created by the lackeys of the association opposite. However, when he opened his eyes again, the scene that appeared in his eyes was no different from before he closed his eyes. It was not an illusion. Li Shuo realized this fact very clearly at this time. How is this possible? He was now filled with confusion. Does the method of killing emerald-level demons really exist? Not long ago, he thought that was just Russell's bluffing, and the real situation should be the work of the diamond-level card maker who appeared later. After all, if Russell could really kill emerald-level demons, why didn't he use it when Sima Y was assassinated before? That could have caused a greater result than it is now, and both the Yoriichi sect and the Qi Ling Society would be wiped out in one battle. However, what the middle-aged man didn't know was that on the one hand, the triggering conditions of the little spider's characteristics were really a bit metaphysical, and on the other hand, Sima Y was killed by Russell, so how could he save him? The complicated thoughts kept stirring Li Shuo's mind, making him exhale a little irritably. Glancing around, Li Shuo's heart, which was a little panicked because of the sudden appearance of Russell and the death of Dick's group of demons, gradually regained its calm. He just sneered, "Even if you survive, what's the matter? It's a done deal." Although the battle on the battlefield has temporarily stopped because of Russell's arrival, the Yoriichi sect still has the advantage. After realizing this, Li Shuo's voice couldn't help but get louder, and he obviously regained some confidence. But at this time, he subconsciously forced himself not to think, that is, since Russell was able to annihilate so many demons in the secret realm, why couldn't he use the same method to annihilate the members of the Yoriichi sect present? At this time, Lu Yan and the other two around Russell calmed down from their ecstasy. Liu Yu looked at Russell with some concern and asked, "President, are you okay?" Hearing this, Russell waved his hand and replied casually, "Nothing. But don't look at him now. He looks calm, as if there is no difference from before, but his family knows his own business. It took him a lot of effort to wipe out the demons at the entrance of the secret realm. All the cards were injured. Although they had been treated simply by Unohanaritsu, it was better than nothing. Some injuries obviously could not be recovered in a short time. Moreover, he had also spent a lot of mental energy in the battle. In addition, he had traveled for such a long time, so his current state was not intact at all. However, how could Russell show his fear in such a situation at this time? At this time, Lu Yan and Zhang Bo found that there was another card beside Russell that they had never seen before. A young man wearing a straw hat. Zhang Bo's eyes condensed. When was it made? The middle-aged man with a paralyzed face was very uncomfortable now. Every time he thought that his master had distanced himself from the young man next to him, the other party would give him some surprises. The tearing of his identity made him feel very complicated. Is it because of this card? Zhang Bo inferred from Li Shuo's previous words that the young man was undoubtedly teleported to an extremely dangerous place. And now Blue Star is nothing more than a place for card makers. It is either a secret realm or a city occupied by demons. Both of them are like a base camp. Normally, if a single card maker does not have a level of suppression to form a crushing situation, it is almost certain to die. But in general, Zhang Bo is more happy than worried at this time. No matter whether the association will strengthen the efforts to eliminate illegal organizations and affect him, at least his life should be safe now. Unlike Zhang Bo's complicated mood, Lu Yan felt relieved. If Russell was really killed, the square-faced middle-aged man thought that it was because the feng shui of Donglei was not good, which killed 2 presidents in succession. Lu Yan analyzed the situation on the field and whispered to Russell, "President, it is better for us to retreat first." But Russell just shook his head slightly and did not accept his proposal. Seeing this, Lu Yan couldn't help but want to persuade him a few more words. After all, the association really couldn't get any good results on the scene, so it was better to retreat first and integrate the forces before making plans. However, the next moment, all the creatures present, whether they were card makers or demons, and even the card makers' cards, felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The heavy pressure was like a substance pressing on their hearts. Purple spiritual pressure mixed with black and red lightning spread throughout the venue in an instant. The mighty wind swept through the bodies of all creatures. In everyone's perception, the 2 male cards next to Russell were exuding a breathtaking aura. The sound of swallowing saliva kept ringing on the battlefield. Feeling the heavy pressure on his body, Li Shuo's pupils shrank. He seemed to know why Dick's group of demons' plan failed. Bang! The dull sound of falling suddenly sounded, startling a card maker of the association. He turned his head and found that the demon who was confronting him had fallen to the ground unconscious. Just when the card maker hadn't reacted to what happened, the sound of falling began to sound one after another. He raised his head and looked around, and found that all the low-level card makers of the association were looking at everything happening around them blankly. At this moment, the demons, Limjoina demons, card makers, and cards belonging to the Yoriichi sect, all those below the silver level, had lost their consciousness. The silver class members were breathing heavily, as if they were carrying a heavy mountain. Among the members of the Yoriichi sect present, only the gold class members survived. Li Shuo looked at the scene in front of him with an ugly face. He didn't expect that the situation on the field would be reversed in just a moment. "Russell!" A voice that was almost like a roar came out of his throat. However, in response to him, there were 2 blazing lightnings. The railgun entangled with the thunder roar cannon and came to Li Shuo in a breath. Boom! The explosion sounded, and Russell took the initiative to start the second battle between the 2 sides. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Shuo. In his opinion, the other party was not worthy of listening. The smoke was blown away by the strong wind, revealing Li Shuo, whose face was gloomy and seemed to be dripping with water, and the old woman card in front of him. However, Misaka Mikado and Aizen didn't expect the attack to cause any harm to the middle-aged man. Their purpose was just to cover Luffy. Rubber Great Ape King Spear. The huge rubber man bounced in front of Li Shuo, and the first move was a terrifying killing move. At this time, Li Shuo's eyes were full of Luffy's giant fist wrapped in armed color domineering. The move that defeated Shinya Sheda Flamingo appeared on this blue planet for the first time. The wind came before the fist. The raging fist wind blew Li Shuo's hair. Feeling the pain like needles on his face, he subconsciously wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the 61 of the binding method, 6 staff light prison. As Aizen's voice sounded, 6 light sheets suddenly appeared out of thin air around the red-robed middle-aged man, controlling him in place. Although the instantaneous binding method was not enough to control him to death, Aizen was only trying to drag him for a moment. The next moment, the pitch-black right fist that almost covered the sky and the sun in Li Shuo's sight had hit him hard. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a terrifying crack spread from the place where Li Shuo was originally located, tearing the entire street in half. The violent vibrations that seemed like an earthquake caused all the low-level card makers present to fall to the ground. In the distance, Lu Yan and the other two steadied themselves and watched this scene with great tremors in their hearts. They now understood why Li Shuo's plan had failed. President. Lu Yan was relieved. He didn't think anyone could survive such a terrifying blow. But Russell stretched out his hand to stop him from speaking. The young man looked at the deep pit caused by the rubber ape king gun with a serious face. In Lu Yan's unbelievable eyes, a cough came from it. Cough cough. Russell. It was Li Shuo. He was not dead. The middle-aged man looked extremely miserable at the moment. His robes were torn into pieces, and his face was covered with dust and blood. How is it possible? Seeing this, Lu Yan and the other two changed their expressions. However, Russell was not surprised. He had already remembered that when he first met Li Shuo, the little spider's attack also did not cause any damage to the other party. He secretly observed the card next to Li Shuo. As expected, the card named Dangan had disappeared. Damage bearing. There is no doubt that the damage caused by Luffy's ultimate move to Li Shuo was absorbed by Dangan, which allowed the middle-aged man to survive. As a price, Dangan naturally entered the cooling down period. You won this round. But I didn't lose either. After saying that, Li Shuo showed a ferocious smile on his face. Before Russell could continue to attack, he disappeared on the spot. Did he run away? Seeing this, Russell breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Luffy in the distance also released the fourth gear, holding his knees with both hands and gasping for breath. After a long battle, even an Iron Man can't bear it, not to mention that Russell is just an ordinary gold-level card maker. Well, ordinary. It means that Russell is gifted, otherwise a normal card maker would have burned out on the way back to Donglei. No, it is a question whether an ordinary card maker can walk out of that secret realm alive. However, because Li Shuo was in a hurry to escape, the remaining members of the Gie sect suffered. Leave two alive and kill the rest. Russell said calmly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.